you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night? Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. You're the king. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. You're the king.
Hello everyone and welcome. I've been reading your comments. I've been reading all of your comments, and I've noticed like not an overwhelming number of comments, but a certain number of comments about the music in the beginning. And look, never feel like you are harshing my buzz or yucking my yum or anything like that about making stylistic comments of like, oh, I like the stream except for blah 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 blah. That's actually useful. To me. So the comment I got about the music that I start out with, which I always start out with music to kind of establish the vibe to get me into it. I don't know, somehow I'm more comfortable talking against the backing of music, is that it basically, when I come in, like it just gets down to nothing, and then when I stop talking it goes whoosh. Right, so it's like it's too loud and soft. So I'm trying to dial it in just right to give you the optimum listening experience. Are we ready to get back on that horse again? Tell us what the first song is called. I think it's called Open Your... Wait, is it called... Let me take a look and because it's like one of those songs where like I know what the song says, but I don't want to say that the name of the song is the same as the refrain of the song. But let me look at my history to make sure. Yeah, it is. It's called Open Your Heart. The song is literally called Open Your... This is elevator hold music, like when you're stuck in the elevator and on hold. What's the worst What's the worst thing to be on hold with, chat? What's the worst experience that you've had? Or is it like being on hold with the bank, being on hold with like medical stuff? Like, what's the worst experience that you've had as far as being put on hold? You're back in the saddle. Automated voice. The music is very loud. Interesting. It's hard to tell on my end, so that's why I appreciate your comments. You know, even when you're telling me that it's less than optimal. I mean, maybe even especially when you're telling me that it's less than optimal. Turn it down a tiny bit. Yeah. High-pitched music, like from a jewelry box for an hour, it was torture. Internet provider. Yo, that's the worst, especially Michael S. Were you by chance trying to cancel that particular internet service? Because like I've heard stories about people who've worked for a certain ISP that also provides cable. I won't say which one, but that like essentially people that work there are saying that they are punished slash incentivized when people call in to cancel if they can like somehow change their mind, if they can make it very difficult to cancel. Oh my god, some people know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I've known some people who work there, and apparently the reason that they're like that is that they literally get punished for however many cancellations they do. So they're on there being like trying to save their paycheck or something, or save their job in some cases. My connection wasn't working. They let you wait for ages. So many options. The ISP that provides cable, isn't that like most of the mainstream ones? Yeah, that's why I'm saying it that way, so that I'm not like singling some organization out for them to strike down vengeance upon me. Who is the artist that sings Open Your Heart? That is a deep dive, because that's a song from a video game. And that video game is from 1999. I'm sure somebody could do some digging. I'm sure it could be found. But is it Madonna? No, it's not. It's not anybody made like, right? You know, it's a video game that was only released in Japan. So it's most likely a Japanese artist. I don't think it's Lin. Like most of the Persona songs, a lot of the vocals are done by somebody named like, is her name like Lin Kawamura? But that was so long ago, she might not have even been in music yet. This is like old school video games. Speaking of old school, one of the first people that gave me some attention, one of the first big names in leftist content creation that noticed me when I started streaming was actually Lance from the Serfs. And he's also somebody whose videos like I watched early on, who I really admired, and I was so confused when it went from the Serfs and their videos to being, what is it now, the Serfs Times? The Serfs Times is the main channel. I was so confused. I was like, wait a minute, why are you not doing videos? Why are you like sitting, you know, like I'm sitting right now in front of a chair? And I was confused by the switch to live content that Lance did, but it's Ri Ishiyama? Really? We got that from Molten Panda. Molten Panda did some digging and found out who the vocalist behind that was. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of good music. Like, I mean, that's the thing about Persona, is it always has good music. That's why I like playing it. But you know what I hate about this? I have started hearing that people that play the new game, Persona 3 Reload, they're getting copyright takedowns. And I've even gotten one. I've lost, you know, monetization on, you know, not that I make a huge amount of money from ads, but I'm starting to make some money from ads. It does help out. Like, you know, it definitely like boosts my overall income, which is important because we're trying to get to the part where what I do on stream pays for what I do in real life, which means that I can dedicate more time to it and be more in depth about it, and maybe even like, you know, all these things that I've been planning on doing, getting a better microphone, starting to do video essays and stuff like that. Right, it's kind of contingent on having enough time to do that. So we're getting there. I mean, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. So yeah, I try to keep my streams monetizable. I try to keep the I try to keep Alf from getting in, you know, because like if I accidentally watch an episode of Alf without realizing it on stream, then Alf will come and take all of my money, and that's not right. Fair compensation? That sounds like socialism. It's part of the soundtrack for Persona 2. Yeah. Just in time. Vaush defenders were coming out of the woodwork at MR today? By way of hacking on Ethan Klein. Wait, what's going on MR? They don't talk about this stuff, do they? Yeah, accidental Alf will get your stream demonetized. Accidental anything, even if it's like, last time it was Ethan's, you know when he presses the button? Ethan's got a button. I don't have a button. Apparently that button costs $25,000. Who knew, right? But whenever Ethan messes up on anything or feels like that there's something got on air that could cause monetization to not be okay, he presses a button, and the button, like, I think it erases like the last 45 seconds, which is a pretty cool little invention. But while the button is active, right, you see this like technical difficulties screen, like all these wild screens, and you hear this music, which just sounds very, you know, it doesn't sound like anything too fancy, but apparently that is music which Ethan and H3 license, right? So they pay the license for it so that they won't get demonetized by it. But you gotta pay. Did MR say anything? I'm curious. I really wouldn't expect MR to say anything. Their content is way different than what Vaush does, and they don't really need to have anything to do with him. They don't need to, they don't have, you know, like the closest connection between MR and Vaush is when Emma went to do a panel, I think through Brianna Wu. Yeah, Brianna Wu's kind of got her fingers in too many pies. Too many pies entirely. Normally Vaush gets brought out a bit as a bit of a joke, but today they were coming for H3. I've never seen that since October. But wait, you're talking about just in chat, right? You're talking about just in chat. Like, it's not like Emma and Sam were talking about H3 or we're talking about Vaush, right? Sam Cedar rarely mentions Vaush's existence. Look, Sam Cedar, like, what's he supposed to do? Jangle his keys in front of Vaush? Really? Like, it's like... Vaush feels like Mr. Beast, kind of a YouTuber whose content I don't especially like and wouldn't really care if they went away. It was entirely in chat, but at least once, one semi-regular and a bunch of random accounts. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's an overlap. Look, I've got an overlap with Sam's audience. I've got an overlap with Vaush's audience. Hello, Vaushis. Hello. I don't know, sometimes maybe they want a break or something, or they want to see somebody with a butterfly in her hair. I don't know. They come here and watch me, and we become the Vaush waiting room. Although I feel like they don't really speak up in chat. I feel like we don't really hear from them. So they're just like silently there. Some of them hate watching, some of them maybe more than just hate watching, right? We don't know what their intention is in watching, but they're here. Keffels, a little bit of overlap with Keffels. I mean, I have overlap with good people too. I have overlap with Cavernacle, with Serfs Times. You have 600k channel points. I've got to give you something better to do with those channel points, right? If anybody has ideas of what to do with channel points, right? Already 100 viewers. That's wild. That's wild. Well, I hope you're happy. I hope you're wherever you came from, because you're here now, and that's all that matters. Yeah, Cavernacle shout out, hell yeah. Saw some trolls yesterday. We have been getting them in the comments, right? The Vaush fans do show up in my comments, not necessarily in the chat on stream, but definitely in the comments to let me know that they're not too appreciative. The Keffels fans too. But yeah, today we're going to be talking about Lance, and like I said, part of the reason that I got into this in the first place is this guy right here. This goofy guy with the funny laugh. Lance, one half of the Serfs, right? with his pretty good like I feel like the backing scene that he's got is pretty dialed in right now. You can see that he's got his RGB lights kind of in an X pattern. They're like shining through each other, which, you know, strangely, it doesn't replicate the double slit experiment in quantum physics. Hey, what's up, Jose? But yeah, we're going to talk about Lance today because he is apparently stepping away from the Whiteleaf network, stepping away from Vaush. Definitely had some sharp criticisms, some sharp words for Vaush, maybe like less so for the Whiteleaf network, because I think he knows those people are like the mafia. You don't want to get on their bad side. They will try to take your channel down, as they have done to me several times and failed. And this is the result. So I hope you'll learn something from that. I feel like this is how they handled all the criticism of Vaush in the past, right? Just fucking go after them the way that they went after Poppy. The way that they went after Vaush's, you know, SH victim in Destiny's Discord. And we're gonna be talking about that today. Yeah, I had a, oh my God.
But now there are freaking communists
invading radicals. Hey, don't tell Vaush, he might call you a tanky. Welcome to the chat, Living Infinite. Good to have you here. Yeah, I've noticed something also. I was looking at my analytics and it's kind of wild, right? I'm getting a lot more views than I used to. And you'd think that that would mean like a lot more subscribers. But when I look at the numbers, it looks like only 20% of you are subscribed. I'm sure that we can get that number higher than that, right? I appreciate you liking the stream. That helps me a lot. It's a little bit of a mouse roll, maybe a little bit of a thumb roll up to the like button. You can do that while you're there if you want to, only if you want to. You can also subscribe, because subscribing is free, and you can always unsubscribe later if you no longer want to see my stuff in your feed, right? But subscribing helps. What really helps, though, if you really want to know when I'm going live and stuff like that, there's a little bell by the subscription. Oh my God, Argonian Bum with the Prime sub on Twitch. Bummed that I'm late. It looks awesome. Good for Lance. Yeah, good for Lance. I've been wishing he'd dump the loser. Yeah, that's the thing, is like Look, I have a lot of smoke for Whiteleaf, but when I talk about Whiteleaf, I'm mostly talking about Vaush's Sysid men. I'm mostly talking about people like that. Yeah, I mean, you could say that, you know, people like Demon Mama, people like Shark300, people like Xander Hall kind of hold Vaush up, kind of hold the network up, kind of make it work. And, you know, there's a little bit of, you know, enabling that goes on there. But I've never really had that smoke for Lance. There have been things that, like, choices that Lance have made in the past that I didn't particularly like, but I don't think he's a bad guy. I mean, I don't know. I don't know him. I've talked to him a few times, you know, on his stream and in DMs on Twitter, and he seems like a really cool guy. So yeah, I've tried to kind of hold my fire on Lance, because I don't think that he knew what he was getting into, and given what I've heard about this video here, it kind of supports that theory. That like what Lance was offered was in some ways an offer that he could not refuse. Like I said, they're like the mafia, right? They give you an offer you can't refuse. But why can't you refuse it? Well, because you could potentially like double your earnings. And if you're a streamer like me, like honestly, chat, if I doubled my earnings, right, I'd be pretty damn close to making enough money to cover my expenditures, right? That gives you a kind of freedom that you know, that allows you to do even more with your channel, that allows you to really flex. You get to spread your wings, and you get to you know, really like make something awesome out of your community, out of your channel, out of your content, you know, not always flying by the seat of your pants to try to balance, you know, life and work and stream and everything else. There's a lot, you know, it's a very tempting thing. I was offered, not through Vaush's sysadmin, but actually through a close friend of Vaush's sysadmin. I was offered one of these websites way back in the day, before anything went down with Dylan, right? The first time that I was an up-and-comer, the first time that I started to get people's attention, the first time that my stream and my channel, mainly on Twitch, really started to, but also on YouTube, really started to kind of catch momentum and snowball was like 2021. And I was offered by a close confidant and sussy baka, because like, you know, like everybody that's like friends with these people is sus. You know, these are all Destiny retreads, right? These are people from old school DGG, and they are well versed in all the fucking dark arts of the splinter discords and the talking shit about people on Reddit and the whisper campaigns and everything else. Everything else, right? So, you know, I mean, maybe the first time that I caught their attention in a negative way was when one of Vaush's sysadmin's confidants, when I was talking about, like, I want to get a website, I want to set it up so that, you know, I can get subs through that website. Like I'd seen what Vaush had done and what Destiny has done, and it seemed to me like this is like the only real path to being viable, to being sustainable, right? Is to take your subs off of the platforms like YouTube and Twitch and put them on a platform that you own and that you control. And so it was offered to me by a witch, actually, like a apple, you know. And something didn't feel right. Something didn't feel right about the person offering me the website or about the website itself, because I thought about it for a second. I'm like, okay, so this is through Vaush's sysadmin. What is this going to mean? This is going to mean that if I'm ever critical of Vaush, if I ever disagree with Vaush, if I'm ever inconvenient for Vaush, they could take it away. They could yoink it right back. And then where am I going to be? I'm going to be high and dry, right? And so it looked to me like what they were offering me was a very ornate collar with a very short leash. And I had no interest in that. I told that person where she could shove that collar and that leash. And that was, you know, not too long before she absolutely, like, you know, turned on me and got really weird. And I mean, like I say that these people are like the mafia. You're talking about like secretly recording the mod team, including like a trans woman who had never spoken in her girl voice outside of the mod chat, doxing her, putting that on Dylan Burns' stream as some kind of content. Like, it's pretty fucking gross, right? This is how they operate. So I mean, like, I guess I knew earlier than a lot of people what was going on with Whiteleaf, how sinister it was, and you know, it made me suspicious of Vaush. It made me suspicious of Destiny. It made me suspicious of that whole, you know, group of people. I want to build something different. I don't want to be beholden to them. I don't want to be an orbiter. I don't want to have to rely on them. And goddamn, it's a good thing that I didn't, right? Because I'm not having to make this, you know, statement right here. I don't think that Lance, you know, saw them the way that I saw them. And, you know, so like I said, I kind of like hold my smoke for Lance in a way that I don't hold my smoke for other content creators like Demon Mama and the rest of the Whiteleaf crew. Dylan Burns is on White Forest. Yeah. Isn't it weird? Like almost a lot of the people that were on the in the NCC bad dog pile in 2021 are in the White Forest, you know, mafia. Are we talking about food again? You're gonna get me on food takes now. But yeah, we've got a lot to cover today. We had a iceberg that we were gonna do yesterday, right? I was gonna give you the Vaushberg, the Yikesberg, a look into the dark heart of Whiteleaf itself, of the content creator at the center of that. And we didn't really get there because Vaush himself dropped a piece of content that was just too tempting. And I asked chat, I had a feeling chat was gonna want me to cover the Vaush response right when it came out. And sure enough, that's what you voted for. That's what you voted for, and that's what you got. And I want to give you what you want, so it's really about you, not me. Look, a streamer is a streamer is a streamer, and we are nothing by ourselves, right? It is our audience that makes us whatever we are. And so I never lost sight of that. Making you an offer you can't refuse. Yeah, I never lost, and especially, look, here's the deal. Like, you are what allows me to be independent, right? The fact that my support comes from you, not from some weird clout network. not from, you know, retread viewers from Vaush or Destiny, not from weirdos that stay up all night in weird splinter discords plotting people's downfalls. It's you. It's you that allows me to be this independent voice. And I feel like there's a little bit of a feedback circle in that, you know, I appreciate you for giving me that freedom. And I think that you appreciate the honesty that I'm able to give you, but it's only because of you that I'm able to operate like this. Most people do not do this. This is not how you run a stream. You have to pick a clout daddy or mommy, and you have to stick to them like a planet orbiting a sun. Right? You've got they're your whole life. They're your light. They're your life. They're everything. Without them, you are just a comet hurtling through the universe. And most people are too scared to live that life. But yeah, I've been living the life as a comet for a really long time, and it hasn't been easy. And it has been like, it's depressing. And you look at it and you're like, I need to be earning like this much money to be able to do this full time. And how am I ever going to get there? Like, I'm at a fraction of that, right? But for some reason, I couldn't stop. I couldn't give up. I had to have faith. The Splinter Discord is a term that I never knew I needed. Yeah, I mean, it does explain. Yeah, nocommentchick, exactly. Well, like, I don't know. I wandered around the universe for long enough where I seem to have become my own light source. But it's all thanks to you, chat. It's all thanks to you. So don't think that I don't appreciate it. Whether you support me in a monetary way, and in one of the many monetary ways you can, through subs on Twitch, through gifting subs to people so that they don't have to get stuck in that, I got to keep my eye on the ad break always, so they don't get stuck in that 3-minute ad break, through bits, through donations, through supporting me on Patreon, which is a great way to support me, through things on YouTube like super chats, super stickers, memberships, gift memberships. There's a ton of different ways, and any way that you choose to support me is a way that I truly appreciate. But even if you're not somebody that can support me financially, even hitting that like button, it does more than you think. Even just liking and subscribing. I know it's like a what do you call it? It's a cliche. Like and subscribe is a cliche at this point, but it is truly, truly magical in how it affects the algorithm, because the algorithm is now serving my stream up. Like, I'm seeing me come up in like larger streamers' streams now, like where they're just like they're looking at their YouTube feed and they're like, oh, nocommentchick, I thought she was canceled. I thought she was over with. I thought she was 2021's news. No, not exactly. Not as exactly. We've survived, we've rebuilt, and we are now a force to be reckoned with. And they're gonna have to reckon with us, and they will, chat. Like, I'm expecting incoming drama anytime. I'm expecting them to try to make me the subject du jour whenever they can. So be on the lookout for that, because that will come. That you know, every action has an opposite and equal reaction, and the action of me building this community without any sort of you know, large streamer to orbit around. Don't think that won't get noticed, right? They are very much afraid of an independent power. So yeah, we've got a lot to cover today. We're going to talk about Lance. We're going to get to some of that stuff we were going to cover yesterday in the Vaushberg. There's a lot, right? I was looking into the Poppy leaks, which people are starting to talk about. It's starting to come up. And I found a way to cover that without Destiny. Twitch, you should love me for this. You should love me for that. You should be so excited, right? Because whenever I cover something using, yeah, there's a Destiny video too. Whenever I cover a Destiny video, I have to say bye-bye to Twitch because Destiny is banned. Can't show Destiny on Twitch. Maybe other people do that. Maybe they get away with it. But I mean, I've seen Dylan Burns get banned for that. So they'll sure as fuck ban my ass. You know, if I get, I don't know how it works. You got reported or something. But yeah, we're gonna try to get a little justice for Poppy at long last. We're going to be going over that stuff too. We've got some non-Vaush related stuff. QAnon. Chad, did you know that QAnon apparently doesn't exist? We're all just a bunch of people suffering from Trump derangement disorder. Trump derangement syndrome. Given that we believe that QAnon is a thing. And apparently it's not. Because there's Q and there's Anon. but there's no QAnon. That's what I heard from QAnon anyway. That's what QAnon says. It's run by birds, exactly. Trump derangement syndrome. Yeah, everyone that isn't in the cult is the cult. That's right. So we're going to get into some of that today. We're going to get into a lot of the things that I've been meaning to. Oh yeah, we're also going to do that St. Andrewism debate. Vaush debated a... Do people know St. Andrewism? I think currently known as Andrewism. But you know, as always, we're gonna start. Yeah, the Q's and the non. Non sounds delicious right now. Chat, why do you always make me hungry? Yeah, Andrewism, just Andrewism now. Yeah, that's right. That's right. A long time ago, Vaush had a debate with this creator, and it's really like a mask-off moment. If you want to know like the origins or maybe like the first wave of Vaush's anti-blackness, you can see it on full display in that debate, which we're gonna watch today. But I feel like we should start out like we always start out. Letting Twitter know that we are live and alive once again. Covering this, all the drama that's fit to print, that's fit to stream. And opening up my Goblin Prawn folder here. To find some suitable goblin to post. So, more fallout from Vaush's failed response to the H3 allegations. Lance has left the building. Oh wait, is there some stuff? I feel like there's some Keffel stuff that we need to cover too. Yeah, we will cover some of that Keffel stuff. The guy that is scaring Keffels, Mudahar, apparently did a reaction to the H3 stream. And we'll take a look at that. We'll see where Mudahar is coming from. I don't know much about this guy. Like I said, my read on him is that he's kind of like, you know, apolitical, but at the same time just like has like a natural sort of like reactionary tinge. So, you know, not somebody that thinks of himself as right-wing, but definitely somebody with like right-wing framings for a lot of things. So we'll take a look at Mudahar, see what's going on with him. His most cringe-inducing debates to the something like that. There we go. That's a good tweet, I think. I don't know what's a good tweet anymore, chat. But yeah, Keffels, I guess the news on Keffels, I guess, is that Keffels has left Twitter. Now, she claims it's because of, you know, some really gross harassment, which I'm sure that is happening to her. She was getting a lot of gross harassment from a lot of gross people during the Drop Kiwi Farms thing, you know, during the prior to like her getting swatted and stuff. And a lot of those people that were anti-Keffals when Keffals was good are back at it again, and just like, you know, super like charged hate boners for all the wrong reasons with Keffals, right? You know, these are like, you're gonna see that in addition to people that like have told you about Vaush, like Wap Goblin, you know, people that have been vindicated, people like EJ and Luna for disagreeing with Vaush, you have got some right wingers who are against Vaush and against Keffals for all the wrong reasons. So that's the reason that Keffals is giving. I have a feeling though that it is more than that, right? It's like, she defended the indefensible. And, you know, in addition to the most disgusting people, the most disgusting and vile people on the internet popping back up to, you know, misgender, dead name, and harass Keffals, you've also got some people that are like, what the fuck are you defending, right? So it's, I think it's a mix of that. I don't buy Keffals' explanation. Keffals has left Twitter. Okay, there we go. Keffals has left Twitter. Lance has left the building. There we go. That's a good tweet. I think that's a complete tweet. That pretty much sums up everything that we're going to be dealing with, or not really everything, but as much as we can. I'm hitting post now because if I you know, think about it too hard, I'll end up in what we call paralysis analysis. Anybody deal with that? Anybody deal with oh my god, I was gonna give you the... Anybody ever get paralysis analysis or analysis paralysis? What is it called? It's bad. It's bad. If you have ADHD, the chair is a fraud? No, I'm just really small, Donald Duck. I'm small. SMOL, small. Okay, so I'm gonna put the tweet in on Twitch and hopefully pin it. Yes, if Twitch will cooperate with me, which it does this time, manually. And then hide from myself, and then... Oh yeah, I gotta pop you out, chat. YouTube chat, you need to get popped out. So I can read you. Also, if you're in chat on YouTube, make sure to hit that toggle the top chat to live chat. Live chat is what you want. If you want to see everybody's contribution to chat, you got to hit live chat. Pop out army. Yeah, so like there are two things that I'm kind of waiting on that I'm not sure about. Like I've heard stories, I've heard tales that both Demon Mama and Shark initially defended Vaush. Now I can't confirm that because I haven't seen it with my own eyes. So I don't want to give you, you know, anything, make you think anything's confirmed when I don't know it 100%. But this is what I've heard. I've heard that they put out statements or put out streams or put out some kind of content that they then wished that they hadn't, and they retracted that, right? So yeah, wanted to go down with the ship, wanted to at least fight for the clout daddy that they orbit around, but then thought better of it, and it's probably a good thing, because like supporting Vaush has shown to be a career ender with Keffals and Tipster and the like. But yeah, we've got the wait, did I post it? There it is. Yeah, I've got it pinned in both chats. I also have to warn you, if you're watching me on Twitch, yeah, right, watch me where you want to, wherever you're most comfortable. If you like watching me on YouTube, that's fine. If you like watching me on Twitch, that is fine too. We stream in both places because we aim to please here. And, you know, whatever is a better viewing experience for you is where I want you to be. But I will tell you that one thing about Twitch is that at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break, right? That's kind of unavoidable, with certain exceptions. I'm about to tell you those exceptions right now, right? One exception that not nearly enough people exploit is the fact that if you have Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, you've got a free sub that you can get from that. Like, right, you hook up your Prime to Twitch, it gives you a free sub to use, you use it on the streamer of your choice, and if that happens to be me, you will no longer see the ads in my channel, the ads that are coming up in exactly 5 minutes in my channel. That's why I'm letting you know right now before it happens. So you got, you know, every chance possible to maybe not see those ads, right? It's 3 minutes, but it feels like a lot longer. It's a soul crushing 3 minutes, especially when you miss who knows what. Like, who knows what I'm going to be talking about during those 3 minutes, but you won't know because you will be in that ad break for 3 minutes. So you can get out of it with a Prime sub. You can get out of it by paying $5. It's kind of like a ransom money to get your eyeballs back, to get that 3 minutes back, and to have a more optimal viewing experience. $6 on mobile. It may be different prices in different countries, so, you know, check and see, like, your mileage may vary. That's another way to get out of the ad break. And the third way is, you know, you can pray, right? But you're not just praying like to God or, you know, goddess or, you know, a spaghetti monster or something like that, right? You're praying for a very generous person to come along and see that you don't have a sub and can't buy one for yourself, and maybe do you a solid, maybe do you a favor, maybe give you a gift sub, a community sub, stuff like that, right? That can happen, that does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. So that's how you effectively pray, right? Because like when you're active in the chat, people see that one of these things is not like the other. Other people have the sub badge, the little Persona 2 head, and maybe you don't, and they'll be that's how they know. That's how they know that you're in need. So that's my advice. Yeah, I don't know if BC Clarity is mentioning what I think that you're mentioning, but they might get rid of Prime. They might get rid of Prime, so use it while you got it, right? For now, it gets you out of those ads. In the future, who knows what they're going to do with it? They might cut, you know, the pay that I get from it. Yeah, it actually puts money in my pocket when you use a Prime, even though it costs you nothing. So it's a pretty cool deal all around. So hopefully it stays around. We don't know that for sure, though. Okay, so we got the tweet blasting us off. Hopefully we've got some GIFs. Toilet Goblin will join your family? Toilet Goblin likes you? Wait, is this from like an 80s movie? I swear to God, I've seen this thing. This looks like an 80s, have you ever seen those weird 80s movies? Like, they would take like puppets and they would get them wet. And when the puppet is wet, the puppet looks slimy. And so they would use the slimy wet puppet to haunt your dreams if you were like a little kid and you happened to like see one of these movies that most people think is just really ridiculous. Oh my God, what? Wait, oh no, Buff. Wait a minute. This is Angel, right? Is this Angel from Buffy? This is not Milo Yiannopoulos. We do have platinum hair here, but I don't think it's Milo. It's from Gremlin? Is this a Gremlin? This is a weird Gremlin, if that's what it is. Watch Scaredy Cats. Yeah, and you find out about wet puppets. That's where it's Spike. Wait, I said Angel. Oh my God, I need to get my Buffy lore better. Spike, wait. Oh, I'm trying to remember. Spike was in Buffy. Wait, why do I not remember Spike that much? Why do I confuse Spike and Angel? Angel had brown hair. Spike had 80s villain hair. I feel like I need to know more lore. Oh my God, what is that? What even is that? Is that real? Chat, like this AI is getting really sophisticated now. You're making me believe in mythical creatures, Lexical. We didn't turn him into an attempted assaulter because he was mad at how, wait, are we talking about Spike? Spike was on both shows, but so wait, Spike was like evil? Angel is the Aurora Borealis. Angel is the Cro-Magnon forehead guy? Honestly, yeah, platinum hair vampire is Spike. Okay. Is this real? Yeah, that's what we gotta know. Is this real? Because I'll tell you what unfortunately is real is the top of the hour ad break that's coming at you in exactly 15 seconds. So make your time or else all your base will belong to Twitch for 3 minutes. 3 minutes, all your eyeballs will belong to Twitch. There's the meme. That's what we're looking for. That's what we need. The stoat, also known as the Eurasian ermine, Bergian ermine, and ermine, is the mustelid. Oh my god, the mustelid? Oh, this is some lore. It's a vole? It's a vole? It's cute, whatever it is. So it's not a mythical creature. It actually is real, unlike weasels. Unlike weasels, which are clearly not... Wait, there's more lore here, isn't there? Wait, why am I not seeing the lore? The lore. I was just reading somebody's chat and it disappeared. Wait, I'm in live chat. It should not disappear. That is not okay. It's not allowed to disappear on me. Weasels are mustelids. Yeah, but that's a vole, right? Is that a vole? Where? Was this in... Oh, this was in YouTube. This was in Twitch chat. Oh, God. And there's the ad break. Yeah, okay, so... is a mustelid native to Eurasia and the northern regions of North America. Because it is of its wide circumpolar distribution, it is listed as least concern to the IUCN Red List. Is that like invasive species or something? So we don't have to worry about the voles. The voles are okay. It's the weasels that we really need to keep our eyes on. Being mythical creatures, they're able to move. It's going to be one hell of a ride. Yeah, the Vaushberg is deep and disturbing. We're going to get it. Oh my god. That's the only... It's yawning. That's like me in the morning. Seriously. Like, I wake up in the morning and I'm in someone's hand. I'm a tiny little forest creature. And I just yawn. No, the only reason I'm in... Oh my god. Yo, look at that. The only reason I'm in somebody's hand when I wake up is because I have weird dreams. I have really weird dreams, chat. Like, last night I dreamed I was in Survivor, but it took place on a mountain. Like, right, it was like mountain climbing Survivor. Like, which would suck, because I gotta admit, I'm kind of afraid of heights. Especially like the way that, like, when you see mountain climbers that climb big mountains that you have to like sleep somewhere on, that's what's always freaked me out. Is like, you're gonna sleep on a ledge, you're gonna sleep, you know, kind of like, you know, in a little hammock that's like attached to a line. I don't know, it just freaks me out. And I was having this freaky dream where, you know, I was in Survivor and, you know, you could get taken off of the mountain, a helicopter could come and get you, but then you lose Survivor. And I wanted to win Survivor. I needed to win Survivor. I wanted to be the survivor because I am a survivor. And just like you're a subscriber, I'm a survivor. And as Chudlogic described me, I'm somewhat of a cockroach, not in a bad way, but in that there's nothing that these assholes can throw at me that will successfully make me go away. They've tried and they've failed to take my channel down, to take me down in oh so many ways. But yeah, I wanted to be a survivor. I wanted to win at Survivor and take home that Survivor money. So I was like, you know, I was on a bed that was like, you know, kind of like stuck into the mountain by like two poles and then just me hanging off the mountainside. It was so scary. But not nearly as scary as the top of the hour ad break, which, yeah, welcome back, Twitch. Welcome back. Welcome back, you survivors of the top of the hour ad break. They made it through, chat. That existential hell. It might feel like you just spent 3 years watching ads, but I will assure you that Twitch assures me that it's only 3 minutes. So yeah, like I said, we got the thread going on here, the thread on Twitter. Oh my god, somebody sent me... Whoa. Oh, it's Arcane. Oh, hell yeah. I need to watch this. I definitely need to watch this. But yeah, there's my thread. It's pinned in both chats. If you want to interact with it, you're more than welcome to. And I always appreciate your memes, your dances, your bouncing mustelids and voles, right? This is what I love about you, chat. Even your thirst traps. I mean, this is literally a thirst trap, isn't it? Like, I mean, Spike is obviously a thirst trap, and this is like a thirsty Spike being a thirsty thirst trap, not thirsty like a toilet goblin, which has all the water that it needs in the toilet and thus remains a wet puppet. But, you know, thirsty in like his eyes penetrate your soul kind of way. That's the kind of thirsty. Was that a thing? Okay, what's up with the eyebrow thing? Was this like a 90s thing? It was hot, right, to like shave little shapes in your eyebrows, right? That was a 90s thing. Okay, so like I said, just like weasels are mythical creatures that don't exist, I've been told that neither does QAnon. It was all in my imagination. It was all in our collective imaginations, chat. It was all a part of the collective unconscious. We all just, because we have Trump derangement syndrome, we perceived QAnon as being a real thing. We perceived people as thinking that maybe JFK Jr. was really still alive, still with us. He was just in hiding. He'd hid out from the deep state, hid out from the liberals, hid out from the Hillary Clinton death squads that were meant to kill him, and you know, pretended to be dead for 2 decades or so. And he would come back in all of his glory, to act as Donald Trump's vice president, right? I thought that was a real thing. I thought a bunch of people showed up in Dallas, Texas, thinking that they were going to see JFK Jr., and all they found was a weasel. All they found was a weasel. But apparently I was mistaken. Apparently QAnon is not real, and let's get into how fake they actually are.
This guy's name is Alex Kaplan. He's a researcher, a little demon researcher.
A demon researcher?
The demon researcher. For the past few years, I've been covering the sprawling QAnon conspiracy.
He's wearing blue. Chat. Anybody else find this interesting? Demon researcher wearing blue. It's almost like he belongs in a certain velvet room along with the demon artist. The demon painter. And and what is his name? No Name, the piano guy.
I'm Alex, the demon researcher. For the past few years, I've been covering the sprawling.
He's like, welcome to the
QAnon conspiracy theory, claiming that Trump is involved in a secret plot to take down satanic pedophiles in the deep state. And I've gotten my fair share of blowback from the QAnon community for scrutinizing its influence in our political system.
Alex, Pee Wee Herman, Soy Boy.
Okay, now I'm scared. Anytime I hear music, I get scared.
Kaplan. Alex Kaplan, you are a worthless piece of shit.
Frankly, I tend to ignore what most of these QAnon-connected people say about me and my reporting, but there's one.
Do you know why the music scares me? Because I never know if it's copyrighted or not, right? It could be copyrighted, and maybe Media Matters pays pays some kind of a license to be able to use this. It could be copyrighted, and maybe they just don't need to get monetized because they're Media Matters, and they're just putting this out as a, to let people, know what's going on. I don't know.
One big exception that I've seen pop up since 2020.
QAnon's not a thing. It's Q and the Anons.
QAnon is...
It's Q and it's the Anons. Okay. That's
not a thing.
Quote unquote, I'm going to use quotes for this because there is no QAnon accounts.
There is no QAnon. Obviously, that's false, but it's something that's really caught on in the QAnon community.
I love how the closed caption is reading this as Cuban community. Yo, okay, let's look at this. Okay, so we got a dry erase board here. There is Q, so Q exists. There are Anons, so Anons exist, but there's no Q Anon. So Q, just to review for anybody who is new to this whole concept, Q is a top level government security person embedded in the deep state, but who is not loyal to the deep state, who loves their country so much that they're willing to go on anonymous message boards such as 4chan and 8chan and give us drops, mysterious statements that the Anons, right, the other people on that website, will go over the breadcrumbs that they will put together into baked goods and have a non-bake sale, but it's not a QAnon bake sale, right? Because there's Q and there's Anon, and Q is not an Anon. Q is a trip coder, and Anons are not Q, they are anonymous. And so there we go. So media created a straw man to psychologically manipulate. Media, like, look at this. By acknowledging this weird group that exists in sussy online forums, the media's creating something.
There's Q, there are Anons.
Okay, infiltration of injected Anons onto social media to spread controlled. Oh my god. It's controlled opposition.
There's no QAnon.
It's controlled opposition.
Here's Lara Logan, the former 60 Minutes star turned conspiracy theorist.
QAnon is an operation that is designed to discredit whatever it is that's coming out of Q.
Or take the actors Jim Caviezel and Roseanne Barr.
It's not QAnon, it's Q and Anon.
Oh my god, it's Jesus. Jesus is telling me, you gotta believe it, chat. If Jesus says that it's not, there's no QAnon, I guess there's no QAnon.
There's no such thing as QAnon. There is the Q board, the Q drop.
I love this because I know that, like, look, Roseanne Barr has got to be like somebody's racist grandma, right? And some of you may have racist grandmas too. Like but like the kind of racist grandma that will be like, "There's no QAnon. That's not a thing." Like, what do you think? I'm into QAnon? No, you don't understand. There's Q boards that you can go on and you can find the breadcrumbs if you're in an Anon, and you can put those breadcrumbs together and see the secret plans of the deep state that Q's trying to, like, make us aware of. But no, I'm not in QAnon. What are you talking about?
The Q map, and then there are anonymous people. There's no.
It said Q anon. Oh my god, I can't even say that word, schmegly. But yeah, the freaking closed caption is wild. Incel incubator, still not racist enough for some people. Yeah, that's why they had to make an 8chan.
QAnon.
And here's Jim Watkins, the owner of the message board site where QAnon is based, making that same argument in a deposition before.
Wait a minute. Okay, he didn't say. Yeah, it's the 8chan guy.
House January 6th Select Committee, telling them, quote, "The reason media matters and George Soros invented QAnon is to make a boogeyman." Hey, Jim, appreciate the flattery, but I promise you, I'm not that ambitious.
Pee Wee Herman, that was a great comment.
So, what's going on here?
Chat, next thing they're going to tell you that NCC Anon isn't real. That there's no, there's NCC, and then there's the Anons that try to warn you about NCC and all of her secret plans and how she's able to be in so many places all at once, but there's no NCC Anon. How would you dare say that?
Why are all these QAnon people saying that QAnon doesn't exist? To answer that question, we'll have to go back to 2020. Sorry.
Oh, sorry about that. Oh no. Oh no.
That is the order tonight as the coronavirus pandemic spreads.
In the first few months of the COVID lockdown, people were...
Yeah, I knew there was something I didn't want to see from 2020.
Scared, and they were looking for answers. And a lot of people found what they thought was the answer in QAnon. Consumption of QAnon content soared, with Google searches for QAnon and followers of QAnon influencers going up.
Damn, I didn't realize how bad that was. Look at that graph. I mean, we don't have, it's not a great graph, right? You want to see numbers on your graph and like, right. It's a vastly oversimplified graph.
Significantly in the first few months of the pandemic.
But I guess it's like a Google's trends graph. So the units that the graph goes by probably wouldn't exactly make sense to us.
But as interest in QAnon soared, so did mainstream scrutiny of it. News outlets started covering the rise of QAnon congressional candidates like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Touting QAnon conspiracy theories, calling for the execution of prominent Democrats, promoting anti-Semitic and racist tropes, and questioning the reality of mass shootings.
Multiple platforms began cracking down on QAnon-related conspiracy theory content.
Facebook cracking down on QAnon conspiracy pages, suspended 70,000 QAnon accounts.
The latest major online platform to take action.
Even President Trump was asked about it.
The QAnon movement appears to be gaining a lot of followers. Can you talk about what you think about that?
I don't know much about the movement other than I understand they like me very much.
With that amount of scrutiny, some in the QAnon
says Q
community decided it was time to go undercover, to hide their true beliefs from news outlets who might scrutinize them.
Oh God.
In August of 2020, a series of Save the Children rallies broke out across the United States, with the hashtag Save the Children going viral on a number of social media platforms.
Save Our Children is here, not just to be a voice for our innocent, but to be loud as for them.
These groups claimed to be worried about child trafficking, but investigations revealed that they were actually QAnon groups who were using Save the Children as a way to disguise what they were actually doing. QAnon groups made
It's like if you want to pass a bill that's like, you know, anti-trans or something, you will call it like, you might call it something like COSA, you know, right? You'll like act like you're concerned about children, and so that anybody that's against whatever you're promoting is thereby they're against children. They don't want to save the children.
Only 18%,
and including the actual groups that used to use that hashtag, because that was a hashtag before it got co-opted by QAnon for real organizations that do real work, you know, for like missing and exploited children, right? And then all of a sudden it gets taken over by this hate group.
Of those posting read hashtag Save Our Children, but they accounted for nearly 70% of the total interactions on the hashtag in August of 2020. On Instagram, QAnon-related accounts posting about hashtag Save Our Children accounted for 75% of the interactions.
We're tired of being silenced by social media. We're not going to be quiet anymore.
Unfortunately, QAnon's go undercover strategy worked, as it went largely unnoticed in news coverage.
A walk for the hashtag Save the Children movement was filled with advocates to end human trafficking.
Calling attention to an issue that some say just isn't talked about enough: human trafficking.
Regardless of their public online...
And then we get that movie, The Sound of Freedom, right? What's so frustrating about The Sound of Freedom is that when the movie was in theaters, it was a really big deal. And if you called it out as what it was a movie that was capitalizing on the QAnon conspiracy, then you were basically called a PDF for doing that, right? And since that has happened, the person behind the movie, Tim Ballard, has gotten so many scandals where it looks like, you know, like the real danger to children, the real danger to, you know, those he's pretending to defend is Tim Ballard himself, right? He's embroiled in this like huge scandal where even, you know, religious right people are turning on him. But you never heard about this, because that hashtag, that buzz, that controversy had died down by that. So people got to see the movie, think that it was a depiction of real stuff, think that Tim Ballard is some kind of freaking hero out there, you know, going in like, you know, Jack Bauer to save the children. And they never heard that he's actually quite sus himself.
Postings and event pages, local media coverage of the events had been widespread and credulous, almost never mentioning the event's QAnon connections. A few local television and radio stations even had advertised lists of the events on their news websites.
She says the goal for the rally is simply to open the door for conversation. It's from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. in front of the Crook County Courthouse.
Soon, QAnon's go undercover strategy would become official. In September of 2020, Q told their followers to, quote, camouflage and drop references to QAnon and Q. The next month...
Does this remind anybody of anything? Do you remember the ContraPoints video about fascism, where she talks about the 4chan post where they're encouraging, you know, alt-right people to hide their power level, to just kind of be, don't say, you know, don't talk, you know, don't be openly anti-Semitic, use a dog whistle, like that kind of stuff, right? It's the same tactic. It's the same tactic.
Q went even further, telling supporters that, quote, there is Q, there are Anons, there is no QAnon. And Q's followers fell in line.
First of all, there is no such thing as QAnon. So let's get that straight.
One influencer has been honest about what this is really about. John Sable, known online as QAnon John. Given his online nickname, the QAnon community's undercover strategy put him in an awkward position. So he actually told his followers the truth, writing that, quote, the mainstream media started using QAnon to write damaging hit pieces about the movement, and we had to camouflage. You can't censor a letter. QAnon is much more targetable. Over these past years, those marching orders have trickled up from the online community to actual QAnon-connected political figures. For instance, here's a QAnon-supporting former congressional candidate in New York.
There is no such thing as the QAnon. It does not.
What you got to do, Media Matters, is get all these people saying there's no such thing as QAnon and just back to back. There's no QAnon. There's no QAnon. There's no QAnon. There's no, you're like, right. You got to do that shit. Like they do with Fox News. When Fox News like has an obvious memo out to kind of say the same thing, or the right wing media, like they're all kind of like on a script, right? Like this is the same thing. I want to see like, you know, a panel of like 20 talking heads all saying at the same time, there's no QAnon. There's Q and there's an on. There's no QAnon.
And here's a QAnon supporting former Arizona gubernatorial candidate.
We're not the QAnoner that the mainstream media always talks.
Is Carrie Lake on with a VTuber? Do you see this shit? What is this? Is this some kind of politics Discord garbage? Do you see the lizard? Oh my god, is this supposed to be a lizard person? I'm guessing that's what they're doing with that, right? Well, she's on with a V. That's what makes you really serious. I don't know if this is actually Discord. But it looks like Carrie Lake's got a cutesy little icon too, and she's on with a VTuber.
There's no such thing.
No, there's not.
And here's a QAnon supporting former Arizona school board candidate.
The media has called us QAnons. There's no such thing.
And it's not just political candidates either. Here's Patrick Byrne, the former Overstock CEO who had partnered with Michael Flynn and Sidney Powell to try to overturn the 2020 presidential election.
There's no such thing as QAnon. There's something Q.
There's Q and there's a non. Okay, I got it. I think I got it.
Has invoked it.
QAnon doesn't actually exist.
It doesn't exist.
That's my understanding, but there is no such thing.
This undercover strategy isn't new. Extremists have always claimed to disavow the far right and bigoted ideas that motivate them. Just listen to the way notorious segregationist George Wallace denied his own racism.
Oh no. Wait, okay.
Racist. Well, of course, I don't know what you're doing.
Okay, I think I'm thinking the Lee Atwater quote, which he uses like the N-word like 12 times in that.
Definition of a racist is, but I'm certainly not a racist.
This is how extremists become normalized in politics, bubbling up in fringe corners of the public, going undercover to avoid scrutiny during elections, and then revealing their real agenda once they have power. But with QAnon, this undercover strategy is way more explicit, and once again, it's working. Like here, from a then Illinois Secretary of State candidate telling the Chicago Sun-Times, quote, "I do not know who QAnon is." She very likely does, and we know she's very likely echoing Q, but the newspaper just takes her at face value. Or here, with a Michigan outlet asking a school board member about QAnon post she made. She says, quote, "There's no such thing as QAnon." The outlet then just moves on, not telling the reader that she just directly invoked Q. And it's not just state outlets either. A national outlet spoke to a then Arizona state legislative candidate about apparently writing in a QAnon influencer's channel, quoting her saying, "As far as I know, there is no such thing as QAnon." Again, the outlet moves on, not pointing out that she just gave the game away. The fact that reporters aren't able to recognize this undercover strategy should worry you, because QAnon isn't just silly. It's dangerous. It's been tied to multiple acts of violence, including an armed man holding up the Hoover Dam.
An armed man caused a major traffic backup near the Hoover Dam.
Multiple QAnon figures also participated in the January 6th insurrection.
January 6th rioter and QAnon conspiracy theorist was sentenced to 5 years in prison today.
And internal warnings have been issued by government agencies about QAnon activities.
The FBI and Homeland Security saying some followers of this could target Democrats.
And this undercover strategy is only going to get worse. QAnon has become a significant feature of Republican politics in recent years, with GOP consultants openly acknowledging its political power. And influential conservative figures like Ginny Thomas have used QAnon propaganda to peddle conspiracy theories about election fraud. It's more important than ever that reporters expose this undercover strategy for what it is. And that means being willing to describe public figures as QAnon followers, even when they're playing dumb. The QAnon folks may not like it, but if my experience as a demon researcher has taught me anything, it's that if QAnon folks are complaining about you on their live streams, then you've probably done something right.
Alex, Pee Wee Herman, Soy Boy, Kaplan.
Signing off. Yeah, thank you, Alex Kaplan. Thank you, Media Matters, for keeping track of this shit. So I want to touch on one more thing really quick that's gone on. I can't quite ignore it. Between Elon Musk and Matt Taibbi, the Majority Report has got this for us. They've had a breakup. You know about Elon Musk and Matt Taibbi? Matt Taibbi was one of the, what do they call them? Like the, it's like when you have a baby for somebody else. What's that called? Surrogate. Yeah, it's a surrogate essentially for the Twitter leaks, right? Elon's attempt to portray Jack Dorsey's Twitter as being a, you know, some kind of a Democrat controlled operation, right? Super liberal. And part of this is to make it look like that the Nazi hell site that he's turning Twitter into isn't really a Nazi hell site. That's just free speech. That's stuff was suppressed before, and now it's not being suppressed, even though, you know, I mean, it's pretty clear what Elon is doing. So yeah, Matt Taibbi, Barry Weiss. Oh my God, who's the other? Schellenberg, right? Schellenberg was like the other guy. Maybe even was Brett Weinstein involved in this? Yeah, Taibbi got his face eaten. They're all getting their face eaten by the face-eating leopard party. Remember that Twitter arc? Yeah. It's like a year ago, wasn't it? Elon Musk does more for the planet than anyone else with SpaceX. You know, you do more for Elon Musk by like riding his dick that hard, right? Are you just like going for the?
If people remember, but there was at one point a whole news story about something called the Twitter files, which after Elon Musk purchased Twitter and he tried to back out of it because it was quite an elaborate stunt, and now he's lost like basically half of the valuation of the company at this point, taking it private. He enlisted Matt Taibbi, journalist, to basically reveal the Twitter files of how the company Twitter, before he bought it, had policies that
so chat, we're going to cover these two things, and I think we're going to jump into the Vaush. We're going to jump into the Vaush pit from there. We're going to jump into the Vaushberg, the Yikesberg, whatever you want to call it, from
restricted hate speech, things like that.
Certain quacks.
Yes. The allegations and like what actually ended up getting uncovered.
Taibbi is a conduit. I kind of like calling him a surrogate because I like the idea of like impreg with Elon Musk, and somehow like the Twitter files come out of Matt Taibbi.
It was a.
Am I wrong, chat? Am I see like that's fucking kinky, right? Vaush wants to turn this into being about like kink shame or something like that. Like that's kinky, like, right? Impreg. That's a kink, right? Wanting to abuse animals, wanting to put your pets on your privates is something else entirely.
Big nothing burger. And, you know, there was a lot of talk about how basically, you know, Trump being banned from Twitter at that point was some grave free speech violation. When you see in the files that were released that there were
like, the saddest thing though is that the ban from Twitter was one of like the only real like punishments that Trump ever got. I mean, this guy has lived a criminal life. This guy has been a confidence man all of his life. He's ripped off so many people. He straight up failed to pay people that he you know, like he'll come to a city and you know, the city will you know, sort of take care of the event for him, provide for the event, but then they're supposed to send you a bill and you're supposed to pay the bill. Donald Trump does not pay the bill. Donald Trump leaves the city with the bill. Like this guy is such a fucking crooked motherfucker, and the only thing that ever got taken away from him was his Twitter. That's kind of sad, right? And looking at the cases, like, I'm not sure that they're actually, it's like in doubt whether anything, I mean, he's losing a lot of money, let's put it that way. Like the Southern District of New York, you know, they are, they're fighting him quite profusely. But other than that, like, I'm not sure if anything's gonna get done in time to actually hold him accountable should he be able to get elected again.
Conversations behind the scenes about how Trump had violated the Twitter policies over and over again in his time as president, and they let it slide, which they wouldn't do to other accounts because of his stature as president. So like, many of these conversations directly contradicted the premise that Elon Musk and Matt Taibbi, by extension, were promoting. Now, when Taibbi did all of this reporting, aka acting as a water boy for a billionaire, the requirement was that he publish this all on Twitter. And Matt Taibbi also has a Substack, right? He has his own newsletter. And after this whole PR exercise disguised as journalism ended, Taibbi was launching.
Oh my God, Trump selling golden sneakers. That's the other thing I want to watch. We're going to get that in too, chat. I swear to God, I'm not trying to edge you too hard. I know that you're here for the Lance story. We're going to get to that. You're here for the Vaush story, especially. We're definitely going to get a lot of Vaush for you, right? I mean, Lance talked about this, but, you know, he didn't go on and on and on. So we're going to see what Lance had to say. I'm going to dissect it. I'm going to offer my insights. We're going to be talking about the Whiteleaf network. That is Vaush's tool of power. That is Vaush's tool of control over other streamers that are, you know, orbiters, which, you know, in and of itself, sharing an audience with someone, you know, getting shout outs from someone, you know, sort of counting out as on someone like a bigger content creator as your clout daddy. That's pretty common stuff. But what's not common is for that clout daddy to then offer you a website that allows you to effectively, you know, double your money from subs if you can get those subs off of the platforms that they're on and onto your own website. And but then, you know, like I said, it is a very fancy collar attached to a very short leash, and Vaush and his sysadmin have you on that leash at that point. Lance has figured out a way to slip out of the collar, to get away, and I'm going to support him in that because I know that it's not easy, and I'm worried that they are going to try to make an example of him. I don't know. Does that sound too conspiratorial? Like, it's not that cloak and dagger. I'm not saying like, you know, some mysterious like trench coat dude is going to come up to Lance in real life or something like that. I don't think it's like that. But in terms of him being able to sort of go his own way and, you know, chart his own course, I mean, there's a lot that, you know, especially not just like a content creator, but a group of content creators that are all you know, attached to like a single node. There's a lot that those kind of people can do to you. This is how the Destiny orbit works. This is how DGG works. This is how VGG works, right? Remember, DGG is the tree. VGG is the very rotten apple, and the apple does not fall that far away from that tree, right? In some ways, yeah, Vaush is to the left, like politically, of Destiny. Great, good, awesome, right? But in other ways, they are too goddamn similar. They're so similar that it's spooky. Right, so if I feel a little bit spooked out by it, don't think that I'm being paranoid or, you know, over estimating the influence that this kind of thing has. This is a very real thing that operates behind the scenes that honestly not a lot of people were aware of until I started talking about it. And what is once again the reason I started talking about the Whiteleaf network? Oh yeah, because they tried to take my channel down like 3 times, right? White Nervosa, you made your bed and you're gonna lie in it, okay? You brought this shit on yourself. You know, if you want to fucking play cloak and dagger, I'm gonna bring this out into the open. I think this needs the light of day, and it's getting more and more of the light of day. Does anybody know Xylee? Does anybody know the streamer Xylee? Let me see if I can find who Xylee has something else in their name. And I can't remember it right now. I'm so impatient when it comes to like searching stuff. I'm like, anybody know? Yeah, Xylee Gets Real. That's right. Xylee Gets Real has talked about the Whiteleaf network now. And it's not going to be too long before this makes it up to like the Willie Mac shows of the world. People are going to know what this was. And all I'd say is it's not just Whiteleaf, right? Like I said, that's the apple. There's also the tree, right? This whole space is fucking rotten, and it's been rotten from the get-go. The dynamic that it exists in has very much been set, and I'm talking about the debate space, right? Has very much been set by the pioneers of the field, and the pioneer of the field, we're talking about Pepe Ladi.
Stack and Elon Musk.
At least that's how I've been told I'm supposed to call him. Otherwise, you know, I'll get his. If you say his name 3 times, chat, and he's done it before. He's appeared on my stream. He's popped into my freaking Discord because he wanted to have a little conversation with me and the people I had on at the time.
Has some issues.
It's spooky, chat. It's spooky. When Destiny comes up, there's like, you know that stuff on JoJo's where it's like menacing. That's what happens with Destiny when he's like coming into your Discord. It's like you can see, you know, in the room just these like this kata, these Japanese, you know, characters that say menacing, and you're like, oh geez, is Destiny yep, they're in my Discord again? Yes, he is.
issues with Substack, a rivalry, and that caused a rift between the two. So the other day, Matt Taibbi publishes part of the conversation. Go to the quote tweet, because this is the second tweet that he go to that and then scroll up to, that's what he's responding to. So someone asks him, at Matt Taibbi, why are your X accounts so invisible? I literally have to switch to my followed timeline to see your posts. And Elon, he turns on Elon here, Taibbi, because Elon Musk is uncomfortable around people who aren't afraid of him and wants to prove he can hurt my business instead of just talking to me, even if it means suppressing.
That's some petty shit right now, okay? That's some petty shit right there. And I feel like we're just going to get pettier and pettier as it goes along.
Access to news he thinks is...
You want to see petty? Let's talk about White Nervosa.
Important. And then Taibbi published some of the screenshots of their conversations. I mean, just... You would have hoped that he would have had this kind of level of...
what does Whiteleaf provide and why is it beneficial? So, they provide a website. Right? Now you're watching me on a website, that's youtube.com, or you're watching me on a website, that's twitch.com. Like if I was streaming to Discord, you get the idea, right? So that's a platform, right? But that is a platform that, you can get monetized on, and you get monetized on the platform, especially as a small creator, through the likes of subs and memberships and donations, and all these things are facilitated by twitch.com, by YouTube. Oh, sorry, twitch.com. What am I talking about? Twitch.tv. Do not type in twitch.com to your browser. That could be something really bad, right? It's twitch.tv, I believe, is the Twitch website, but you get the point, right? So, you're on YouTube, you're on Twitch, you receive memberships, you receive donations, and as you're giving me that kind donation, which I literally need to survive to go on to be able to make content, even at the level that I do, let alone at the, sort of full-time aspirations that I'm reaching for, they take a percentage. And with Twitch, it's like a huge chunk. Twitch is like, ha ha ha. Twitch is like the cartoon character that you sit down to eat pie with, and they cut one piece of the pie, and you think they're gonna pick it up and put it on the plate for themselves, but then they take the they take the other part of the pie, like the big Pac-Man. They take the rest of the pie, right, and they start eating. That's Twitch's cut, but then YouTube's cut is, so wait, what if you didn't have these cuts? Well, you would need a place for people to chat. You wouldn't need a place to stream necessarily, right? Because YouTube and Twitch can still provide that. And you want that, right? You want YouTube to find more viewers for your stream rather than just be like, I stream over here on this website that you've got to, like search out or something like that. So in order to give the creator the full amount of what the audience is donating to the creator, the full amount for those memberships, those subs, those whatever, in order to do that, you would need a website with a chat, right? And then you embed YouTube or you embed Twitch onto that website. So then, and believe it or not, when you do that, all of the viewers that you have on the website, all the viewers that go to like whatever.com or whatever.gg, right? They count as YouTube viewers, or they count as Twitch viewers, whatever. Yeah, like you have a site, it's embedded there, and everybody watching that site, that stream on that site is counting as a viewer for that platform. So you still get the benefit of like all the boost and algorithmic reach and everything else that YouTube or Twitch gives you, but you are now you are now making, twice as much money potentially. Like when we're talking about Twitch, it's about twice as much money. It's a little less so on YouTube, right? So they offer streamers a tool that takes your road to sustainability, your road to being able to go full time at this, and cuts it in half. It's a pretty nifty trick. Like I said, it's a very fancy, shiny, diamond embedded collar. It's golden and it's beautiful, and it makes, kind of appeals to your vanity a little bit to put that on. But again, it's a collar. The website I'm talking about, it's a collar that is attached to a very short leash. And at the end of that leash is, White Nervosa and Vaush, ultimately. So, I mean, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about the network. Anyway, God, I'm like edging you so hard today. Like, I'm even worse than usual because, like, we're trying to watch the Majority Report. We're trying to talk about this whole, relationship between Elon Musk and Matt Taibbi, and I'm just chomping at the bit, kind of like a horse, to get you to the content that you came here for, ostensibly, which is the story of Lance and him slipping that collar, getting himself free, and going his own way, which I'm going to really support him in because I want him to be successful with this. I want other white leafers to see that you can get out of this and that ultimately it's probably not worth it.
Transparency, when he was actually doing reporting on the billionaire who was his primary source. But alas, he messaged him in April of last year. Elon, am I being shadow banned? Oh, we went on lockdown after discovering that Substack had stolen a massive amount of our data to pre-populate their Twitter ripoff.
Elon, am I being shadow banned? Imagine being able to have that conversation. Like, the shadow ban is such a mysterious thing. Like, so many people online think that they're shadow banned, and with any one of those people, I can't tell them that they're not. I can't be like, no, you're. I mean, probably. Most of the people who think that they're shadow banned, you're not actually shadow banned. You're just, maybe doing Twitter wrong, or, it's tough to be a small account or whatever, right? There's an explanation, right? But yeah, I mean, like they can do this, and Matt Taibbi is noticing that now it's funny because, like, Elon answers him not with a yes or a no, but with an explanation about being mad about Substack and their Twitter ripoff, right? So essentially, oh my God, looks like there is a blanket search ban. Yo, yeah, there is a fucking shadow ban on this guy. He's not imagining it, right? And it's not just the Substack thing either. Tweets with Substack will not appear in the For You. Okay, there we go. And also, isn't there something else where Meta is banned? What is? Can anybody explain to me the Meta banning political content thing? Like, that seems like a story too. It is really hard to get. It's not easy. It's not an easy road to be like a news-based channel or a politics-based channel. See, sometimes you even press the button to get the video to play and it doesn't play, and you get mad.
Looks like there's still a blanket search ban. Should be fixed tomorrow. Going forward, tweets with Substack will not appear in For You unless it is paid advertising, just like Facebook, Insta, etc. They will appear in Following. And then this is another part of their conversation from a few days later, April of last year.
What? What the fuck is this?
Elon, I've repeatedly declined to criticize you and have nothing to do with your beef with Substack. Oh, please, billionaire, come back to me.
I've S'd your D.
Is there... Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, you could have just gone for it.
Yeah, I thought they were no longer tweets. Is Elon calling them tweets?
Is there a reason why I'm being put in the middle of things? This seems really crazy. And then Elon says, you are dead to me. Please get off Twitter and say on Substack. This is about the Substack thing? Seriously? And so Matt says, since Elon Musk published parts of these conversations, I might as well include others. I was under a blanket search ban at one point, and a lot of my 1.9 million followers still don't see my content. So, like, what's amazing about this, too, is Taibbi's only turning on this total charlatan and this capricious billionaire hack.
Who said face-eating leopard party in chat? Because that's exactly what this is. That's exactly what's going on now, right?
Now that it's affected his bottom line, because he's bummed that he's not able to promote his Substack where he can monetize this. Like, he did not monetize the Twitter file.
Why does he talk like a supervillain? In his mind, I think he thinks he's a superhero. It's that maybe supervillains are people who think that they're superheroes, and if you're really a superhero, you wouldn't even notice. It would just be all in a day's work. Or your random small streamer chick.
Files.
Friendly neighborhood random small streamer chick.
as a way to promote his future monetization of his writing, right? Because that was the trade-off. Elon says you have to exclusively post this on Twitter, and then Taibbi says, okay, but clearly this will give me a bigger platform, so then I can launch my Substack, and then that will be the end of it. And now Elon's reneged on that part of the bargain. He's shadow banning the links to Substack because
he's a petty
feud, and like,
he's a petty man.
Taibbi, you know, maybe having a little bit more of a discerning eye about your source and his track record of being a lunatic might have helped you before, you know, you swam across the pond with the scorpion on your back, and now he stung you.
There's another Aesop's fable.
Yeah, we have this clip from when he was on.
Is the face-eating leopard a Aesop's fable? Is that like a real Aesop story? Is that like a like a fable? Is there like a face-eating leopard in that? Is that where that comes from?
Joe Rogan talking about S-ing the D of
you posted SNL Wario GIF again, shadow banned.
This billionaire who he tried to
didn't he do something like, because I used to post the picture of Elon and Ghislaine Maxwell, right? And I've heard stories that you get in trouble for that. So whenever I post it, I like crop it a little bit and I put a filter on it. I don't just post that shit anymore because I feel like that Elon is petty enough to like somehow tag that like image as like just exact all kinds of retribution on you.
Frankly, shorter than I think he should have.
Algorithmically,
like a Afrikaner fucking psycho that he should have seen this coming from the very beginning. But instead, this is what he was saying to Joe Rogan and all the young men that watched that.
And what date was this on?
February
13th
of 23.
So this is 2 months before those text message or those DMs were sent.
It's so strange to get such
cut through like 20
I don't
seconds
think
ahead. I don't care what Rogan says.
Who's Elon Musk essentially on letting all the information get released? Yeah, I mean, I think Elon Musk essentially he spent $44 billion to become a whistleblower of his own company. And I mean, I don't really fully know his motives in doing that. I think he's got a pretty developed sense of humor, though. Yeah, and that comes through.
That's what you call boomer memes? A pretty developed sense of humor?
I think he gets a kick out of seeing all this stuff come out on Twitter, which used to be the kind of the private stomping ground of all of these whiny journalists. And now
who's the whiny journalist
information that is just horrifying to all of them. I mean, that's $44 billion is a lot to spend on that thrill, but I'm glad he did.
Well, he truly believes that.
Like somebody splurging to, do like propeller skiing, as if that's the same exact thing. He bought this to either A, destroy it, or to make it in his image of being a pro-apartheid right-wing racist.
The propaganda value of it, and you participated in that in a way that, like the thing is like, so to the extent there's anything remotely interesting in the Twitter files, it's this vague like sort of phenomenon of powerful liberal organizations that ultimately aren't extremely democratically accountable, making moderation decisions on social media. And I think that stuff
when guys do the vocal fry to make their voice deeper, is that what it does? My sister can vocal fry, and it's like scary. Like, she's literally the like demonic baby, and I say that because she's the youngest in the family. But so always a baby. No, but she's actually grown now. But yeah, she's able to do what kind of sounds like I'm like the voice from Dune, right? What is it called? The power of voice. The Bene Gesserits can do the power of voice, and it's like, I don't know, does it make you do things? What is the power of voice again? Why do guys hate it when I do the vocal fry? I bet my sister gets all kinds of shit because she does it really well, though, and she sounds like a freaking demon. She's like scary. She's like, it's like, okay, like we're going, like she's like Like we're talking about where to go for lunch, right? And then she chimes in with the demon voice. We're going to Taco Bell. And I'm like, okay, I guess we're going to Taco Bell. That's what the demon says. That's what the demon says. We're going to Taco Bell today. That just won the argument right there. Sounds like Elizabeth Holmes. The Gom Jabbar, though, is the it's the poisonous needle at the end of the finger, right? That they hold against Paul Atreides' neck to say, you know, you gotta do this box of pain thing, or else we got the Gom Jabbar right here to fucking end you. But no, I'm talking about, I think it's called the power of voice. Maybe are there Dune heads out there? Kandarian Demon wants Taco Bell. Yeah, she's gonna get Taco Bell. I'm not going up against that. I'm not trying to argue with my sister's demon voice. No. The voice gives... Oh, it's just called The Voice. Isn't there a show about The Voice? I think it's called The Voice. Gives the people powerful suggestions and commands authority in the Frank Herbert universe. That's a pretty cool power. That's a pretty cool power to have, little sis.
I'm, generally interested in that stuff when dealt with by somebody who's not who has principles. My solution to that stuff is
it's just called The Voice.
The workers of the social media platforms have more of a say. So if, like, say, Facebook employees aren't happy with Trump saying when the looting starts, the shooting starts, they can do something about that and feel empowered to do it and be clear about that's why. Taibbi's solution, and like Greenwald and all these other people, is Elon Musk buys it. A billionaire comes in and saves it all. Exactly. And you know what? I'm going to use the credibility that I've built up over decades of being the Rolling Stone Wall Street guy, even though I'm pro-capitalist the entire time. I'm going to cash that out.
Wow, Vocal Fry is sexist when you put it like that.
And I'm going to go on to Joe Rogan Experience.
Like, people in chat are talking about how Vocal Fry is identified and pathologized in women, and then like with men, it's like, you can Vocal Fry if you want, like that's whatever. That's like it's a totally okay thing to do there, bro.
And talk about, I'm not going to talk about Surveillance Valley or previous work that has documented the stuff that
I'm always careful about making fun of people's voices. Like RFK actually had, I think it was cancer or something like that caused his voice to do that, but
supposedly the whistleblower on in way greater depth. I'm not going to talk about that, even though actually, Yasha Levine, the writer of that, also a exile employee. But anyway, I know nothing about that. It's like I don't know any of this previous work existed. I'm going to cash the fuck out and get. Yeah, that's what you did. And so, like, I'm sure
that's what he's mad about. Is that his cash out is kind of like not his gamble, his investment.
It failed.
In Elon is not as profitable as he wanted. And like, I'm so sorry that my heart does not bleed for you. I mean, here is the smallest violin around there.
There's a lot more.
You see Emma do the.
A lot more correspondence Matt Taibbi, journalist,
the pinch emoji,
has with one of the richest men on earth that he could show to us. There's probably a lot. Because here's I'll be a little bit spicy. I think when Matt Taibbi was talking all the shit about Matt Walsh's documentary and how great it was, I think he was auditioning. I think that was an audition, because you see that's when I started noticing Elon Musk and his replies. I'd like to see all that.
Are you telling me that Matt Taibbi is going to get a Daily Wire show?
Corresponds from that period of time.
Yeah, I would like that too. But
I mean, he had some kind of show. What was it called? Useful Idiots, right? With someone, with a co-host, right? So he has had his own show, or his a show that he co-hosts.
I doubt that's going to get released.
He's definitely too cool for school.
I would like if Matt made that turn.
He's just missing the skateboard and the backwards turned baseball hat. It was Kitty Halper. Yeah, who knew?
But like,
you knew.
The idea that a billionaire purchasing
isn't a serf anymore. No, Lance is not leaving the serfs. Lance is leaving. Well, you'll have to find out, because we're going to get to that in just a minute here.
A company, a social media company.
Or just a bit. I don't know.
Then handpicking a journalist to release what he wants out there is...
But not before we get to the top of the hour ad break, which strangely happens every hour at the top of the hour and is somewhat inescapable, is somewhat like an existential just imperative for you to sit there for 3 minutes every hour and watch ads go by while I'm doing who knows what, chat. I'm extra silly today, so you could miss something ridiculous, right? And have to catch it later. And if you don't want to have to deal with that, if you don't want that kind of mid viewing experience, there is maybe a hope. There is maybe a hope for you yet. You can use your Prime if you have the Prime. If you require that in your life and you have a Prime membership, you've got a free sub to use on Twitch on any streamer you deem worthy. If that happens to be me, well, thanks, bestie. And also, you will no longer see ads. You will no longer see ads on my stream. And you'll get emojis, you'll get weasels, it's like the comfortable seats. We're moving you to first class. That's what I'm talking about, right? And it could be all yours for free if you do happen to have Prime. If you don't happen to have Prime, though, you could pay $5 to get that kind of luxury viewing experience. If that's something that you value, if that's, your eyes being fully in your head for all 1 hour of every hour of the stream rather than 57 minutes is a thing that sounds good to you. You might want to buy yourself a sub, treat yourself, right? It's $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile, or if none of those two things work for you, there's a chance that you might just get a gift sub, right? If you hang out long enough and you are active enough in chat, though, because that's kind of the secret. Like, if somebody sees you without a sub, like, that is when people tend to get gift subs. So if you want to be one of those lucky people, just hang out and contribute to chat. And that is my ad read for the hour. So I can't tell if these are I think those are ghost memberships. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure.
Whistleblowing is honestly
sometimes, chat, we get visited by ghosts in YouTube.
An insult to the brave whistleblowers of the past.
It's an embarrassment.
Chelsea Manning, like Reality Winner, like Edward Snowden, like Assange. People who have paid severe prices, like
Lord Fertus is chiming in with a resub. Thank you for the resub, Lord Fertus. I condone extra silliness. Yeah, it's kind of like I don't know. It's kind of like when you get extra mayo with your fries, or extra
with their freedom.
Do other people eat mayo with fries?
In order to get information out there in the public,
I do the mixture. The fry sauce.
Regardless of I don't know if I like Snowden or Assange as a person, but like the fact that
49 months, yes.
They
actually had stakes.
They had stakes. They put their lives on the line for this.
But Elon lost a lot of money that the Saudis gave him.
Exactly. So honestly, it really does a disservice to what
in Europe they use mayonnaise.
Whistleblower means
it's counterfeit.
In the public consciousness. Yes.
Taibbi counterfeited it for everyone.
I'm your extra mayo gal. Who knew?
For his own individual gain, and you wallow in it because.
Oh my God, Chad! I look like an extra mayo gal.
I'm not surprised that Elon is shadow banning you. You know what?
Can't help it.
The deal you took was to be spotlight boosted by that Afrikaner billionaire, and you play a little bit more of this Rogan thing just to get an idea of and guess what, this narrative is still out there, Matt. There are still people who believe this about Elon Musk.
Yo, France dips their fries in mayo, but I think what are they called, Belgian frite, and then Quebec, they drench their fries in what? We got gravy. What all is in poutine? It's like gravy, cheese, bacon crumbles, maybe? It's like a full-ass meal. Cheese curds? Yeah, it's like that's a meal right there.
I don't hear you at all anymore. Mm-hmm. You are done on this topic. And the Elon, the whistleblower stuff, that remains. So well done. You produced what the billionaire wanted you to.
It's just pommes frites.
Social media is a threat to democracy. He really believes that. Absolutely. Yeah. And I believe it too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just don't have $44 billion. Right. And even if I did, I'd be like, I don't want that heat. Right. Yeah. I don't think that's what I would spend it on, but no, he believes that. I think he also...
Ooh, onions. Good call.
I think he also believes that the credibility of these companies can only be restored by telling people what they talk about in private or what they have been talking about, with the government and that sort of thing. Yeah.
You're going to release the government's DMs?
So, he might be right.
That's what we're going to do. Get ready, chat. Buckle up.
About that.
It's about to be a wild ride.
I guess.
I think he is.
Another question here, which you've obviously mentioned before, Em, and I believe we've talked to Murtaza Hussain about this, is like, even with that question about getting the insight on people's private conversations, etc. Does that apply to Narendra Modi and his government?
Right.
Does that apply to Recep Tayyip Erdogan's government in Turkey, or does Elon say, "Oh, we have to apply with their censorship laws"? That's actually what. Like, oh, so it's okay to follow their laws, which explicitly censor political dissidents and explicitly censor people who have adverse, reactions.
Sorry, chat.
Governments. That's a free speech absolutist.
Every
kind of
other ad
position to have
on Twitter right now is for the state of Israel.
Right.
Like.
Who literally you can't report at CNN essentially about Israel without running through their censor before publishing it.
No, I mean he is using the platform's advertising model to do to promote a genocide and their propaganda efforts, and like their very repressive free speech standards within Israel. By the way, we played a clip of a teacher who was put.
Why are we talking about food so much? Because chat made me hungry.
In solitary confinement and then fired from his job for speaking sympathetically about people in Gaza on his social media page. Now, I gotta think that that's at the top of Elon Musk's mind as this free speech warrior, except perhaps it was not that sincere, and it's taking the shadow banning and the loss of revenue for Matt to figure that out.
That guy who, by the way, as you're saying Maya Baruchin, who lost his job, was publicly threatened by students.
There's a place around here called the Super Duper Burger that uses something called Kensington ketchup. Ketchup plus horseradish? Okay, that could be good. That sounds good. I prefer, though, a wild duck burger. Has anybody ever had a wild duck burger? You go to the Wild Duck and get a wild duck burger?
And teachers alike, as he was leaving the school upon being fired for his position.
Yeah.
And was literally...
Do we have any ducks in chat today?
Taken into solitary confinement after reporting to the Israeli police station, shackled and taken into a room where he was left before he was released.
Yeah, but free speech. JP from NorCal says, speaking of Twitter shadow bans, it just occurred to me that
Sir Kensington ketchup?
I haven't seen Emma in my Twitter For You page in a long, long time. Sure enough, I go directly to her profile and see tons of her tweets and retweets that never make it to my feed. Emma, have you noticed lower engagements with your tweets? You seem shadow banned from my algorithm at last. 100%. I've said this in private. After the whole thing happened with
Tim Pool?
With Tim Pool.
Really?
And Elon Musk responded publicly to Tim Pool's smears and calling me a pedophile and said very disturbing. Ever since then, I've seen a dramatic drop off. Now, I'm not going to bitch about it because who cares?
Not going to make it a marketing object.
I mean, like, Twitter's more of an outlet for me to vent my frustrations than anything. I treat it basically like a diary. So, I mean, I'm not gonna cry about engagement, but like that it would not shock me if that were the case. So.
Yeah, horseradish. It's almost like a little bit of a
poor
premonition.
Matt. Poor Matt.
Wait, what happened to Matt? Did Matt get banned? Did Matt get permanently banned?
I just want to tell you, I've wanted to do.
Okay, we gotta check out this Trump sneaker thing, and then we'll get into the. Then we'll get it. I think. We can start the Lance after that. How about that? Am I not generous? People are here to hear about Lance. I'm not going to backload that this time.
This for a long time. I have some incredible people that work with me on things, and I just want to tell you, I've wanted to do this for a long time. I have some incredible people that work with me on things, and they came up with this, and this is something I've been talking about for 12 years, 13 years, and I think it's going to be a big success. That's the real deal. That's the real deal. What's the most important thing? To go out and vote, right? We have to go out and vote. We got to get young people out to vote.
Why do I feel like the full speech would be like would have better stuff? Like I feel like they just clipped random stuff together. I bet there's funnier Trump stuff.
And you're going to vote, and we're going to turn this thing around. This country's not doing so well. We're going to turn this country around fast. We're going to turn it around fast. And we're going to remember the young people, and we're going to remember SneakerCon. You know that. It's a slightly different audience than I'm used to, but I love this audience.
I feel like you are going to remember SneakerCon, but maybe as the beginning of the end?
Have a good time. We love you all. Thank you very much.
Getting fucking clowned at SneakerCon. Who knew? Anyway, that's Donald Trump at SneakerCon. He's got his own brand of sneakers. These are high top, American flag, ugly as shit sneakers with a T on them. I feel like Walmart would carry those shoes if it was pre-2016 Trump. Yeah, remember SneakerCon. We're gonna have to remember. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know if
Hello, everybody. So, thank you very much. And we have a few young ladies that are up here crying. Look at you with the Trump 2024. Thank you, darling. I love you too. Wow. A lot of emotion. There's a
lot of emotion.
A lot of emotion in this room. Thank you. Thank you. So nice. So the really nice thing is we have lines, and I want to thank Chase and I want to thank Alan. But we have lines going.
Wait, these are super limited $399 sneakers?
Going all around the block. They're going all around this block. They've never seen anything like this one. I just want to tell you, you know, I've wanted to do this for a long time. I have some incredible people that work with me on things, and they came up with this. And
they came up with merch. Trump's got merch. I mean, wait, does he make money off of the MAGA hats? Are those hats? Those aren't not like his. They're not like anybody can make a MAGA hat, right?
I've been talking about for 12 years.
Chad, I got some ideas for our merch. You know,
13 years, and I think it's going to be a big success. Your influencers have been very positive. They've been real influencers, and they love it, and they love what we've done.
What is he saying? Your influences have been very positive, and they love it, and they love what we're doing.
That's the real deal. That's the real deal.
Are there documents in them? Like, is there like a little pocket? Is there like a little pocket in there to stuff top secret documents?
And we appreciate it. We really appreciate it. More than anything else, I appreciate the turnout.
Like a little fold under the tongue that you can just kind of fold up your documents and put them in there?
Because they say they've never had a turnout like this, and we're going to do things that are terrific.
We're going to do terrific with these sneakers. Are Trump's sneakers the golden ticket? Yeah, what the fuck is this? Selling his soul. Oh, that's hilarious. I feel something breathing down my neck, chat. It's like equine and snorty, and there's a little bit of little snot trickles. I think it's a horse. Is there a horse back here, chat? Is there like, oh yeah, there is. There's a horse right back here. There's a horse back here. There's a horse. There's a horse. We're gonna try to feed that horse a sugar cube in the form of a statement by Lance from the Serfs. Who knew? Who knew? I mean, some of you knew. Some of you might have watched this, but we're going to watch it today. And I'm going to try to offer some insight if I can, because I like where this thread is going.
I do have obviously some pretty huge announcements, because if you're watching this on Twitch, you're probably wondering what is going on and why is there no surf site, or why does the surf site go to a picture of SpongeBob SquarePants right now? I don't know why it's not updating, because I own the domain to thesurfs.tv. It should be going.
I don't know why it's not behaving the way that I think it would be. It's my website, which I pay for, but has up until now been attached to Whiteleaf.
Going to the Twitch site, or maybe I'll send it to the YouTube site. Well, hold on. First off, that's Wolfgang Gartner featuring Scruffizzer, level up, if any of you want it. Let me turn on the Swift Times. It's
the Swift Times
redirected here, and I'll be explaining what's going on with the surf site.
Yeah,
and why I left.
Break it down for us, Lance.
Forest, the network that I was using to power the surf site. I honestly thought when I asked to leave White Forest that it was going to be like at the end of the month or something, like it would basically let the subs run to the end of the month, but I could turn them off so no one resubs or something like that. And then
probably the delay updating the DNS, or the way that different browsers cache website data. Yeah, so this has happened before, right? And certain streamer named Rose Wrist. Now, Rose Wrist is not somebody I agree with a lot on. Rose Wrist is, pretty close to the Destiny orbit. And, there are a few people that kind of hang in the middle of Vaush's and Destiny's orbits. There's definitely pressure on them to pick one or the other, but maybe some of them kind of try to balance it out somehow. And Rose Wrist, I guess, had done content with both Vaush and Destiny, but probably closer to the opinions and closer to the community of Destiny, right? So when Destiny wrote his weird manifesto on Keffels, Rose Wrist apparently helped him spell check it. And Rose Wrist was voted out of Whiteleaf, right? And because Rose Wrist did not understand how to really operate a website and had been relying on the Whiteleaf network, relying on Vaush's sysadmin to do that for him, he got redirected to wherever White Nervosa wanted him to be redirected to, which was the Drop Kiwi Farms website. Now, that's kind of like one of the most base things I feel like White Nervosa has ever done. The second only to stealing the code for Vaush's website from Destiny's. The VGG software apparently is a derivative from code that was used on Destiny's website, on DGG, and it was public domain, and I don't think they ever thought about it being, used, but she found a way to do that too. So, those are two pretty cool things, that possibly the coolest things that she's ever done, but pretty good gag. So in other words, like this whole thing of like, yeah, my website, I got it back now, but oh my God, it's not what I want it to be. This isn't completely like unknown to, this kind of what Lance has just experienced.
We could just turn the site off, but like when I requested it, it was instantaneous. So that's why the site went down. To other people who were curious, I was not kicked off of White Forest. I asked to leave.
So he asked to leave thinking that there was going to be some kind of severance period or so, right? Give me a chance to get something else in place for this website. And apparently no, it's like just immediately, okay, cool, bye Lance, you're off the website.
And they were very gracious about, immediately, I guess, being like, okay, if that's what you want, here you go. And that was the end of it now. But no, I'm not going anywhere. The show isn't going anywhere. If anything, the show has now been streamlined into 2 individual streams. You can watch it safely on Twitch and YouTube at any given time. It'll be on both all the time. And I mean,
so there it is. He's going independent.
Let's see what it looks like. The Whiteleaf side was the Serfs.tv one. It was the one that was powering it. It's essentially like the way it works is like it's a shell so that you can stream anywhere you want, and then you get to put your own chat overlay. And then in addition to that,
yeah, so that's how it works, because the you know, if you look at our chats, right, what do you get from being a member? What do you get from being a sub? Well, the first and most obvious thing is you get emotes. And you know, there I think we have some emotes just for followers on Twitch. There are obviously like emotes, even custom emotes, custom YouTube emotes you can use on YouTube. But if you want like our custom emotes, right, you get that with a sub or a membership, right? So you know, you're paying for an improved viewing and chatting experience. Essentially, you know, you're paying for no ads on Twitch, and you're paying for weasels over on YouTube. But with the chat that lives on a White Forest website, on a website like the one that Lance had, essentially those emotes and you know, your name turning different colors and who knows what else. It's kind of like, you know, there's privileges that go with membership and go with different levels of membership, and those are administered through the person's website run by Vaush's sysadmin. And that's where it kind of all breaks down. Because if it was just this cool thing where like there was somebody out there that was like, hey, I think that streamers should deserve to have websites or be able to set up their websites, and let me like facilitate that, maybe give you like a deal on hosting or something like that, right? That's one thing, right? But you know, instead what it is it's like this this platform that you buy into. Actually, I shouldn't say buy into, because I'm not sure how the financial arrangements work, right? That's a subject of speculation. The only thing that we have to go on is the fact that when I reacted to some Xander Hall and some Vaush content, instead of getting you know, takedown notices, takedown attempts from Xander Hall and Vaush, I got them from Vaush's sysadmin. So we think that there might be something with the, you know, ownership of the content or something like that, but I really can't say for sure. That's just a theory. A streamer theory. Oh my god, chat. It's too, I'm not Matt Pat. I hope you don't want me. Yeah, I can't be Matt Pat.
Would collect like subs or donos, and none of the money would go towards like Alphabet or Amazon, stuff like that. So that's obviously going to be a shitty thing of dealing with the fact that YouTube and Twitch are going to keep taking a cut. But we're going to move, I guess we already have, if you're watching this now, it's effectively, everything's moved over to the Twitch stream. I can tell the story because I wanted to basically get it all explained at the very start of the stream. I originally joined White Forest, which is a collection of...
It's okay, Lance. I call it Whiteleaf too.
It's like a worker cooperative streaming site because the pitch to me was everything that I'd ever want on paper. It was basically that this is...
Look, it sounds good. It sounds good. A cooperative, like a worker cooperative, like streamers helping streamers, fellow leftists, right? It sounds good.
All of the money that you get from subs, donos, gifted subs, stuff.
I think you're right, Gray Knight. The stream does need more likes. How are we going to do that? How are we going to do that? How are we going to get more likes, chat? We'd have to find somebody that's in chat that hasn't liked the stream yet and get their attention and be like, yo, and get them to either like slide their thumb up their phone or slide their mouse up on their desk and click that like button, right? And notice that the subscribe button's next to it too. And that if they really want to keep up with what I'm doing, they might want to hit that subscribe button, as only 20% of you, according to my data, are actually subscribed to me.
Like that, it's going to go directly to the streamer rather than going to Twitch or going to YouTube. And to that effect, it actually, like, it was 100% exactly.
Thank you, Squirrel.
As it was pitched, as long as I was a streamer using White Forest, all the subs, donos, gifts, all that kind of stuff went directly to my PayPal. So I just want to make it clear, because now there are circulating rumors.
So does this make sense to everybody?
Other streamers or
sorry, does this make sense to everybody? Because I want to make sure that, like, I'm giving it to you straight, you know, just the facts about, you know, what this network is, what the Vaush network is, what we're talking about when I say that, and really kind of the operational end of the, I don't know, clout mafia, if you will, that is the Vaush orbit. It's a website. It's software for a website that allows people to do subs and stuff like that. So instead of getting their subs through Twitch or YouTube, they would be able to go to the website, they'd be able to watch on the website, and they'd be able to essentially when they're buying subs or memberships, they are donating directly to the streamer instead of having that sort of go-between of the platform, taking a certain percentage.
Stuff like that are somehow funding either Vaush or Vaush's like network or stuff like that, or it's going to White Nervosa, who is one who is like the. Why does everything have the leading word white in this network? Interesting question. I don't know. I mean, the administrator is named White Nervosa, so I mean, I would guess that it's all kind of referring to her. Like lead programmer for the entire White Forest website. That is not true. White Nervosa never once asked me for money, which was pretty astonishing considering the amount of work they did on the site. Like I have nothing but positive experiences with working with White Forest, and they would answer any single kind of like technical problem you would have or an issue would have. There would be no upfront costs. There was never like, hey, you have to pay a monthly fee to be a part of this, or a percentage of the money that you make has to go into like a network or anything like that. It was just 100%. We're just going to make a shell for your streams and a really cool chat with emotes and all that kind of stuff. I have been uncomfortable being on White Forest for a while.
So now that's interesting, right? I mean, that's the first word we've ever had from a White Forest creator of like what. So from what I understand, from what we know, from what's been said about it, like, right, because there's not a lot, there's not, it's kind of opaque. It's kind of, like it's a co-op or collective, right? But it's kind of, very much to itself. They're not super transparent, in other words. But what we've heard before is that Vaush pays his sysadmin like directly for what she does for him, and that the rest of the rest of the website holders do not, right? So we know like it's not like a payment. Now he didn't say anything about like what other in fact he might not even be allowed to. I don't know. I'm trying not to speculate too hard, right? But it's not uncommon for somebody to sign an NDA, and if he can't say, he can't say, but there may be more than that. I would assume, I would think that the network and the administrators get something out of it. I know that, part of what they get is from Vaush, and but I, it would be weird, in other words, if this was just purely like a clout operation, as in we will give you something, and as a result of that, you are probably, if you know what's good for you, you're going to be more favorable in your content, in your commentary about Vaush and, anybody central to the group, right? I guess it could be, but I would think that there's something that they're getting out of that. And the fact that, it's the sysadmin that serves the like takedown stuff, serves the, the attempt to get me to take my video down about Xander Hall or about Vaush. That maybe it's something like that. Maybe it's some sort of an ownership of content. But again, just speculating. I don't know anything. I'm not trying to make any claims.
Specifically because two of the streamers on that network have both spread or tried to spread really fucked up rumors about me. That Xander Hall, Shoe on Head are the two big ones. And for that reason, ironically, one of the things that Xander Hall tried to do was say that I must have come up with the nickname of Slander Hall by visiting quote unquote lolly forums, because those are where he's heard that nickname before. Which is fucked, considering what has transpired in this entire circle of let's just say, content creators or whatever. No, it actually is because I combined the word slander with Xander. I know, it's just why.
I did the same thing. It's really obvious.
Words rhyme, And then I was like, yeah, Slander Hall. That's the origins of that one. And then Shoeonhead has also done tweets that are like, the Serfs started talking, shit about this around the Balenciaga stuff, or just very like Serfs is sussy, kind of like, pedo jackety and light, whatever you want to say. Because I've been very vocally critiquing Shoeonhead for a long time, especially because of the fucked up shit that she seems to repeatedly do of throwing fellow LGBTQ plus people under the bus to ignite far right hysteria, and then also just being very, very friendly with a lot of far right figures and people with far right ties for a while.
So interesting. Lance and Xander Hall agree about this, right? This was the conflict that Xander Hall had with Keffels in terms of Shoeonhead, and in terms of how Keffels, had brought Shoeonhead on as a guest without the kind of criticism that Xander Hall would have wanted to see. He felt slighted by the same thing that Lance is talking about. I think it's the same tweet, right? I don't think that it necessarily mentioned like these people are sus because they have a problem with me being my content about Balenciaga and that whole thing. But it was just a general thing, I think, about all, anyone who, any pushback that she got, and like, oh, that's pretty sus that you are going after me when I am complaining about this weird, PDF stuff, right? So yeah, I mean, like, I don't know what specifically she might have done to Lance. We gotta like analyze this, okay? I just want to make sure I'm gleaning all the necessary details here. Oh my god, my browser is not cooperating.
Done tweets that are like, the two, let's just quote unquote lolly forums, because those are where he's heard that for a while, specifically because two of the streamers on that network have both spread or tried to spread really fucked up rumors about me. That Xander Hall, Shoeonhead are the two big ones. And for that reason, ironically, one of the things that Xander Hall tried to do was say that I must have come up with the nickname of Slander Hall by visiting quote unquote lolly forums, because those are where he's heard that nickname before. Which is fucked, considering what has transpired in this entire circle of...
So the background on that is that Xander Hall, I think, has done videos on maybe a certain content creator who's, essentially they're in that lolicon community. And although it's like not a huge community, it is like a very territorial... I don't know how to explain it, but if you talk shit about them, they will find out and they will come after you. And that's, so Xander Hall had done some content about one of the YouTubers who's part of that community. And as a result, they had made content about him, calling him Slander Hall. And so now whenever anybody else makes up the obvious, like so super obvious, like name to call him Slander Hall, he's like, oh, you must be one of those people. And he did that to Lance.
Say content creators or whatever. No, it actually is because I combined the word slander with Xander. I know, it's just wild. The two words rhyme. And then I was like, yeah, Slander Hall. That's the origins of that one. And then Shoeonhead has also done tweets that are like, the Serfs started talking, shit about this around the Balenciaga stuff, or just very like Serfs is sussy, kind of like, pedo jackety and light, whatever you want to say. Because I've been very vocally critiquing Shoeonhead for a long time, especially because of the fucked up shit that she seems to repeatedly do of throwing fellow LGBTQ plus people under the bus to ignite far right hysteria. And then also just being very, very friendly with a lot of far right figures and people with far right ties. For a while, I just haven't been comfortable being on a network of smaller creators. By the way, like, it's not a massive network. White Forest isn't like huge. There's like, I think like maybe 10 or 8 active creators on there on a regular basis. But yeah, that was one of the reasons why I was looking into what would it mean if we suddenly just took that site down, because obviously a lot of people like the emotes, a lot of people like having like a home base to go to where there will be surf streams and stuff like that. And yeah, from a technical standpoint, again, I have got nothing but positive things to say about my experiences with White Nervosa, with White Forest, with that entire, like, from that standpoint. everything that has gone down in the past, I don't know how long it's been. Time is kind of messed up now between all the fucked up stuff in the world and everything else that's going on. I don't know how long it's been since this entire Vaush debacle started, between, you know, him exposing his chat to his personal collection of saved, you know.
So here we go.
Erotic.
The moment that you've all been waiting for. Lance is about to comment, and he's commented a little bit. We covered, you know, what he said on the leftist mafia, but he's more explicitly talking about Vaush, giving his take on what was in the folders.
Material, including child abuse drawings and stuff like that.
You can see that Lance is uncomfortable talking about this stuff, and I don't blame him.
However long it has been since it started, I assumed, and I guess incorrectly, that this was going to be one of those things that would just be kind of like immediately universally either condemned or called out, or just like, hey, that's fucked up. I guess, you know, he now has a responsibility to address everybody who are fans of his on what happened, take responsibility for, you know, not only as a streamer, broadcasting that to his audience, but also, you know, putting that in a personal folder on the same computer that he does his work with, and then, you know, exposing that to the world, all that kind of stuff. Instead, what I've been seeing over the past, like, you know, however since it happened, has been this horrifying amount of
but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals. Hey, thanks for invading today, Arthur. Look, that's 21%. That's 21% of you are actually subscribed to me.
And discourse, some of it over the merits of that kind of content or material, some of it over whether, you know, he's being attacked specifically because he has trans members in his community, all this kind of shit like that. And it's having it's just like one of those things to witness online as someone like myself, terminally online, watch lots of stuff, watch a lot of debunking or disseminating media, those kind of things. It has been really, really frightening, especially as like someone who does like LGBTQ plus activism stuff, to see how this entire thing is playing out. Now, there is obviously a lot of scandals that happen to everyone on the internet, and as time is going on, myself, like I'm sure all of you, you're starting to come to terms with the fact that like, is there anyone that you can you know, trust in streaming or media or stuff like that? At one point, there's not gonna, you know, have some monstrously huge scandal happen to them, and yeah, I don't have an answer for that. The only thing I can say is that like the only person who should be having to answer for any of this, or
okay, I mean, I get the sentiment, but oh my god, it's just amazing to me that anybody even considers, like, yeah, there's like wholesome content creators. I mean, it doesn't mean that nobody talks shit about them, but there's definitely content creator. Like, it's just like the fact that Vaush is the example. Like, did anybody really think that, like, it wasn't like between either Vaush is super wholesome and he never does anything wrong and he's just a great guy, super, you know, like it. Like, nobody thinks that. Vaush is, even if you love Vaush, you admit that he's got a bit of an ego to him. He's a little, like, he himself will admit that at times during his career, he has been all edge and no point, right? Vaush is not, like, in the candidates, in the running for the, like, you know, wholesome, cozy creator of the internet. It's just, anyway.
Or explain themselves or defend themselves is Vaush. That's it. There shouldn't have to be other content creators trying to defend what was, you know, what he exposed about himself on a stream, let alone, you know, trying to ignite this debate between all these different communities and stuff like that. It's really, really sad to see. And again, I think the only person who has to answer for that shouldn't have to be his community, shouldn't have to be people who are fans of it, shouldn't have to be people who are, you know, obviously big viewers and longtime viewers of his content. They're not the ones who should be defending him. It's him and him alone. That's how that like should be playing out. For me, it was like basically it was the last last kind of straw in terms of being on that network. And then I asked, obviously, White Versa if I could be taken off the network. And once again, they were very, very gracious. That's one of the reasons why it actually happened so quickly, is that I thought it was something where I pretty much asked. I was like, I don't know what the process will be. If I have to wait for the end of the month or stuff like that. And then it was just like, no, you're off. Boom. Kind of like taken down. So that's why the Serfs.tv site is now redirecting to Twitch, or it might say maintenance down. And yeah, just to be completely clear, I was not kicked off. I was not told that I can't speak out about this. If there's a rumor going around, that also not true. I was never told that I'm not allowed to.
I feel like with something like this website, though, you don't need to be told that, right? They don't need an official policy. They're helping you earn a not unsubstantial portion of extra income. And that is literally something that they are, giving you at their pleasure. The second that you say that you're uncomfortable, it's not just like he's being very diplomatic, right? And again, I can understand why these are not, people that you want to have as your enemies, even if you've already made enemies of the likes of Xander Hall and Shoe on Head, right? I'm sure Lance still has friends that are in the network, and so he's being very diplomatic when it comes to this. But the feeling that I got from this description is that, I don't think he had the option, even if he wanted to, because it doesn't sound like he was quite ready for the transition to being on his own. I mean, he made the choice to get out of the network, right? Like he said, I don't think that anybody came to him and said, you can't talk about Vaush. I mean, Xander Hall has mentioned Vaush. There's not like an official policy. It is just like a power dynamic. It is just, somebody's running your website. They have a certain amount of leverage over you. And, if they want to just, cut it off at the first second that you say, I don't want to, I want to dissolve this relationship, I want to go independent, then, that's that.
Negatively about Vaush or the network itself. I was never told that. I was never told that I can't have an opinion on this or anything. No, none of that is true. That is something that people are saying. And I was also not told at any point that I have to give money to the network or to the other content creators in the network.
Okay, so that jives with what we know so far, as far as there not being like a cash payment or a payment directly to Whiteleaf for these websites from anybody but Vaush
or anything like that. Neither of those are true. So yeah, that's basically the entirety of it. As now the Serfs.tv, that website is no longer active. We're obviously going to be using Twitch and YouTube for now. I know a lot of people have problems with Twitch because of the fact that Twitch advertises like wild, even though I have my ads turned off on it. But
what do you think, Twitch? Do you get those ads?
Advertises like crazy.
Do you get those ads at the top of the hour? Those ads for 3 minutes, right? It is wild. It is wild. And just so you understand, that is not because I am some kind of sadistic person who enjoys subjecting you to 3 minutes at a time of ad breaks. It's because it's sort of the only way to get rid of pre-roll ads. Pre-roll ads are what Twitch naturally has. If you don't let them run 3 minutes of ads on you, then you get pre-roll ads. And that means that every single time somebody clicks my thumbnail to watch my stream, they got an ad right there. And that seems like kind of a barrier to entry. Like somebody that doesn't know me from Lilith might click on that and, immediately get an ad and to click off, right? They don't know who I am. They don't know how good it's going to be when the stream starts. And they don't know that at the top of every hour, there's an ad break for 3 minutes, an ad break that you can miss by using a Twitch Prime, an ad break that you can miss by buying a sub for yourself, or an ad break that you can miss if you are one of the lucky ones to be gifted a sub by somebody that's very generous and kind and doesn't want you to go through those 3 minutes of existential agony every hour on the hour. But that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in chat.
I have turned on low advertising.
7 out of 10, I'll take it.
on YouTube, but people still complain about that. So I'm still trying to find out, is there a third site that I could use where people want to just have it on in the background as one that is like a commercial free experience. Can't use Kick because can't use a lot of the other ones. Just not really a lot of other, don't want to use I mean, I guess I could do it on Facebook. If you want to watch the Serfs on Facebook, I could simul stream to Facebook and have that as a home base where there's not like ads or anything, because I'm definitely not monetized on Facebook. But yeah, that's gonna be it.
Wait, does Lance know? Does Lance know? There apparently there's no political. Chat? Can somebody explain this to me? From what I've heard, there's no political content allowed going forward on Facebook. Or sorry, Meta. I think it's a Meta. Or there's something where they're like deboosting it. If Vaush and his culty weirdos can do it, then Lance and them can do it. Yeah, I mean, that would be cool to have a alternative. We truly need a website for intersectional leftist streamers, for them to get more income so we can work full time and create great content. That sounds like, yeah, definitely knocks down that barrier to sustainability for a streamer.
It's Australians, but to be honest, I don't know what I'm defending. I don't know about it and all that shit. Why am I defending that law? Well, that's kind of the fucked up thing, is that I think a lot of people who normally would never be put in a position where they would have to defend this kind of stuff, because it is stuff that, like, you know, Vaush himself doesn't defend. It's stuff that Vaush has got lots of videos talking about how it is effectively, you know, bad because it hypersexualizes children. I don't think they should be put in a position where they have to defend it. No one should have to defend it but Vaush. And I guess the strategy of, maybe this has worked in the past for past scandals, of doing this kind of like, you know, I'm not going to apologize or admit to doing anything bad here. I'm just going to say, yeah, there's this, like, you know, people who hate me are after me because of this thing, and it's like it's the Nazis online and the bad people online. They're trying to say that, like, you know, I had some really bad material and stuff like that, and I basically, you know, if you didn't already know this, that yes, I am actually, it's not just a meme, I'm into, you know, horses and stuff like that. All that kind of shit isn't stuff that, you know, first off, other streamers should have to defend, let alone, you know, fans in that community. That's something that
I feel like it's not very advertiser friendly either.
Again, it's having really net negative effects on a whole bunch of internet discourse, where I've seen so many people, especially like people who aren't really politically involved, be like, why the fuck are my timelines filled with all this discussion of stuff like lolly and beastie?
If you didn't, Chad Alpha says, if you didn't see this coming from Vaush, you have a lack of discernment.
Reality and people fighting each other over this kind of stuff.
Look, I mean, I'm not going to call out Lance here. I obviously have my problems with the Whiteleaf network, mainly because of my experience with them, but, you know, also my experience with the debate sphere in general, right, has sort of led me to this perspective. But I am glad that Lance is getting off.
Yeah,
the platform, the chat, the platform. I was talking anyway.
There's no one else to answer for it is Vaush. No one else.
Anyway,
that's it. So that the important question of what happens to personal data, it's all what is it? Privatized, first off, and then secondly, everything has been taken down effectively. So all of the accounts that I guess I acquired as usernames over the past 2 years, everything's gone. The whole thing is deleted. White Nervosa has stated that the whole thing was just effectively taken down. So there's
White Nervosa giveth, and White Nervosa taketh away.
There is no more.
But I mean, it was Lance's decision, right? He's you know, telling us he was not kicked off. He was not told what he can and can't say. But you know, this was like the last straw, because we sort of, I mean, like, I feel like I saw this coming in terms of him being one of the only people willing to call out Keffels. Now, he didn't do it in a, you know, he didn't, it was a subtweet, right? It was a tweet that he made mentioning some things that Keffels had done and how he wasn't happy with them, without mentioning Keffels' name. Like, you know, it was more like that kind of thing. But he was like the only one that I saw that did that. Other than that, like, Whiteleaf is a very tight ship, right? There might not be formal rules about talking shit, and yeah, you can see where it happens with, you know, Xanderhall and Shoe on Head. But in terms of anybody destabilizing, rocking the boat that is the SS Vaush, right? That definitely is not allowed. And, when the Destiny thing came up with Keffels, that wasn't going to be allowed too. They do have, I think, Counterpoints was on Whiteleaf at some point. So that's an example of a conservative, streaming on Whiteleaf. So it wasn't necessarily like ideological unity.
Personal data, there is no more. I mean, the logins were never logins. I assume you were using logins from other websites, right? Like when I log into those sites, the GG ones, I usually log in through like Twitch or YouTube or one of the other sites that I already have an account with.
Clean up your room.
But yeah,
Nabil says there were a lot of red flags with Vaush way before this.
Yeah, effectively, that's what I've been told.
I mean, yeah, from my perspective too,
is what it's at. I didn't know that it was going to happen as rapid as the request went in, but it happened incredibly quickly.
Well, there we go. That is Lance going his own way, charting his own course, and I'm given to support him in this, right? I want to see him be successful with this. I want to see an example for other Whiteleaf streamers that they can leave to, that they can go their own way, that they can be free, and they don't have to have that leverage on them. And people are mentioning it in chat, and whisper of a dream, but wouldn't it be awesome if this kind of thing really were available as just a cooperative collective of intersectional leftist streamers supporting intersectional leftist streamers with no fucking drama and no central figure to whose ass you have to kiss? Wouldn't that be cool? It's not out of the realm of possibility, and I think it would benefit the space greatly. Not an easy thing to do, though. There's a lot of obstacles in making something like that. It's not even as easy as it was when White Nervosa took the code from DGG, right? That code has now become privatized or not public domain. I don't know what the official term for it is, but it's not available the way that it was when White Nervosa took it as from what I understand, like a template for how VGG would work and how all the Whiteleaf sites would work. But yeah, it's good to see this. It's good to see President Sunday standing up for himself, saying that he doesn't want to go down with the ship with the rest of the barnacles, and I don't blame him. I do not blame him. And I do expect that we're going to see more and more of this peeling away in the days to come, right? Because a lot of what holds people in that Vaush orbit is the clout that Vaush possesses. And when it no longer becomes a positive clout situation, when being associated with Vaush becomes more of a net negative than a net positive, you're going to see how transactional these relationships really were. But yeah, that's what we got from Lance today, and I'm hoping that he is well. I wish him the best of luck, and I'm happy for him in getting himself free, because I know that it's not an easy choice to make, and he has to have known on some level that they weren't going to be happy to see him jump ship at this particular moment. And that he very well might have to be on his own right off. So, oh yeah, that's right. Wait, why am I not seeing this? Somebody sent me this morning. Okay, I've got some more Vaush content for you, if you don't mind. If you don't mind, because I feel like it's relevant. It's old. It's older, right? But it relates exactly to our discourse on the short stack goblin. You might even call this a kind of origin story Oh my god, check this out. I want to show you the thumbnail for this first of all. You have to see this thumbnail. There it is. And that is, God, I can't remember her name. The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess character. He'll say it.
My favorite Zelda was by far Twilight Princess Zelda, you know? Twilight Princess was the only Zelda game that felt like it was taking itself a little seriously. And
Midna, thank you.
Maybe that was to its detriment, because it did come off a bit self-serious at times, but they also had... Yes, actually, I will pause the emulation this time, because they also had Midna. Hold on! Midna is like the short stack queen. Look at this. Tell me they didn't know what they were.
Short stack, built like a goblin.
We're doing.
Thick like a goblin too.
And she finds you. She's like this impish demon, and you're trapped in a wolf form, and she literally disciplines you. Like good dog, bad dog, you're obedient, etc., etc. She has the fucking 1-2 thing, and she has a gigantic muscular hand.
Gigantic muscular hand? Why is he into the... Do I want to know why he's into the gigantic muscular hand?
She has a gigantic muscular hand that comes out of her magic hat.
Oh. I mean, that's pretty convenient.
Fucking rides you. Look at that. Look at her hand.
Wait, that's her hand?
It's her hair, not a hat. Okay, it's the hair.
Oh, it's her hair forms like a thing that...
In the hat. I can't believe they got away with this.
This is just body horror.
I actually didn't like this game because I thought
Wait, what does he not believe that they got away with? Am I missing something? Like, I'm not sure that the fetish is like hitting for me. Oh my god, you might be right, Oregonian Bum. The more I see, the more I think that he's just a one-dimensional, yeah, like, bases what he likes off of what gives him a, I mean, why am I having trouble saying boner today? I usually say it quite easily. I'm usually, yeah, I don't know. I'm just like, I'm grossed out. Yeah, he's like, how did they get away with this? I don't get it. Is the muscular hand somehow scratch a certain itch for him? I don't understand. He's doing the bait and switch. Well, I mean, this isn't new. This is like, I'm not showing you, like, look, okay, so if you were watching my stream yesterday, you got to see the reaction pretty soon after it got put out to the Vaush response stream, and that was wild. That was a massive, unmitigated failure. Everything from the editing to the content of his attempted pushback at the evidence against him was nothing but posting his L's. And so I don't expect to see him back soon. And if we do see him back, he's going to be tight-lipped. Built like a goblin. No, he's going to be tight-lipped. He's going to be, he's gonna be like, I have too much stuff to talk about in the world today. We must defeat the resurgent Trump campaign, and I'm the only one who can get us there. Your edgy boy messiah. I am above the drama. I'm above any of. He's gonna try to just like kind of stonewall. So I mean, that's what I expect anyway. I don't expect a return to form for Vaush. This will be a fortress arc. Or who knows?
Too mean, Lamau. Well, Midna was a hell of a lot better than any of the fucking the fairies, you know, that you normally get. The Navi. Midna is literally Nintendo's 5,000-year-old dragon lolly. I think that Midna fits. Are we? Oh wait, I didn't unpause it. Sorry, whoops. I think that Midna fits into the short stack category, not the lolly category. I strongly believe this. Like, I'll fight people on this.
Vaush, do you have a problem with psychedelics? Or
Midna,
just the culture surrounding them?
I don't have a problem with their use. I just think people are annoying sometimes. Midna clearly fits into, like, the goblin imp territory. Like the imps from Hell of a Boss, who are, like, 3.5 feet tall. And not the lolly shit. I strongly believe there's a critical difference. Yeah, she doesn't act childlike at all, really. She's just sort of an asshole, I think.
Wait, there's actually like a Has-Been Hotel character that's kind of become the subject of controversy. And I think
Okay, I don't know if there's like an easy line to distinguish. I'll just say this much, okay? That if you watch or if you read, look at a lot of drawn pornography, as I do, thank you, okay? There is such a huge distinction between the Chad artists who are like, I'm going to draw this fat-assed, fat-titty, middle-aged goblin woman getting made airtight by dick. Like, you know, like she's got huge stacked fucking ass and tits.
Have you played Little Nightmares 1 and 2? If not, you should play them on...
I feel like we're entering the Vaush zone here. Chat, does anybody else feel like he's pulling us into his reality? It feels creepy. It's like the background like starts to turn green or something. I don't know. Look, he might be taking us into the Vaush zone, but if you're on Twitch, I'm about to take you into the ad zone, unfortunately. That's the price we pay for no pre-roll ads. You get 3 minutes of straight ads at the very beginning, at the top of every hour. You can skip those ads if you use a Prime to get yourself a sub to get out of the ad break. That you will no longer see those ads and you will get weasels. You will be weaseled. Well weaseled. Same thing if you sign up as a member in YouTube, you will also become a weasel. You will also get weaseled. And on Twitch, you will no longer see the ads for the period of 30 days. So, or I don't know if it's 30, for a month, right? You get a month of ad-free viewing on Twitch. You can also pay $5 to get that, $6 on mobile, or possibly, if you are lucky, be gifted a sub by somebody that's just being really generous. Although that sort of thing is more likely to happen to you when you're active in the chat.
Stream. They're really good.
I have. I'm afraid I've already played them with Vermin. It like what Incase draws. Yeah. If you're drawing shit like that, wait. In fact, hold on, because Incase does draw a lot of this. Hold on. I'm praying to the safe for work gods. Let me see if I can find. Okay, hold on. I've almost. Okay, I want an example for a halfling, and an example, from a goblin, because those are really common invocations of this particular trope. Okay, this I can show. This isn't Incase though, unfortunately, but that's okay. Has Incase ever drawn Midna? No.
I'm learning way too much about Midna.
Okay. Here's a halfling, as drawn by Incase. Okay? Now...
But wait a minute, I'm also learning that we only have 95 likes, even though there's 143 viewers right now on YouTube. I find that a little strange. That's kind of a ratio.
Me, nothing about this is degenerate, okay? This is so above board. It's not even above board.
Wait, what? Methinks thou doth protest too much? Like, there's nothing wrong with the image, of course, but...
Okay, it's in the fucking rafters, alright?
That's what you thought you saw? In that folder?
Spectacular. In fact,
no, Vaush, no.
Noticed that people who draw like thick goblins or halflings or whatever tend to draw them as MILFs. I don't actually know if there's a correlation there or if it's just something. I don't know if it's just a bias I've noticed or if it's just Incase in particular. You know, it's literally just like a stacked fucking short person. You know. Whereas, like, people who draw lolly, like, all you have to do is go to any hentai site. If you ever look for anything on any hentai site and forget to filter out the tag
Yeah, you're a victim, I guess. That's what he's saying it. That is very different. The image indeed looks fine. Yeah, there's not a problem with that image, but like it's weird that he's trying to sell us on the idea that this is what he got in trouble for. Vaush, people can tell the difference between a child and an adult coded character. Stop being obtuse. It's weird that that is what he is hanging his hat on here, considering, like, I feel like this makes his case worse, right? Because you can see now the difference between
lolly, then you will immediately be berated with plenty of drawings that look nothing like this. So that's a critical distinction that I maintain. Or the donos. Wait, make them keep them shut up for a second. Hold on, wait. I really want to find a proper goblin. Hold on. In case goblin. There's got to be some safe for work. What about this?
I'm scared. He's gonna get me in trouble.
So incredibly not safe for work.
No, don't put it up, Vaush.
Okay, we're probably not going to find any solutions to this problem on rule34.com. What about in case's Twitter? Hold on. See?
Yeah, I feel like even when he's like expressing attraction to like a kind of person, it feels weird if you're that kind of person. It's like a little bit.
But like, yeah, like it just doesn't come off as lolly to me at all. I want to see if I can't find. No, Miko. I'm looking specifically for something from Incase. I want to see if I can't find something. What comic is this? It's Alfie. It's quite long and quite good. It's extremely good. It's all drawn at this quality or better. Okay, wait. I see. Hold on.
It's a weird thing to say about it. It's almost like you're saying that panel is the worst panel in the manga or comic. Like it's all this quality or better.
We're fixating now. Don't spoil Alfie. I'm not spoiling anything. Shut up. Matt, is this really that difficult to find? Literally can't find it. Okay, whatever. I've made my point. Shut up. We were playing a video game, weren't we? A video game. Not of halfling porn, TBH. I feel like Incase provides like a third of
And there's the ad break, Twitch.
on the internet, you know?
One of my mutuals went to CalArts with Encase and can confirm they seem to have a sweet and cool personality.
That makes sense. Yes, Incase is probably one of the best not safe for work artists out there at the moment. Not just in the quality of the stuff they produce.
I don't know who he's talking about.
But also in the content, you know? Incase seems to have you know, a respect for consent. Seems to be, you know, not have like super.
What system is this on? This looks like old.
Yikesy.
Was this on a Wii?
Stuff in their content. What's it called? The Invitation. The Invitation is a comic that maybe trans people especially would really.
Wait, isn't the Wii the one with the really weird the really weird like controller?
And I know that because every trans person who's ever seen it has been like, "Oh my god, I love it." You see, Shadman got arrested in LA, the opposite of Incase. Yes.
He's playing on emulator.
Many senses. Okay, well, there are parts in Alfie where some of the characters are kind of pressured into the sex.
It's either Wii or GameCube. Is it GameCube?
It's done within the license of like
so older than Wii.
Acceptable porn logic, you know. That to me there's a little bit more leeway, I think.
Wait. What am I? Oh my god, this is Metroid. Oh my god, chat. I just got fooled by the fact that he's talking about Midna into thinking that this was Twilight Princess. And you know how you can't see Samus until Samus like rolls up into a ball? This is GameCube. Okay, but Twilight Princess is Wii, right? Because I'm pretty sure I've seen somebody play it on a Wii. Yeah, he's also said that every trans person dreams of him. I have not been visited by this dream yet. I have not had this dream, but according to Vaush, every trans person dreams of him.
In pornography, because porn exists in some kind of
Wait, Wii and GameCube. Oh, okay, so it got made on GameCube and then ported to Wii. Is that the idea?
fantastical netherworld where like people are down to fuck all the time constantly.
What was the GameCube controller like?
But like in...
Is that the one that has like a little trigger on the bottom? And it's got like, it's like a bat wing? Is that the GameCube controller? Vaush is the Freddy Krueger of trans women. Yeah, maybe so, maybe so. What was the controller? I'm trying to remember what the controller was like. Because I swear to God, I've seen people play on GameCubes. I must have seen. Tacoma wept. Now we're all weeping too. Now that we know the origin of the short stack Goblin Girl, and there it is for you. Does Vaush not realize he's an extremely mid white boy? I mean, in some ways, his ego is his defiance to that. A button on the bottom is N64. Is N64 before the GameCube? N64 is a trident-shaped Batwing controller. What does the GameCube controller look like? Because I feel like it got screwed up when it was the Wii, and I feel like, okay, this is a spicy take, as somebody that has only ever played like Mario Kart. I think that's all I've ever played on a Wii, sorry, excuse me, that's all I've ever played on a Switch. I've only ever played Mario Kart on a Switch, and I did not like the controller. I did not jive with the controller. I feel like Nintendo, like, I like their games, but I do not like their controller. My zoomerness is killing you, I'm sorry. GameCube controller is the best controller ever. What was it like? I mean, I guess it's hard to, maybe I have to look it up. Let's find out about GameCube controllers before we get into Vaush's awful debates, which is kind of, I think, yeah, that's what we've got lined up next. Some Vaush's debates, and then we're gonna look into the infamous Poppy incident, which is probably like the worst thing that he's done. That is me. I should knock on wood to say that, because then I'll find out something else that he's done, and it'll be even worse than that. GameCube controller. What does this thing look like? Oh, yeah, now I remember. Wait, I want the OG one though. It keeps on showing me the ones for... Oh shit. You know what? That's a big channel right there. I don't know if I can look at this. Oh my god.
What's going on, my wild gamers? Today I'm gonna...
What's going on, my wild gamers? Are you here for... Okay. That's like literally the rest of YouTube though. That's like I'm the one that doesn't say that. Okay, so I'm gonna bring this over and we're gonna take a little look. It's all in this thumbnail. Probably don't have to watch the video. And there it is. Interesting. Now I remember. Now I remember the GameCube controller. But what I'd like to ask any of you right now is, who remembers Vaush's debate with Andrewism? Anybody actually here for this? Like, as in you were in, like, somebody's chat during this debate? I do vaguely remember Vaush using terms like woke segregation, woke ethno-states, and there being like a lot of antipathy to things like land back. Now I know that Vaush at some point changed his position or did, you know, actually support land back or claim to have supported land back. So but this was before my time, I think. I don't think I was around. The poppy thing is really disturbing. Yeah, it's super disturbing. Super bad. I don't even know Andrewism ever debated Vaush. Well, you're about to see it. You're about to see it. And you're going to get a little taste for the Takemeister. You're going to get a little taste for how Vaush used to bait people, as he said. So if you watched his response video, he's talking about like, oh gosh, that was just me back in the day. That was me, all edge and no point. I was a, you know, terrible debate bro. Now I'm a much better debate bro. And you know, and you know, I had to bait people into debates. I had to get those debates. I had to make them think that I am going to argue something ridiculous and indefensible in order to bring them on my show, and then talk about something still ridiculous, but a little bit more defensible, maybe. I'm going to move from my Bailey into my mod, right? This is how he operated. This was the Vaush, this was the meta. And not just a Vaush. I think a lot of people took this and ran with it. Are you confusing it with the Professor Flowers debate? Flowers debate is why I stopped watching him. Oh, that was really bad. Yeah, that was really bad. No, these are distinct. These are distinct debates. This was maybe a year or more. Wait, when does this actually say? It says 2 years ago. This was definitely before the Professor Flowers debate. I know because I remember Professor Flowers talking about this debate.
Why?
Sure, let's go over them one by one.
Yeah. So one of the issues.
Wait, it's not that long ago though. So it's not like in his old place. Like if you notice, there's a different setup that he used to have. I think the vegan gains debate took place in his old apartment. This is wherever he lives now. Also, wow. That's 720. Oh no, it's on auto. Let's get 720 at least. There we go. I was like, God damn, this guy like had a terrible camera at this point.
So one of the issues that I have, and I've noticed this during the Tanky arc, is that unfortunately
the Tanky arc,
people of color who believe
oh my god, here we go, chat. I'm sorry for pause fucking the racism.
That like black liberation or whatever is going to come by ostracizing white people from the movement. Now,
there we go. I don't think black liberation is going to come from ostracizing white people. From what, the online left? Is that what he's saying? Let's like just re-roll that, because that was classic Vaush'ism right there.
Go over the tweets and explain why.
Also, do I need to turn his ass up? He feels like he hadn't figured out YouTube normalization at this point.
Sure, let's go over them one by one.
Yeah.
Wait, what just happened?
I
Somehow
sure did throw those ones out
you're
there,
willing to die on, or what's up?
Hey, what's up?
Okay, how are you?
Wait, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, could you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Cool. All right, give your name and pronouns to the chat. They care a lot.
Andrew is fine, and
let me know, chat, if I need to turn this up. Feel ashamed that I watch him until then and ignore the poppy stuff and whatnot. I was literally in the cult telling people that they had VDS.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's okay, maybe Keddy. You're not the only one.
Let's get into it. Do you mind if I
many such cases
update everyone on what it is we're going to be talking about, like sort of briefly?
It's a little quiet. Okay, we're gonna turn it up. Just if somebody could remind me, even if you have to do like a highlighted tweet or highlighted Twitch chat or something like that, just like let me know. Remind me when I'm done with this, because otherwise you're gonna get a lot of bad clipping when I put something else on that has good audio. Filter and adding some gain. We got some gain. We got those sick gains. Sorry, Chad. I'm like,
run them through it.
Sure.
All right.
If I have to correct this.
Right after he won the hippy dippy. Yeah. So that was wait a minute. This would have been right around the time. Okay.
Necessary.
Yeah. Okay.
2021. Yes, I remember it well.
Okay. Don't worry. Real neutral. Okay. So, No Name did some tweets that I didn't like. So I said, wokely segregating my socialist movement.
Excuse me? We have 10 gifted memberships. Zara, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Looks like Jster, EMC, Yop Yop, Brandy Nuance, Jussie, or Juicy. I'm not sure how it's pronounced. John Ross, Observette, Will Florida, and Temporal Insanity. You just got weaseled. And that's a good thing.
And then went on to explain why I said that, more or less. And then we got quote tweeted by our fine Andrew over here. And we looked at that on stream. We said some very...
By our fine Andrew? Anybody else? Like, I mean, look, I'm not trying to be like, yo, this is the red flag right here. You know, this in and of itself. But like, our fine Andrew? There's something that just does not sit right about the way that he said that. Something does not feel right. Got my complaints about No Name, but all around they're great. Yeah, like I said, this is kind of before, well, I say this is before my time, but I must have been streaming at this point. Maybe I was just so Twitch focused that I don't remember this actually going down. I remember it being talked about after the fact, but I do not remember this actually happened. Yeah, you all got weaseled. Look at that, Weasel and Void Coffee, all kinds of emotes in your power to use now.
very mean things about Andrew.
And why does my neck hurt?
I'm sure we're about to be held to account for. And yeah, that's why we're here.
I don't usually have tight neck muscles.
That was pretty neutral, right? I mean, I don't think I poisoned the well too much on that one.
Wait, did I pay enough attention?
All right. So, what do you have?
Oh, so that's what he was reading out, right?
Very mean things about Andrew. Why I said that? More.
Okay, throughout history, there's been one thing the capitalist class feared: workers of different races organizing separately without solidarity. Read history, lib. That's why strike breakers and business owners have historically encouraged labor unions to racially. He's being sarcastic. Woke segregation.
Tweets that I didn't like, so
this is No Name saying, why are white leftists more eager to unify with radicalized communities than organizing your own people first? Unity for black people is meaningless as long as the mass of white people are indoctrinated into white supremacy and liberalism. Please don't speak to me about the police. And responding to No Name, revolution requires unity. This is somebody else speaking. I can acknowledge your struggle without claiming it as my own. I can educate myself to speak truth to others, learn much from you. A capitalist police state is our common enemy. I know it's different, but let us help, please. So then No Name responds, and Vaush quote tweets that.
Said wokely.
Actually, it looks like a picture retweet, so I don't know, maybe Vaush is blocked from this person?
Segregating my socialist movement. Woke.
Yeah, woke segregating my socialist movement, wokely.
And then went on to...
Okay, so he is being sarcastic there.
More or less.
Is it loud enough now?
And we got quote tweeted by our fine Andrew over here, and we looked at that on stream. We said some very mean things about Andrew
Okay.
No Name, which I'm sure we're...
Pause. A lot to unpack here. Where to even start? First of all, you'll need to keep woke out of your mouth. Anytime black folks voice the most banal criticism of any way of the way whiteness operates in revolutionary spaces, you'll jump out with woke segregation BS. It's blatant anti-blackness. Second of all, it's not your socialist movement, lol. Not just because you're a streamer who admits to doing no IRL organizing. Wow, we're going hard against Vaush here. But also because a vast majority of socialist movements have not been led by the white middle class.
Held to account for. And yeah, that's why we're here.
So it's a long thread. Or I don't know how long, but it's a thread.
That was pretty neutral, right?
No, three. I guess that was where all the 3 tweets.
Right? I mean, I don't think I
was getting buckled up though. I was like, oh cool, are we getting a long thread here? A long thread excoriating Vaush. I was ready for that.
Poison the well too much on that one.
Not this time.
All right. So, what do you have in mind?
Well, I have some notes prepared so we could sort of keep on topic. I think that you took issue with 2 major things on that stream on, was it Monday? I think it was Monday. And that was No Name's argument on its own, as well as my dissection of both your response and also her argument. So before we start going over either, there is one point that I want to go over because it's a point that I know that I initially misunderstood. And it's a point that I don't want this discussion to get hung up on for an hour and a half.
Okay.
So I'll explain why I misunderstood it as well. So, as you pointed out on that stream, you said that I misinterpreted the purpose of my in the structure of your tweet because you were attempting to speak in No Name's voice or whatever, correct?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I would use quotation marks for that sort of joke structure, but I understand the error I made there. However, I think that it was a reasonable interpretation to make, and I'll explain why. I guess if you want to respond to that first, you could go ahead.
Oh, I feel like it's a fairly common joke structure. The only way you could misinterpret it is if you unironically believe that I believe in segregation, which I guess a lot of people on Twitter probably do, but I don't believe in segregation, so that wasn't a point that I was trying to defend.
Okay, so I'll explain why I believe that misinterpretation was fairly reasonable. I'm not sure if you remember this, but past month, you've been going through this tanky arc, and
His chat is there asking if No Name is a Nazgul.
You have said before in talking about these people that they are hurting your movement. And personally, I agree to some extent, because I believe that, for example, Reddit is a potential place for introductory radical education. Mm-hmm. And a lot of subreddits on Reddit are monopolized by genocide deniers. So that's not good. So I guess that's why I initially assumed that you were saying your movement because you have made that statement in the past. You understand?
Sure. I mean, when I say my movement in regards to tankies, that would be because I am a socialist and they are not. So I mean, like, broadly, because I'm not what they are. I don't know how legitimate I would consider No Name socialism. I certainly hope I'd consider it more legitimate than the tankies that I've been debating. But I'm not.
I mean, she's new to socialism, so she's still in the process. And I mean, I've seen some things where it looks as if she's edging towards Marxist-Leninism, but I tend to extend some courtesy for people who are new to it, considering how Marxist-Leninism tends to dominate online leftist discussion.
Yeah, well, that'd be very unfortunate, but that does seem to be the easiest path to go down. It's the path of least resistance. I think it takes very little critical analysis of the world and of material conditions outside of disliking America.
Guest tries to be reasonable.
Admittedly based.
Guest tries to be reasonable. Cue Vaush gaslighting.
Disliking America, good stuff, but I don't think that in and of itself is the basis of radical political action.
America bad. Oh my god, it's not pausing when I want it to pause.
No Name said in the past, like, why are white people complaining about my tweets? This isn't for you. It kind of feels like she might be
not exactly what she said, but
Well, I
We'll
don't
get
remember
to
the
that.
exact language, but it was
Chat, if I was a tanky, I'd be like a skibbity tanky. You know what I mean? I would like, I'd be like it would be like a tank, but it would be like a toilet. And my head would come out and it would sing to you, skibbity bop bop bop, yes, yes. It would be like that kind of tanky. That would be the kind of tanky that I would.
something in that ballpark. It feels
Yeah, we'll get to that.
right. It just feels like she's leaning into this weird, like, exclusionary or like everyone has to stay in their own lane type thing, which I've seen a lot of online, and I am very critical of.
Okay, yeah, I think that's.
But okay, so here's the first thing I'll pause on. Right, he doesn't like being told to stay in his own lane. Why is he getting told to stay in his own lane? Because he's entering into discussions of other groups with this attitude that he understands it all. He had that his perspective is superior, and like that's always his perspective. To be fair to him, like the egotism is a part of the wrestling persona that he adopts, or part of what his real persona is, what his actual personality is, right? But for whatever reason, he feels like he is God's gift to the left, and that everybody should kind of bow down and recognize his greatness, right? So when somebody like that comes into a discourse and offers an opinion confidently, arrogantly, without actual knowledge of lived experience that you could only get from from being of that identity, yeah, I would say it's not welcome. It's not helpful. When he does it with trans people, it's not helpful. But he's like, we got to really stop this whole thing of people saying, stay in your own lane. I want to be in everyone's lane. I am God's gift to the left, and thus I must micromanage the left and go all around and give my superior opinion of somebody's, material conditions that I've never actually glimpsed with my own eyes. I could not possibly glimpse with my own eyes. But nonetheless, let me tell you how it really is. That's fucking of course you're gonna get told to stay in your lane.
You got to. Another point that you made, I think it was also a misinterpretation, but it's a misinterpretation that you made that I understand why you would make it because of the structure of that sentence. And that is where I said, I think I said something along the lines of, not just because you're a streamer who does little organizing IRL. I think I had said that sentence. I think it was like my third tweet in that thread.
Yeah. So wait, I want to be clear about this, okay? Usually when a person uses a line like this, I stop taking them seriously.
Chat.
And I'm sure any reasonable person.
Oh wait, there is more. Wait, is there? Yeah, there's more. Anyway, I was hoping there was more to that thread because I was liking where that thread was going. So if anybody comes in and asks about the Lance thing, could you catch them up with that? I give you my permission to give like a short synopsis of Lance leaving a Whiteleaf, but maybe also tell them that they can scroll back in the VOD if they really want to see it, because we did cover it already. I have to balance this, right? Because like if I cover the main topic like right in the beginning, then like nobody's here for it. Like most of you get here like afterwards and you're like, yo, what's the tea on Lance? And I'm like, I already covered that, right? So I try to hit the sweet spot. I think I started about 2 hours and 15 minutes into the stream, talking about the main subject. That's about how long I like to edge you for, no longer, no shorter. That's the sweet spot right there. But yeah, if you could just kind of catch people up if you get asked about it, because I don't want to have to re-explain it. And it'll get in the way of this segment, so.
Person can admit to this. The extent to which
short stack pancakes,
which you can assist in a political movement, is not gate-kept exclusively by IRL.
A short stack synopsis, so to speak.
Organizing, especially since I reach millions of people with my platform, my time online is actually infinitely more efficiently spent than anything I could do in real life. I mean, now.
Oh my God. But now you've set yourself up, so not only are you gonna opine about other people's like situations that you don't have any direct experience with yourself, right? And do so arrogantly, but you're also going to pontificate about a movement which primarily operates in terms of how it affects material conditions, which you'd think a socialist would be mildly interested in, to say the least. You're going to now opine about real life movements that you are in no way connected to. Do you see where the disconnect is with Vaush?
Going to a soup kitchen would be good for the photo op, you know. I mean, it'd be good. I do good work there. I mean, it's important to do that work. But in terms of the actual consequential output of what I'm capable of doing, it's pretty obvious that a computer screen is where I get most of my work done. But sometimes people will try to use that against me, like, oh, you don't even do IRL organizing, which isn't even true. I have plenty in the past, but I don't talk about it because it just comes off like I'm bragging or deflecting. Like, it's like a non-answerable thing. Like, do I show photo album?
I don't think you need to talk about it, especially if it like compromises, you know, people or orgs that you work with. But you know, you also shouldn't shit on it the way that you do.
Albums of me at like juvie or prisons, like doing work or like talking with kids or fundraising. And it just feels like I'm competing with people. You know what I mean? And
I understand that.
Yeah.
I mean, and so just to get back to why I made that statement, it was less. I mean, I'm a YouTuber.
Okay, so let's read the rest of this thread real quick. Second of all, it's not your socialist movement. Not because you're a streamer who admits to not doing IRL organizing, but also because look, you know, if you don't want to talk about IRL stuff, like, don't talk about IRL stuff. Just don't like shit on it the way that you do. Also, because the vast majority of socialist movements have not been led by the white middle class. Existing movements, from Mojave to EZLN to Cooperation Jackson to Land Back Struggles, are being led by people of color. Most of y'all have done so far is what? Ride in with Biden? I mean, that is his thing. Third of all, the aggressive bad faith misinterpretation of black voices to your overwhelmingly white audience is staggeringly anti-black. You're far more charitable to X. This is something that I, you know, have always said, but I guess didn't realize that somebody said it before me. This is, he is nicer, yeah. And this is a characteristic of online debate bros. No matter what they fucking say that their position is, no matter if they're like fucking center left, you know, like Destiny, or they're describing self-described libertarian socialists like Vaush, you get this weird, you know, hatred of the left, of the actual. It's not just like he, you know, is a critic of the left and thinks that like it needs to be more inclusive of edgy white boys like himself. Right? It's not just that bad take. It's like he's gotta fucking dominate the space. And he's gotta, yeah, anybody to the left of him is a threat. Is a tanky that needs to be destroyed and driven off the internet. And he doesn't do that shit to you know, to ex-Nazis or like Nazis that there's a lot more charitability to you know, interlocutors to his right. Oh my God, chat, I use that word, it's so cringe. Which brings me to the main point, which this isn't segregation, not only because of the stark difference in power dynamics, but also No Name's take is not about dividing the movement.
Not the streaming aspect of it that I take issue with. Yes, the issue that I take.
It's weird though that
viral organizing, because I think
it's weird though that coming from Vaush's position of like non-knowledge or non-direct knowledge, it's weird that he thinks that the movement is not divided already. It's weird that he thinks that the movement is like equally accessible regardless of your identity, when his very community is an example of how it's not. Sorry to say it, but it's true.
That provides, sure, reaching people is important, but IRL organizing provides tremendous benefits in terms of perspective that you may not get, you know, on the internet. And for example, I mean, No Name also has a large platform, and she's currently building a library and a community center for organizing efforts in the area. And personally, I feel that with your massive resources, you're capable of doing similar. You can announce it on stream, you get book donations, that sort of thing, or you could just reach out to people who are doing on the ground work and direct resources that way.
Well, sure.
And
I have
I'm happy to
people
hear that you do that work. I mean, I saw that recently you had donated some of your funds to that Hippy Dippy Championship guy because he was homeless. I think.
A lot of people don't see this because all they see is like.
Chat, did you hear that? Did anybody hear a cat? His chat said he organized with Antifa. Anyway, chat, I'm gonna listen on my phone. I'm gonna pee really quick. And maybe bring some kind of food, because y'all have made me hungry with your food takes. I gotta admit. But I'm gonna be listening along on the phone, so we're gonna let Vaush and Andrewism cook just a little bit, and I will be back as soon as my bladder will allow.
Like the debates that I do, but not only do I have organizers, activists, and politicians on my stream, and I promote their work all the time, but I do donate to other charitable causes. Like sometimes I'll just scroll through on Twitter and find like trans people who need money for surgery and just drop 500 like anonymously on them. I've raised tens of thousands of dollars for the BLM Bail Fund initiative back in late last year, and I've been pretty like open and vocal about my my desire to do canvassing for like a progressive or socialist candidate in the upcoming 2022 elections. But like you have to admit, normally when people bring up the IRL organizing thing, it's just kind of like a dig. The impression is that I'm just like a armchair activist who doesn't do anything, and that you delegitimize me by not doing IRL work. When, to be fair, a lot of the people who levy that criticism have themselves done no work. I think it's an ideation of the aesthetic of activism, because the aesthetic of activism is being on the ground with a pamphlet or a clipboard in your hand, running around talking to people. And that's good work, but that's not the only way to do activism. And in my case, it's the least efficient way. So it's a criticism that I'm very suspicious of, to say the least.
Okay, I mean, I think I still stand with my point, and I think that, I know it's weird to say, hey, look at me, I'm doing XYZ work at this place, or I'm donating XYZ amount, but I think making that visible would be important. I know it's kind of awkward, but with such a large platform, because that could also encourage other people who are watching you to go ahead and do the same thing.
People would just find clips of it and say, oh, Vaush thinks that he can compensate for his years of anti-black rigor by saying he donated X and Y. I don't think there's a win in this. I just think it's aesthetic posturing, especially since I do publicly engage in this kind of stuff. I mean, God, when I do canvassing work, how many tens of thousands of dollars will I be spending out of pocket to fund for people to travel and pay for their accommodations and hotel rooms and stuff? It's going to be an enormous expense, but I guarantee you, not a single person online who doesn't like me right now will be swayed by the effort that I put into that sort of thing. I don't know.
But that effort is going into electoral organizing, though.
Which is infinitely more important.
Electoral organizing.
Right, which right now is infinitely more important than whatever the fuck Twitter lefties think they're doing by screaming about mutual aid orgs and then not actually doing anything with them, I would say.
Disagree. But I don't expect to move you on this, so.
Right. No, we need more electoral support in this country. A second Trump term would have been disastrous. The more we do to consolidate power in the House and the Senate, the more likely we are to be able to freely organize. It's very important we at least have that buffer, that safety net, you know?
Is it really a safety net, though? But
yes,
anyway.
It absolutely is. Wait, if we had one less blue senator in the Senate right now, there would probably be tens of thousands more deaths in the coming years. Yeah. When Biden's infrastructure bill passes, people who would otherwise...
I'm not saying the Democrats are, like, there aren't benefits to voting for Democrats over Republicans. I'm just saying, we can't do the lesser evil thing forever. I'm not here to talk with
You should
electoral
always
politics,
do the
that's
least
why I
evil
am.
thing. That's tautological. You should always do the least evil. And sometimes the least evil is sucking it up and making sure that literal fascists don't control the federal government.
You know what? Whatever. We're not here to talk about electoral politics anyway, so.
Right.
So you made a series of accusations against me in that segment. You called me pro-segregation, anti-black, and anti-white. And you also claimed that I wanted to start a race war.
I
somehow.
sure did throw
Are
those
those
ones
hills
out
you're
there,
willing to
didn't I?
die on, or would you like to apologize?
We can go over the tweets. I can give you. I mean, there was no denying that I was like hyperbolic with my language, but the underlying sentiment is something that I'll defend. If I could go over the tweets and explain why.
Sure, let's go over them one by one.
Yeah. So one of the issues that I have, and I've noticed this during the Tanky arc, is that unfortunately there were a lot of people of color who believe that like black liberation or whatever is going to come by ostracizing white people from the movement. Now, many of them won't admit to this, but they are at the same time very aggressive and very performatively exclusionary to white people in their movement. It's always a set of preconditions. If white people are to be here, they need to do or be X and Y. There's a higher bar, a standard that needs to be passed, which to my mind is really counterproductive. It also keeps us from recruiting because, like, if we're trying to get, you know, liberals or like centrists over to the left, they see the left and they're like, oh my God, I'm going to have to unironically like apologize for my race to be in here, you know? I find that behavior really frustrating, which is why I throw out the woke segregation thing. There are also some prominent personalities who push this a little more directly, though admittedly, for the most part, it's kept implicit. So the first of all, y'all need to keep woke out y'all mouth. So I could be wrong here. Does y'all mean white people? Because the rest of that tweet is dichotomized between the y'all and black folks. Is that, I assume you're saying white people shouldn't say woke.
Well, I don't think that white people, I don't think that white people necessarily are like banned from the word woke. What I think is that a lot of white people use woke in a very negative context, and it's very frustrating considering the history of the term.
Mm-hmm. But it's the y'all here is white people, I assume, because it says y'all need to keep woke out of your mouth, and then anytime black folks. So that's the dichotomy.
Huh? That is the weirdest thing, Chad. I was just listening to the stream and I could hear my door shut when I came back in. Did y'all hear that? Was that audible? Was I the only one who heard that? Could people hear the door shut when I came back in? He's trying so hard not to use the hard R right now. You couldn't hear it. Okay. I thought I heard it, but then when I came back in here, I had muted my... Anyway, it was just like, I'm just trying to figure out if like accidentally I somehow have two microphones on instead of just one. It's so weird though, because anyway, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna worry about it. Chat. This is gonna become a tech stream. This is the stream for solving my tech problems. Maybe they're not problems though. Maybe it was Vaush's door. Maybe it was going on Vaush's end, or on Andrewism's end, and that's where I heard it. It was weird because it was like a few seconds after I closed the door, and you know that's how the delay works, especially when you're on mobile. You're on kind of a delay. You heard ballistic diarrhea? Definitely. That's a sound of yay, tech stream. I mean, I need to fix some of my tech, but for now, let's proceed with the debate. But yeah, I mean, what I noticed about this is that he's, you know, very much, you know, while talking about leftism, the only pragmatic, his praxis is literally like, we need to get more of us elected. And it's weird how he says that. Yeah, he uses the term us a lot in, you know, in kind of a weird way where you're not sure what he means by it. But I'm assuming here he means Democrats. Which, if you're a leftist, is, I mean, look, you can say that there's a utility in canvassing. You can say that there's a utility in strategic voting, but it's not us that's running in electoral politics, right? Unless you are identifying yourself as a liberal and not a leftist.
I mean, unless you mean like white, Asian, Latin.
He just dropped some massive misinfo.
I assume you mean white.
Oh my God, stop. Some massive misinfo there, Zara. How many asked Vaush to define something, and all he does is filibuster? Yeah. Heard it in Vaush's mic, but he gaslighted us to believe that we didn't hear his ballistic poops. Those were definitely not my ballistic poops. Weird to me because it sounds like him. To him, it's not worth fighting injustice unless you personally are welcomed, open armed, and nothing is asked of you. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like the
here. Hello?
Yes.
So you mean white people? Did you say? I didn't
Yes.
hear if you. Okay, yeah, gotcha.
Yes, I do.
Okay, the second tweet has been addressed, the Your Socialist Movement thing, so there's no need to linger on that. And then we have existing movements from Rojava to EZLN to...
Hold on.
Uh-huh.
Let's look on the woke segregation bit for a second.
Oh, sure.
Because I don't think it's understood why I would make such a statement.
Yeah, go for it.
One of the first uses of the term "stay woke" was by a Black American folk singer. I think his name was Lead Belly or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he'd used it at the end of a song where he was telling the story of 9 Black teenagers who were accused of raping 2 white women. He says, "I advise everybody be a little careful when they go along through there. Best stay woke, keep their eyes open." It's long been used to be aware of racially motivated threats and the potential dangers of white America. It was a song written during segregation. And it was also used to reference guarding against infidelity or literally staying awake, but it's always had a pretty distinctly political character.
Right.
Segregation.
So yeah, now we're addressing kind of the elephant in the room, which is that like Vaush keeps on using this word wokeness in much the way that a right-winger would. I don't hear as much of that in his rhetoric these days, other than just like the constant use of the term woke scold, like that it's a real thing. So yeah, I mean, his innovation on leftism is essentially to go along with the online right, with their demonization of everything that is woke, anything that could be considered identity politics, right? That is liberal. So essentially what the message of that is, whether he realizes it or not, it comes down to like class reductionism at best, but we're talking about Vaush here. So it's not even that. It's like liberal class reductionism. Like his innovation, his suggestion, his diversion from the leftism movement is to say that, we got to be more welcoming to white people, and this wokeness, this identity politics, it's got to go. So yeah, like make progressivism racist again, I guess, is what we're getting from Vaush.
It was a very violent period in American history, and it certainly was not enacted by Black people, sorry. So I think and Black people were the ones barred from workers' unions. They were harassed and assaulted and killed and thrown to prison, so on and so forth. So I think it is very, very disgusting, very irresponsible, very anti-Black to invoke segregation so flippantly against Black.
Oh my God, La Jordan, that is such a good point. No identity politics unless it's my identity. That's essentially what that means, right? There is an identity, a dominant identity already established, and in a lot of ways, Vaush represents that.
People.
No, I don't think I agree with that. I think that just because Black people have been a victim of segregation in the past, and today, to be fair, doesn't mean that you can't accuse Black people of engaging in language which promotes segregation. So, for example, there are black people on Twitter, and to be fair, we're talking.
Let's watch his glasses, chat. Because Schmegley says, Vaush madly scanning Wikipedia for ammo. Let's see if we can see that Wikipedia. That's a pretty distinctive web page, right? Let's see if we can see it reflected in his glasses.
I'm not talking like all black people or anything like that, but there are some black people on Twitter who will say that they don't like race mixing because to dilute the black blood, you know, to subject a mixed race child to one white parent.
We don't need to talk about this.
Right. So what they're doing then is they're using...
It's irrelevant though.
Well, I'm just trying to explain like the way this language works. The woke there, the progressive intent, is then leading people towards segregationist conclusions. So that's the reason why I've used that term, because you've horseshoe theoried. You have segregationists over on the right, but then through progressivism, you loop some people, not all, very, very small number of people, loop all the way around to the other side, and now they're promoting essentially the same talking points. Marcus Garvey is a good example of that. He worked with...
So, much like the weasel, this horseshoe theory is a myth. What's real, though, is fishhook theory. Is that there's a weird collaboration between the political center and the hard right. And I don't know if anybody represents it as well as Vaush here. I don't know if there really is. I don't think we have another like fishhook representative that's, I mean, you could say Destiny, I guess. Yeah, maybe Destiny outpaces him intellectually and otherwise. Did he say Garvey? He said Marcus Garvey? Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, like, so that's another moment that when his pronunciation demonstrates his lack of familiarity with a person or a subject. Vaush is doing a Joe Rogan pendulum swing argument, using a straw man to call out logical fallacies. Really, Vaush?
The Ku Klux
Marcus Garvey was a fan.
So, just to be real clear about what I'm talking about when I say horseshoe theory. Horseshoe theory is the idea that instead of it being like a continuous line, like between left and right, or maybe this is right for you and anyway, right, whatever, chat, like left and right, what we have is like a horseshoe where the center is good and proper and awesome, and you should really strive for that center. That's like the best place you can, find the mythical center, right? Right? Because the other ends are the horseshoe, and they bend down like this, and they go whoop, and they like almost touch each other. So hard left is fucked up, and it's so fucked up it's almost like fascism, and fascism is a little bit socialist. I don't know, a little bit communist. I don't know. Like that's what the theory is, right? So that's horseshoe theory that centrists love. And then the sort of turning that idea on its head is proposing fishhook theory, where instead of it being like the horseshoe, it is a fishhook. So it's like you got the left, and then you got the center, and then you got this right wing kind of fishhooks around, so that there's a closeness, there's a similarity, there's a you could even say a synergy or a what is that kind of relationship between two organisms where the bird picks the little pieces of meat out of the alligator's teeth? What is that called again? Somebody knows. Vaush is just trying to bring it back to the horror. Yeah, that's right. That Vaush wants to bring it back to the symbiosis. There's a symbiosis between the far right and the cynical center. And who to represent that confluence than Vaush Vidya?
I'm aware.
Right.
I did a video on Pan-Africanism. I'm aware.
Yeah, but a lot of people promote him as a supporter of black rights, including, and I could be wrong, didn't No Name talk about Garvey?
Chat has gone symbiotic
at one point in a positive light, or am I misremembering? I think I might actually remember that, because it sounds progressive, doesn't it? Garvey was so radical and so revolutionary that he didn't even think white and black people could live in the same country. He wanted them to go back and go build a mega civilization in Africa and stuff. And that can sound really tempting to a lot of people who I think are...
He's not the end-all and be-all of Pan-African thoughts, just as an aside.
Of course not, but he's definitely a prominent voice and a bad one from everything that I know about him personally. And people do promote him, not because they're fascists and not because they're anti-Semites, which he was as well, but because they believe, well, essentially in black separatism. The idea that black and white people...
That's where the quote came from, where he, wow. Like, I'd heard he told somebody to go, yeah, I don't want to say the terms, but to return to the, like, African continent, right? I didn't realize that was the context of that. Parasymbiotic relationships. There we go. What was America like during Garvey's time? Great question. Great question. That's some context that's getting removed.
Separatism is politically irrelevant.
I'm not saying it's politically relevant, but I do think that some tinges
I can't believe. Yeah.
Our ability...
Like, you would think that some shit like that would have gotten him some kind of consequence, right?
Have good faith discourse within...
Literally said, go back to...
I'm not saying like one day, like, all the black people in America will leave, or like this is some big political threat. It's never ever going to happen. But while I'm part of the online left, I don't want like liberals or normies to look at my movement and see like black people being like, yeah, listen, whites, you stay in your spaces. Black people cannot get along with you. Like that kind of thing, you know? It's really disruptive to the movement. It makes it difficult to recruit, that kind of thing, you know?
But that's not...
It makes it difficult for him to recruit like more reactionary minded people is what he's actually saying, right? It makes it more difficult to recruit more people like him into the movement. He's not even thinking about other, like, right? It's like in his mind, the recruiting pool is like dudes that look like me. That is who needs to be recruited in. And, you know, it helps him out, right? The more people that with unrecognized privilege that are in the movement, the less bad Vaush is likely to look, right? Yeah, and that's Zara's pointing out that what he's trying to do, what he's asking for, is to like enter into the Black Liberation Movement without showing any fucking respect whatsoever. And also, yeah, like Zara says, not interested in that movement. God damn. Love that Vaush removes all contextual history critiques surrounding Pan-Africanism. How did I never hear about this debate? I don't know. You know, sometimes things occur and they're like a big deal and you never even hear of them. Just like when I forget to mention the top of the hour ad break, the fact that at the top of the hour on Twitch, there's an ad break and that ad break lasts for about 3 minutes. That ad break is at this very moment 3 minutes away from us right now. So I thought it would behoove me to tell you, since I always tend to forget and my mods are desperately trying to remind me that you have 3 minutes to get yourself a sub. That could be done for free, possibly, if you have Prime, by hooking up your Prime to Twitch and thus bestowing a free sub upon you that if you can give to the streamer of your choice. And if that streamer happens to be me, then you will no longer see ads on my channel for like a month, right? And you'll get weasels too. You'll get all kinds of emotes. You'll get all kinds of fringe benefits, right? You can also pay for that sub. It's $5 or on desktop or $6 on mobile if you want to treat yourself, or you know, saving that, there is the possibility, and it can happen, it does happen, that you could be gifted a sub. Although I gotta say, that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. You gotta be seen. Vaush does not do well in discussions, in this discussion, so it was not widely shared by white Vaush fans. Yeah, this was not exactly a W. Not exactly a W.
Like a very common
it's
like
not.
Position to hold, though.
But if you see it, you should criticize it. I've seen No Name say some things that feel like they lean in that direction, and I've debated.
For example,
well, I think that Marcus Garvey promotion thing was a little bit suspect. Also,
well,
that,
you said you think you saw her promoting Marcus Garvey.
I can look it up. I can look it up. It's just hard for me to Google search while I'm talking. I could be misremembering, but I feel, chat, would you mind looking for that while we talk? I'm almost positive that I saw it, but I could be wrong. And if that's the case, I'll own up to that. But I do know that she's tweeted stuff like, these tweets aren't for the angry white people who look at them, or these tweets aren't for you. And that stuff.
No, the exact wording of the tweet, which we can go over, is why white people follow my every move, this ain't for you. And so I'll provide some context for that. I've been following No Name since about 2019. She's new to socialism, but I admire how she's been using her platform, using her resources to help other people. And I don't follow too many people, so her tweets are usually at the top of my timeline. And so for the past 2 years, since she's become like a more vocal advocate for socialism, she gets a lot of harassment, of course. She gets harassment from Hotep types. She gets harassment from Beyonce stans. She gets harassment from black capitalists. But a lot of harassment comes from white people on all sides of the political spectrum. And the people who harass her seem to have her post notifications on, so they're able to be one of the first people to comment under every tweet, and it's disturbing. So you took this one for you to mean segregation, but considering that context, I interpret it to mean leave me alone.
Well, this isn't explicitly segregationary, but this tweet doesn't even mention like I'm getting harassed by white people. She's not even saying like white people who are harassing me leave me alone. Because
you don't have the context, okay? The context that you missed is that for the past couple of days before she tweeted that, she was getting harassed, and she has been getting harassed for years.
Okay.
People who follow her tend to be aware of that.
So this is going to be a little bit different, but I want to see if we can parse out the reasons why they're both bad. I get a lot of harassment online from trans people because there are a lot of them who are under the impression that I'm transphobic for one reason or another. Now,
this is the gift that keeps on giving, right? We're not even talking about trans issues here, and yet here we go. Vaush gets harassment from a lot of trans people. That's really weird. I heard something similar, except like exactly the opposite way around, like 180 degrees off of that, right? But no, apparently I was wrong. It is the trans people online that harass Vaush because for some reason the trans people think that he's transphobic. Imagine that. Imagine that. Damn. The one thing that Senator Marcus Garvey, as Vaush says, is that he suffered under white supremacy. That is one reason why maybe black folks learn what he's about. Yeah. That's right, Raven. Wait, where did I read that? I am. Okay, I'm sure. Like, I'm looking at Twitch chat, looking at YouTube chat, making sure I'm reading off the right person's name.
If I tweeted, why do trans people follow my every move? This shit not for you. I feel like I would that would beget a lot.
See how it feels, trans people? See how it feels, marginalized people? If I could say the same thing, and you wouldn't like that, would you?
A lot of really well-deserved.
Those trans bullies have all the power, and they are using it to harass me, a white cis man from Beverly Hills with 400k YouTube subs and 240k plus Twitter followers.
Criticism. Now, I know the difference there, and it's that trans people are systemically oppressed and white people really aren't.
But he doesn't care.
But even if you take away the systemic oppression element, you still have the exclusionary.
Can't take away the systemic oppression.
He wants to take it away. That is his innovation for leftism, right? Take away that kind of intersectional analysis at so many points. That is his suggestion. That is his ask. That is his request. That is his innovation, right? That is what he has to offer the left, and that is not a that's not a net positive.
So the exclusion is exclusion of harassers.
Garvey and Dubois. Dubois? Are we talking about his pronunciations?
This tweet doesn't mention harassers. It mentions white people. And the exclusionary element is bad, even if you're talking about a majority power group. Like,
you ever think of that?
I don't think she's excluding people who agree with her, who happen to be white.
I mean, the language of the tweet is pretty well. It doesn't specifically. I mean, it does specifically say that these tweets aren't for white people. It does literally say these tweets are not for white people. If you're saying context alleviates this in some respect, that's, I guess, alleviating. But I think this is a pretty bad tweet. I don't know. I mean, we don't have to linger on it, but it gives me a bad impression. It just makes me feel as though we're leaning towards that everyone stay in your lane type thing, you know?
Well, I think it is natural for somebody to be frustrated with how white people have been treating her, you know? So while it's not necessarily a stay in your lane sort of thing, it is an instance of frustration, and being aware of that, being aware of the context of that, lends towards a better faith interpretation of her statement.
If you're a political advocate, as No Name is, and you're making tweets which are semantically identical to "my content isn't for white people," regardless of any preceding context, I would say that's worthy of criticism. Now, maybe it's not explicitly segregationary, but I think it certainly lends credence to a broader problem with this content or with these attitudes. Again, we're not talking about white people being hung up on crosses or discriminated against systemically. I'm not saying white people...
Dude needs to remember he's wrong and take a nap. Eat a Snickers, dude, yeah.
...hurt by No Name. I'm saying that the cohesion of the movement could be hurt, that it might make...
He's like 10 seconds away from claiming to be colorblind.
...make it more difficult to recruit people. And No Name's a big public figure, and if she does something, 1,000 more people will be doing it in 6 months, because that's how public figures work, and that stuff worries me quite a bit.
So Vaush is going to nip it in the bud by harassing people, like this is what he has to offer to the online left.
I mean, I can...
Yeah, all content has to be for white people. That's what he's saying. That's what dude is saying. You ever heard of decentering yourself? Apparently Vaush has not, Ophelia. Vaush claims to be many things, but I think he trolls a lot, so it's hard to tell whether... Oh, well, here? Like, I mean, he's... Look, I mean, like, you could say that some of the tweets maybe fit that description of being... of trolling and of take-meistering and of Mott and Baileying, but, you know, he's in his... He's in his Mott now, right? He's come back from the Bailey. He's in his Mott. This is what he really thinks, right? This is him in a debate.
Continue, because I think you demonstrate the exact same tendencies. Because the next tweet that we go over says, existing movements from Rojava to EZLN to Cooperative Jackson to land back struggles are...
But also, like, notice how he takes criticism. Or doesn't take criticism, right? Because right here, essentially, we got Andrewism on trial. Andrewism is the problem. No Name is the problem, right? There's no problem with Vaush. He should never have to reconsider his shit. He should never have to unpack his shit or examine his shit or any like the other thing. It's all, you know, like, explain yourself, Andrewism. This is not making the movement very accessible to white people. Don't you want us to win? We have to appeal to the masses, and you know the masses are they're people like me, says Vaush.
Are being led by people of color. The most y'all have done so far is what? Riding with Biden? Please. So this is competitive race rhetoric.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. That's one of the issues that I had with your misinterpretation of my
speech. Is it really not? It's like people of color did all this, but most of you white people have done. Like, how is that?
Competitive race rhetoric? No?
That's not... No, that's the purpose of the tweet is not people of color, the mass socialists, or whatever. The purpose of the tweet is to point out that, and again, this is in the context of ownership, which is something that we had cleared up earlier. And it's impossible for any one group or person to own socialism. But the purpose of that tweet was to point out that if it were possible those people would most likely be ahead of the line because they've materially impacted more people.
Even if you were to interpret my tweet as saying that I own the socialist movement, why is your first thought white boy owns the socialist movement? Like, why is that the first thing?
Why is the first thing that comes to mind when you see me?
Is because I'm white.
Vaush.
I understand the misinterpretation of the initial tweet, but why racialize it?
I pointed out that the white middle class has not been the ones to lead the socialist movement because of the historical precedent and the present precedent.
Sure, but like that's really weird to me. Like if you have a criticism of an individual's behavior and then you lead into, well, you white people haven't done much good anyway. That I feel like you're shooting with a very sawed-off shotgun and a couple pellets are hitting me and a lot of pellets are hitting the forest behind me, you know?
He's got a huge chip on his shoulder when it comes to this.
This language really, like maybe this isn't what you intended, but I think most people reading this would agree. This comes off like dick measuring between POC and white people on your respective like success in socialist movement
like I
making.
explained, it's about the fact that if we look at reality, it hasn't been the white middle class.
Wait, fellow traveler had a debate with him. As Nature Walking Through is telling me, called him out saying my movement with the question, are you trying to build a movement or build an audience? Yeah, fellow traveler can be surprisingly insightful. Fellow traveler's got some really sick one-liners. The one that I always remember is when he's debating Haas, Infrared Haas, and Haas says, well, that's who you are. You're BreadTube's fellow cockler. And like, fellow traveler calmly says, Haas, don't you realize that when you're calling me fellow cockler, that you are acknowledging that you, as well, are a cock. And it's just like he didn't have a like it was a moment. It was a moment.
So white middle class can't really claim ownership of the socialist movement.
Wait, but like, why I'm not the white middle class. I'm me. Like, why are you essentializing? If you have a problem,
it's not essentializing. You have to be aware of people's class character.
Okay, so wait, let me,
because that impacts their relationship to.
I'm gonna try to run this around again. Okay, imagine if a black guy was in a city and they took like a selfie and they were like, "Yeah, running my city," and then I was like, when was the last time you black people have ever built anything? I'll have you know 98% of the construction companies in this city are owned by white people. Like, that would be really weird. It would, again, now I want to be clear, that would be systemically discriminatory in a way that your tweet about me is not. But I think that when you're trying to, like, semantically correct a person's perceived ownership over something, bringing their race into it is really weird. And by the way, if you concede to the logic of your tweet...
It's race and class.
Race, sure, race and class. Then you poor black people haven't done et cetera, et cetera. Like, you could justify a lot of really bad logic with that, don't you think?
But would not.
Well, maybe you wouldn't.
Referring to the socialist movement.
Well, and maybe a Nazi is referring to Western civilization, and they say you don't have a right to claim ownership to this industry or this city because white people built it. And then you would say,
I love how Vaush is like, not to ignore the power differential, not to ignore the power dynamic, but let's go ahead and ignore the power dynamic. Yeah, let's just like leave that out of the, out of the equation. Just completely look at it as if there were no power dynamic, as if all racism had been solved, by Martin Luther King, and that's not a thing of the past. And now what we really need to worry about is there too much anti-white racism on the left, right? That's the real concern. That's the feeling that you fucking get from this guy. And people just have to humor him because of his size and the size of his community.
Hold on. White people didn't build it. Individuals built it. The city
wait. Do you think I'm saying that white people can't be socialist?
No, that's not what I'm saying you're saying. I'm saying that this is how the logic would go if the shoe was on the other foot. So maybe a black guy, or you, let's just say are you black? I assume because your picture on Twitter. Yeah, okay, right. Let's say you go to New York City, you take a selfie, and you're like, yeah, run in my town. And some white nationalist is like, excuse me, white people built New York City. And then you're like, oh, wait, hold on. Because this is the argument that I would use in return. I would say, hold on, white people didn't build it, individuals built it. Just because you share a skin color with the people who built the city doesn't mean it's any more yours than mine. The builders built it. Neither of us are builders. We both have equal ownership to the city. But then if they were following your logic, they would say, all right, well, I'm just using like class and race characteristics to describe the relative propensity you have for the construction of the city. It's a weird kind of essentialization. I just don't know why you would go there when the semantic language of your tweet pretty explicitly postures between the relative achievements of white and non-white people, you know? Do you get where I'm coming from, at least?
It's particularly the achievements of the racial class-based group.
Yeah, I just don't think... I just... Whenever I see a person with a bad take on Twitter, my immediate thought is not, this person is middle class and white. Let me say middle class and white people can't do it.
Well, it's because, I mean, I'm aware of the general makeup of your audience as well as of your own background, so...
All black people in my audience, by the way. We all voted for Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard that joke too many times?
Have you heard that joke too many times?
It's exhausting.
Okay. Well, you know what else would have been exhausting? A second Trump term. Let's move on. Anyway, continuing.
Wait, are you accusing him of being insufficiently grateful to Biden? Is that what I'm hearing?
Wait, you think I don't think people should have voted for Biden? Like, why are you making those snipes?
If I go back through your Twitter feed, will I find you encouraging other leftists to vote for Biden? Because if so, massive props, because very few people have
I don't
the
even
balls.
live in America.
Well, sure, but there are people in America who follow you.
Yeah.
I mean, how many Twitter followers do you have? You have thousands of followers. You could have maybe convinced a couple of people to get over their Bernie or bust tendencies. So I wouldn't be able to find.
I had like 500 followers.
Okay, so I wouldn't be able to find any of that then in your Twitter feed.
No, it's not my fight.
Okay. Well, I think it is. I mean, my sympathy is with the workers of the world. So if there are workers in America, even if I didn't live in America,
I think the workers of the world will be fine without this, what Morpheus8624 is calling an aggressively bloviating shitlib. I think the workers of the world will be just fine without you, Vaush.
be concerned. Make sure they don't live under a fascist ethno-state. But, I mean, yeah. I'm just saying, there are a lot of Bernie or bust types online on the left, okay? I'm just, I'm still sensitive. I'm touchy about this.
I realized.
Yeah. And then third of all, the aggressive bad faith misinterpretation of black voices to your overwhelmingly white audience. I think I have a relatively diverse audience for online.
This is like getting called to the principal's office. Excuse me, St. Andrewism. You seem to have some very disturbing tweets here. Can we talk about these? What did you mean when you said this? What was this dig about? Like, right, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Online politics, but it's still probably overwhelmingly white from what I can tell, is also staggeringly anti-black. You're far more charitable to ex-Nazis. So
do you know why I say this?
Sure, go for it. Explain, then I'll respond.
So I saw your conversation with that ex-Nazi, whosoever, and I've seen that you do have the ability to be patient with people, to be empathetic with people, to take people in good faith. And I don't see you extending that to people who have these preconceived notions.
Okay, Chad, I'm going to make the screen more interesting since there's not a lot going on. Wait, let me read the last tweet. Brings us to the main point. This isn't segregation, not only because of the stark difference in power dynamics, but because No Name's take is not about dividing the movement. So let us proceed. Oh my god, a horse! And I'm tiny.
Lefties. I don't try to pick fights along racial lines. So the reason why I don't think this comparison is necessarily valid is because this person that I talked to was an ex-Nazi. That has no bearing on their current perspective. If the Right. If they had said something that I disagreed with, I would have disagreed with them. I'm not impugning people for their former beliefs.
I'm talking about the tone of the conversation, how you approach the conversation.
Because they're cool now, yeah.
It's about approach. It's about approach.
Well, because they're currently
you don't lend
believing
that same
things
approach.
I agree with.
You don't lend that same approach to people who people on Twitter. You don't lend that same approach to, for example, No Name. And you yourself said you're aware that she's new to Twitter, or whatever. If you have some particular issues with perhaps how she worded things. And at the beginning of the segment, you had said that the so-called Steelman interpretation of her saying was that there are some white leftists who take comfort in being part of a multiracial group without using their privilege to put in the work to radicalize other white people. That's what you dubbed the Steelman interpretation of her tweet, when that was the correct interpretation of her tweet.
I think that tweet requires way more work on my end than the immediate tweet that needs to be done. And I feel like the way in which she phrased her tweet was like there are way more likely interpretations that aren't that one. Because we even like finished all of it. By the way, my boys found a tweet of you saying that both Trump and Biden are awful human beings. I guess this was after the election.
Gotcha.
Oh wait, September, November. Well, it's not that I disagree with the statement. It's that the implicit message of this statement is that there's no difference between them.
It's not. That's literally not what's being said. That is literally not what's being said. What is being said is a very honest and basic truth, and it's just indisputable. It doesn't mean they're equally bad either.
Right before the election. There's a difference between Hitler and Winston Churchill, and both of them are awful human beings, not so?
Right, but if it was right during World War II, and you said...
You would not need to say... Look, yeah, that's what he's saying. No criticism of fucking Winston Churchill in the time that Winston Churchill held power.
Hitler are awful human beings. I feel like the implication
okay, you're also anyway, I shouldn't even point out like the hyperbolic nature of his hypotheticals.
Result of the war. This isn't like 60 years after the fact. This tweet was sent out a few days before the election.
Yeah, but I mean, I still stand by that statement. I only got 5 likes, and I had like 300 followers at the time. It's not going to change the outcome of the election. Calm down.
The follower count isn't what I'm looking for here. I'm not saying you're going to change the election. It's just this is Bernie or bust rhetoric. So it's weird to me earlier that you were like acting defensive.
It's Bernie or bust rhetoric to point out that that they're both awful human beings. Seriously.
So again, I feel like you're being a little bit dishonest here. I'm going to try this one more time and then we can move on. When we're right about to have an election between a ghoulish neoliberal and a fascist, and the only conversational point you have to add to this is that both are bad, the implicit suggestion then is that it doesn't really matter which one wins, that there's an equivocacy here, it's both whatever, two evils, who cares, which is a sentiment expressed by a lot of people on the online left. So so again, you got defensive earlier. So were you hoping that Biden would win over Trump?
Of course.
Okay. I mean, I can't find any tweets of you saying that, and I can find tweets of you both sidesing, but yeah. Okay, anyway.
Well, I have private group chats where I was sat down through the election and I watched the results change, so it's not like you have access to the entirety of my life on Twitter, because I'm not very... Back then, I wasn't very active on Twitter.
Of course. I can only criticize you for the things that I see here on your Twitter feed. Anyway, I don't think this tweet about bad faith misinterpretations, I just don't think necessarily lands. I can only really go by what I think a reasonable interpretation is and how my audience tends to lean, but I feel like my interpretation of your tweets and of No Name's tweets have been fairly on the ball, whereas you've been assigning a degree of charitability that I think borders on like dishonesty, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, in your opinion.
Yeah. Wait, I'm getting more tweets of you doing the both sides thing. Every election, people say pick the lesser of two evils. Enough is enough. It's time to work outside the system and stop picking evil.
Would you like to read the original tweet?
Sure, we can look at the original tweet from
The original tweet that I'm quoting.
by Dawi. Imagine TNT is a restaurant, PNC, the only will give you diarrhea. Everyone says your civic duty to choose. You don't choose and eat, but everyone who's
What? Okay. God damn it.
Yeah, this is true. Don't eat the diarrhea food. It's probably
Yeah,
bad.
the tweet was in the context of my own local elections.
Okay, imagine a TNT restaurant at PM and UNC are the only two foods on the buffet that will give you diarrhea. Everyone says that it's your civic duty to choose. You don't choose and you don't eat, but everyone else who eats shitting down the place and telling you don't complain about the smell. Yeah. There's like
Okay, that's
TNT
fair.
stands for Trinidad and Tobago, which is where I'm from. PNM stands for the People's National Movement, which is one political party.
I think
UNC stands for United National Congress, which is another political party.
That's fair. I think the sentiment kind of carries across, but yeah, okay. That's fair though. What country are you from?
There's Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay, yeah, I will admit that I don't know very much about your political system.
The politics are split along racial lines, so it's very unproductive.
That's unfortunate.
Both parties have essentially the same ideology, but one party is Hindu Indians, the other party is Black people and Muslim Indians. So,
well, that's why
not much gets done.
That's why I'm so that's why I'm so hard on avoiding segregationist rhetoric.
What?
Anyway, then we arrive. We're almost done, I guess, or I guess we're getting there. Which brings me to the main point. This isn't segregation, not only because of the stark difference in power dynamics, but also because No Name's take is not about dividing the movement.
this is like what Vaush did back in the day.
Yeah,
Like this is
kind of about
what a lot of his debate content was.
Let's be fair. Between the these tweets aren't for white people, and then the original tweet from
Well, I
No
already
Name.
established how I already established my interpretation of that tweet. So
Yeah, I
And as
know.
we-
But white people don't talk to me about police because I've just decided that your entire race hasn't done enough to radicalize other white people to leftism. This is an insanely counterproductive tweet. Like, white people,
That's
you
not
don't
the
get
take.
to have a racially unified movement until you've passed some arbitrary threshold of
Vaush probably
arbitrary.
what's
getting it to pause. Vaush probably just learned a new country existed in this conversation, no doubt. Does Vaush know anything about the political system? He's like, yeah, what for? Like, it's pretty much the same thing. Yeah, doesn't know much about the political. Doesn't know any. I don't think he I think the person that said he didn't know the country was probably correct. How did anyone ever get this? Ever get to liking this content? This is horrific. I mean, people with chips on their shoulder. Like white people with chips on their shoulder, dudes with chips on their shoulder, like that's what this is. And we even got a little taste of him saying that the trans community was bullying him. So there's that chip on his shoulder too.
what's the wait? How is it?
What I'm seeing, chat, is that this is a guy with more chips than shoulders.
Not arbitrary? Is there a specific line?
How is it arbitrary to expect that people in their communities are working against white supremacy and liberalism?
Wait, so at what
That's
point?
bare minimum shit.
At what point do we know that white people are doing enough? Because the arbitrarity is that we don't know. There's no way of knowing. It's a gradient. And also, how do you know what all white people are doing?
You're right. It is true that there is a sense of arbitrariness in terms of the line being drawn and how much is enough. But as it stands right now, we're not even close to reaching that line. Enough work is not being done.
Why
So
go
that's
after
the issue.
white people like this when instead you could say, I think that white people should utilize their privilege and their relative levels of respect in white spaces to try as much as possible to radicalize their
But now you're just nitpicking. Now you're just nitpicking phrasing. The same message is being communicated.
No, I strongly disagree. Because the language that I just used is inclusionary,
It's with the phrase.
and the
You
language.
want to go through the
name-
phrasing of the tweet, and I'll explain my my interpretation of her tweet.
Wait, okay, I
Would you like to go
understand
through
your
the phrasing of her tweet?
interpretation. Wait. Hold on.
Well, you don't understand my interpretation of the tweet because you haven't gone through it yet.
So you just said that what I said was semantically identical.
I didn't say it was semantically identical.
Wait, hold on.
I said the message was identical.
That's okay. You said the message was identical. The problem is the language that I used was inclusionary, and the language that she used was exclusionary, which is the reason why I was critical. My message wasn't
exclusionary in what way?
So she literally says, "Do not talk to me about police, white people, until you've done X." I can't imagine.
She said, "Please don't speak to me about police in the context of what the guy said." She was speaking directly to somebody. She had quote-tweeted somebody. So the "please don't speak to me about police" is specific to that tweet. But the first sentence, why white leftists more eager to unify with racialized communities than organize your own people first. Second sentence, unity with black people is meaningless as long as the masses of white people are indoctrinated into white supremacy and liberalism. Now, in the original stream, you are taking issue with the phrase "your own people." Do you still have issue with that phrase?
Yeah. Why are we racializing this?
Because you can't ignore race in America of all places.
No, if you have a problem with a take, you don't need to say, why are these white people giving a bad take? You don't need to say white people aren't doing enough. If you have an issue with a take,
pointing out a general trend in the organization patterns.
That's right. That's essentializing.
Lack of organizing patterns. It's not essentializing. If you notice a trend in activity,
how do you even measure how much white leftists are doing to push for other white leftists to join up? Like, how do you even know? Is there a barometer on this? Is there like some way of measuring?
My God, he's insufferable, isn't he?
Like, how do we know?
There isn't so much a barometer, but there's more to do with, well, if people were organizing in their communities, you would see the fruits of it. It's more looking for the fruits of that labor. And there aren't many so far.
Why did black people overwhelmingly vote for Biden instead of Bernie? Maybe you guys need to do more radical community first?
I'm not here to talk about electoral politics. I don't know why.
What the fuck?
So when we actually arrive at a measurable barometer, now all of a sudden that's no longer I think that deciding whether or not to vote for Bernie is a fairly strong indicator to how sympathetic.
Like I said, I didn't come here to talk about electoral politics.
So it's not about electoral politics.
We could
it's
talk about
why.
We could talk about why black people tend to voted for Biden over.
I know why black people voted for Biden.
Bernie. Right. So we don't have to talk about it.
Well, wait, hold on. So you're willing to play excuses for black people voting for the neoliberal centrist candidate, but then you also like vaguely believe white people aren't doing enough? See, this is exactly what I mean. No Name's tweet encourages posturing. It's a competition with this. How much is X or Y doing? Like, why aren't white people doing enough? Why not use positive language that includes people? White people have a power that black people don't.
Because you don't need to coddle people.
Oh, see, now we're getting to it. Using inclusionary language is coddling. This is exactly what I was talking about.
That's not what I said.
He is.
That's what I said.
It is explicitly.
Literally talking about the necessity to use inclusionary language for white people. Like the idea in this country that white people need inclusionary language to feel welcome. Like he's an example of the fact that that's not true. He doesn't feel any need to stay in his lane. Like, bro, this guy, his logic is a pretzel. And it's like self-effacing. It's like he's debunking himself. If you take his if you take his argument to its logical conclusion, it just contradictory. Andrewism is so patient. Yeah, especially after being called in this weird principal's office situation of like, oh, see some tweets here. I mean, like a principal's office, or is this what it's like when the FBI or talks to you? Like, you've been making some posts on social media, haven't you? You're gonna have to take a look at what did you mean when you said that? Like, I don't know. This is some weird fucking interrogatory vibes going on here. Vaush doesn't believe in lanes. All ways are the Vaush's way. Yeah. That's how these debate bros nitpick and twist it around all the time.
What you just said.
He is a saint. Good point, Chad Alpha.
I said you don't have to.
He is a saint.
People.
So I
You
advocated.
don't always have to coddle people. Not every word that comes out of your mouth has to be coddling.
So I advocated for inclusionary rhetoric. If you believe that's coddling, then our movement is dead. Inclusionary rhetoric is the way that leftists
No, I
get more
don't have an
people
issue
on
with
board.
inclusionary rhetoric, though. But if we're speaking specifically about what No Name said, I think there is also a space for not coddling. I think there's also a space for being a little bit harsh.
Nobody's
for being
talking
a little bit
about
harsh
coddling.
with your phrasing.
Harshness isn't, first of all, I only run in terms of productivity. Harshness is not productive, generally speaking, especially since within this tweet unnecessarily.
Productivity is not the only way to
please stop
to
interrupting
operate.
me. Especially
What
when
the
No Name's
fuck?
tweet introduces racist, or sorry, not
Please
racist,
stop interrupting
I guess
me.
maybe, but racial essentialization where it wasn't necessarily called for. I don't know how else to say this, but if you disagree with a take from a white person, the proper response is not to say, white people, you think you can be
It's
part
not
of the
about
left when you're
escape.
not even doing enough amongst your own people? Stay out of here. Stop talking to me about police, whitey. Like, that's a really dumb, ineffective way.
I don't know what to say here. I do not know what to say. Like the way he's trying to, I mean, there's literally a straw man. I don't know what else to say. Like, right, as in like, you know, like putting those words in. Stay out of here, Whitey. Sounds weird for a reason. Sounds absurd for a reason. It's almost like it only exists as a trope in Vaush's mind. It is the stuff of fantasy, more so even than the weasel, which we all know are mythical creatures and do not actually exist. But yeah, we definitely got a weasel here tonight, sitting in Vaush's gamer chair.
Of handling now you can say I used more hyperbolic language, but the sentiment between what No Name tweeted and what I just said is pretty functionally similar. It doesn't add people to the movement. It gets people angry and bitter and divisive, and that's what I was criticizing. If you want to say this was just No Name being angry and it wasn't super productive, but whatever, don't like get your panties in a twist about it, then that is fine. That's totally fine. If you think I'm over fixating on it, that's fine. But this still isn't good. And what bothers me is that people will play defense
missing the
for this
forest
stuff.
for the trees.
I feel like my criticism here is fairly pointed and has been fairly specific. I mean,
I disagree. For example, you say that she is criticizing a take when, as it's been established, she is criticizing a trend among white leftists in terms of how they organize or don't organize, rather.
What's wrong? I don't even know what the original tweet is. The original tweet is literally just saying we need to unify and recognize the capitalist police are a shared enemy, and she got mad at that. Like, this is anti-revolutionary rhetoric. This is counter-revolutionary from No Name. The original tweet is saying, hey, workers of America, we need to rise up together and recognize that petty racial infighting is not the way to solve our problems. We need to work together against the collective institutions that oppress us. And No Name sees that tweet and she's like, sorry, Whitey, you're not doing enough. That's just
okay, Vaush.
Bad to me. It's not
okay, buddy.
Receiving these sort of things, but I'll point something out, right? So let's bring it back in a little bit. You took issue with the phrasing your own people because you think, oh, it's racially centralizing or whatever the case may be. Correct?
Yeah, I don't know what about the original tweet required a message about how whites aren't doing enough. That feels so out of left field, you know?
Perhaps to you. There's context.
What does this accomplish?
Be considered.
Don't you realize that we
What
need
does it
white
accomplish?
people in this movement,
so let's
right?
talk. I'm aware of that. I know we need white people in this movement. But the point is that, okay, let me scale back a bit.
If you were a random white kid and you saw this tweet, like you realize...
We're not talking about random white kids, Vaush.
Random white kids are future revolutionaries. White Boy Summer is a revolutionary's haven.
Not petty racial infighting. Nothing about white supremacy is petty, or having a problem with white supremacy is petty. Vaush is all, yeah, he's read all rhetoric. He's embodied all rhetoric. Vaush hates ripe tomatoes. They are too old for him. I would not blame anyone if they said that to Vaush. Oh yeah, and then complaining about being interrupted. He literally just complained about being white boy summer. He said white boy summer is revolution. That's what this motherfucker just said. What about all the white boys out there? They're gonna feel discouraged. You're gonna ask them to examine their privilege? How could you? How could you? You're crushing their little white boy souls. This is like the Jordan Peterson of white boys.
Okay, we need those random white kids. And they see a tweet
Alright,
like
Chet
this,
Hanks.
and what do they think?
I'm not as fixated on what they think because I think there is more to be discussed before you quickly jump to a particular interpretation.
How can you recruit new people if you don't care what normies think about our movement?
That's what a normie is. To him. That's how he... That's the default person.
Yeah, how can
Do you think one tweet is going to turn somebody in a particular direction?
You're doing it again. It is just one tweet, but it's indicative of a broader attitude that I'm criticizing. So with
indicative of a broader attitude. Indicative of a broader attitude. Let's stick on that phrase for a second.
No, wait. I need you to answer this
attitude.
question. How can we recruit new people if we don't care about what randoms think about our messaging? We need to know. We need to be appealing to them as much as possible. We should be having bake sales to get these fuckers in our doors.
Motherfucker, you are making the same mistake as the Democratic Party. Do you see how he's thinking? He's taking oppressed people's support for granted, right? We don't need to do anything. We don't need to think of, because if you're oppressed, you're already going to be naturally disposed to being leftist, and that's that's got some truth to it. That's part of what Andrewism was saying in one of his tweets, that as far as the groups that are more motivated towards real revolution, but because Vaush is using that as an excuse to essentially say, like, take those groups for granted, say, all right, well, shit's already, we already got them. They're in there, they're in the coalitions, they're gonna support the left no matter what. But what we really got to do is make this place appealing to all the white boys out there. And the last thing that a white boy wants to do, as a white boy, Vaush is telling you, is to unpack and examine his privilege, let alone acknowledge or lest we say check his privilege, right? This is just not going to happen. So we just got to make, you catch more flies with bullshit, I guess, is what he's saying.
Addressing the material conditions. But I want to talk about how you said...
No, I need an answer to that, because if you don't think this is an avenue worth pursuing, then you're not a part of my movement. You're a part of some social club that I don't want to be a part of. Organizing. I'm talking about organizing. I'm talking about optics. I'm talking about revolutionary
No, is also
class
talking about
consciousness.
organizing. She's also talking about revolutionary class consciousness.
You said,
but somehow you missed that in the tweet.
No, you said you don't care how other people think. So why not?
That's not what I said.
Wait, chat, did this person not just say they don't care what others think with regards to the optics of this tweet? Did I miss that?
I said I don't care what random white boy.
It's weird to ask chat if this person, the person that you're talking to, like, it's weird to be there, like, talking to somebody and then turn to chat and be, chat, what did this person not just say? Like, there's so much that's so weird about this.
He thinks because there's more to it than just his one perspective.
Wait, why not? Why not promote socialism in a way that's amicable to the perspectives of the entire working class?
By which we mean the white boys.
Random white boys are like 20.
Again, you are making the same mistake as the Democratic Party. You are actually embodying like Hillary Clinton thought there. I mean, this is literally Hillary Clinton's 2008 campaign against Barack Obama. The white working class. In other words, what she means is that the working class is white. Right? Even though the working class is disproportionately not white.
30 maybe.
There is a point that is being communicated in the tweet that I think is more important than merely considering how white boy number 24 might consider or might interpret the tweet.
But so far,
the message,
I've managed to phrase this tweet in a way which is more accurate and better optically. So I don't know what we're gaining by phrasing it this way.
You're nitpicking phrasing, though. Well, I'm trying to talk about the message of the tweet.
Wait, the phrasing is important. We're public figures. Trust me, I know better than anyone
Phrasing
else.
is important.
Phrasing's very
Phrasing
important.
is important.
Yeah.
Phrasing is important. So let's talk about the phrasing.
Yeah, the phrasing is explicitly exclusionary. The original tweet was about unity against police, racial unity against police, which was the message of basically every socialist movement in this country for the past 100 years, and then with some exceptions, and then No Name steps in and she says some exceptions, the successful ones tend to be inclusionary, and then No Name steps in, and No Name is like, actually, white people aren't doing enough. Unity with black people is meaningless as long as the masses of white people are indoctrinated into white supremacy and liberalism. First of all, that's factually incorrect. Unity with black people is meaningful even in the face of an oppressive society. This is reductive and frankly just stupid. Like, it's an all or nothing kind of sentiment.
He's misreading the tweet.
Unless we've destroyed capitalism? What? So wait.
No, that's not the...
He's misreading the tweet.
Masses of white people have been indoctrinated into white supremacy and liberalism for the entire history of this country, but I promise you that life would be a lot worse right now if there weren't some white people who were unified with black people. This is a very dumb tweet.
It's not what's being said, Vaush.
What unity means, all right? Because you say, oh, you know, people need to stand in solidarity and in unity, whatever. But if you too, when it comes to radical politics, actions supersede words.
We're talking about the words from No Name right now. We're public figures. Our language.
We're talking about the message. We're talking about the message of her tweet.
The message.
But you seem to
delivered
really
with
seem
words.
to want to fix it.
Are you listening to a word that I'm saying? You
Yes,
keep
I am.
switching between phrasing and content and phrasing and content. I criticize the phrasing and you jump to the content. I criticize the content and you jump to the phrasing. I don't think you're listening to a fucking thing that I'm saying. This is getting incredibly repetitive. I feel like I've picked this apart and I don't think you have a defense of it. I think maybe this is a bit uncharitable of me. If I can infer, I think your defense of it might be, it's not my place to criticize it.
That's not the place. I would never say that if you criticize black people, you're anti-black or whatever, which is a phrase you use to dismiss my criticism of you.
You called me
But nobody
anti-black
was
for
saying,
criticizing black people in this tweet thread.
no, I called you anti-black for your interpretation.
But my criticism, I've provided you the interpretation. So if you're going to accuse every criticism of being based on a bad faith and misinterpretation, then yeah, you're basically just saying that the criticisms make me anti-black. I think that my criticism
No, I think that
pretty
your bad
salient.
faith misinterpretation is what made you anti-black. Because as you said in the beginning of that segment, the so-called Steelman interpretation is, the point I'm pointing out is that interpretation is the correct interpretation, but it's not the one that you want to run with for
the
whatever
correct
reason.
interpretation. So
you
if
don't
that's
want
the correct,
to lend any kind of good faith
if that's
to
the correct
what she's saying, even if her
interpretation-
phrasing is not the best.
So okay, so you acknowledge then that the phrasing is exclusionary and incorrect.
I
but the-
don't consider it exclusionary per se.
Okay, then
I think she's being direct. I think she's being direct in terms of pointing out that, hey, de facto segregation exists, so a lot of white people are going to be exposed to other white people. They have circles, social circles largely composed of other white people. So those people, instead of they're not doing enough.
Right. I feel
to
like
reach these people.
I feel like I've pointed out all the ways in which I think this type of messaging is really bad.
Yeah, this is just the tip of the Voshberg.
But that
we're just starting. We're just getting started.
Political messaging. That's an okay.
But this is a real.
Actually, optics is very important when it comes to bringing over new people. I don't think we're ever going to agree.
Vaush, the Great White Hope. This is a really important part of the Voshberg, though. That like I don't want to get lost because the focus right now is what's on his folders. The focus right now is the shit that he said about adult and children relationships in the past. That is not the only problem with Vaush, right? And this is a huge his somebody said before in chat that he has not had good interactions on his stream with black people. I don't know if you know, like in total, but yeah, in general, that is the fucking trend. That is the trend of his interactions, and I mean, you just see how fucking entitled he really is in these interactions.
On that, I want to, if we could, I just
would you like to talk about the Rainbow Coalition then?
The Rainbow Coalition? I was going to scroll down. Hold on. Okay. Is that in the tweet thread? Let me see. She has made.
No, it's on the thread, but.
Oh, well, let me just read this really, really quick. I'll skim it. Okay, I just want to see if there's anything more here that we haven't touched on. All she has made clear is a lot of white folks are not putting in the work to organize their own communities, including dismantling the anti-blackness within their own communities, and are not doing enough to confront their own anti-blackness before claiming solidarity and unity. Wait, no, this is what I mean. And are not doing enough to confront their own anti-blackness before claiming solidarity and unity, i.e.,
this is the guy that calls people woke scolds, sitting here bringing bring Andrewism onto his platform to scold them.
They don't have a right to claim solidarity and unity until they do these other things. This is the definition of exclusionary.
No, it's like yeah, you know what? It is exclusionary.
Well, wait, then why have I been arguing over that?
Hold on, could you let me speak? Could you let me speak? All right.
Sure.
It's exclusionary in the sense that, okay, so you know how baby leftists often call for left unity because Marxist Leninist anarchists somehow have the same end goal.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen that, right? Right. But in terms of actual action, there are consequences that we have seen historically for how Marxist-Leninists tend to operate, right? Saying that you both want communism is useless when one is throwing the other in a gulag in front of a firing squad. Saying that you stand in unity with Black people is useless when there's no action to back it up. It's basically liberal performance art. It's what corporations do to increase their market share. It's like when dozens of companies stood in solidarity with BLM last year, but they had no material benefits to BLM last year.
So you're okay with exclusionary. So I don't know why we wasted our time. You're okay with exclusionary language as long as you feel as though the people haven't adequately deconstructed the racialized biases that they hold. Why not?
Yeah, Ophelia says, to me, it's completely logical that you'd ask white people to do the work of dismantling white supremacy within themselves before declaring solidarity. Yeah, instead of being entitled to other people's liberatory movements because somehow they felt like under your framework that you interpret yourself as having, complete purview over, then God, this is frustrating.
Not let them in the movement and then try to push them to the left from within that movement rather than holding them out the gate. I feel like that's more effective. I'm not saying we shouldn't try
them out the gate. I want them to be in the movement doing the work, but you can't be in the movement if you're not doing the work.
I think you absolutely
can't be in solidarity if you're not doing the work.
What is the work? So people can't be leftists unless they're. What's the threshold, the bar for participation, and why does that bar seem to only exist for white people? If you're passively
anti-capitalist. No, it doesn't exist only for white people. I'd say there are a lot of people who are passive. Here. I would say that I'm speaking generally now. I would say that there are a lot of people anti-capitalist, but it's vague and it is passive. They don't take that frustration with capitalism and do something with it. There's no basis in material reality, material action.
I recognize people should do those things, but the best way to have them do those things is to let them in the movement and then push them from within the movement, rather than leaving them outside of the movement. If you leave people outside of a movement, if there's like a white person who's like, yeah, I want to be able...
Pause. My Wi-Fi dropped for a second there, so I didn't hear what you were saying.
Oh, yeah. I forget what I was saying too. Look, the problem is, we need to let these people into the movement and then change them from within that movement, rather than keeping them outside of the gate. If you're like a vaguely leftist, like kind of populist, and you want to be part of the left-leaning movement, and then people are like, no, you haven't done enough to confront your anti-blackness, and you just.
What I'm saying is, if you want to be part of the movement, that's fantastic. But your involvement in the movement is just going to be performative and empty if you're not actually doing anything for the movement.
That's better than them joining another political circle, though. I would rather have useless lefties who don't do anything than people who are kept out the left movement and then gravitate towards liberal or reactionary causes. It's way better. At least when they're just passively in our movement, we have the benefit of numbers. They buy our content, they donate to causes, they might show up at rallies, and they have the possibility of changing.
Buy our content?
Political movements are
Right.
made up.
Is that what he said?
You want them to get involved in actual action.
I want them to be in the movement, and then we push them to do those things, rather than say they.
We make a bunch of money off them first. Okay, so that this is the thing that you don't understand, altruism, is that the money of somebody who's not unpacked their privilege and acknowledged that, somebody who is not making any effort to dismantle like white supremacy within their own community, is just as able to donate, is just as able to buy merch, is just as able to build my career as somebody who has. So why would you deprive me, Vaush, of these supporting members, of these subs, right? That wow, just mask off right there. Mask fucking off.
You have to be doing action to be in the movement.
Yeah, let's
Simply saying that you are part of the movement is not accomplishing anything.
Okay.
It's performative and empty.
So I guess I'll just continue the tweet thread. As she said, unity with black people is meaningless so long as the masses of white people are indoctrinated. This is not correct. Again, the masses of white people have always been indoctrinated into white supremacy and liberalism for the entire history of this country. So I think that unity with black people has been meaningful over the course of that time. If it weren't for unity with black people, we wouldn't have even gotten the civil rights movement passed. So, I mean...
The civil rights movement was very critical of white liberals.
The civil rights movement was critical of white liberals, but it would not have succeeded if not a single white person had engaged in unity.
Oh my God.
I'm not defending white liberals. I'm saying that unity was necessary to get it passed. Unity with white people.
Right.
Even though the majority of white people were still indoctrinated into white supremacy and liberalism. Yeah. So you had to be organizing your family, your friends, and your likely overwhelmingly white neighborhood if you want unity to be more than performative and empty. Surprisingly, black folks don't want to have to put up with constant anti-black microaggressions in our revolutionary space. That's fair. I recognize that. I think that political spaces.
This is the tweet that you ignored in the original segment, by the way, which I found to be very odd because it's kind of the crux of the whole thread.
I just skipped through it super fast. But yeah, I don't necessarily think this is a super valid criticism. First of all, black people deal with anti-black microaggressions from society at large, whether or not they're in the left or other people are in the left. And second of all, I think that a strong and healthy political left has multiple spaces for people at different stages of radicalization. I've always advocated for that. So I want lefties who are like, if you have like an edgy
but then you
white
don't
boy.
disagree with No Name's message.
No, because they're still part of the
message.
left. They're just in a different social space. So like, say you have a really edgy white
For
boy.
example, they're in their local neighborhood organization. Say that neighborhood is overwhelmingly white. Then they're in that neighborhood organization. And as they're in that organization, they are unlearning those anti-black white supremacist ideas in that space while working in collaboration with organizations in majority black neighborhoods.
They can, yeah. And they can go on Twitter and shitpost if they want. I mean, they can do what they want. Or they can do absolutely nothing if they want to. I'd prefer they do something. But if you say the only way to be a leftist is to organize, you're going to have like 5 leftists in this country. But they're still a leftist. If you have an edgy white boy who's like a little bit racist, but like they're working on it and it's just kind of some, like they picked up on some dumb shit from their mom and dad.
I mean, he said white boy summer earlier. This is some major Chet Hanks. The common thread between Vaush and Chet Hanks is, I guess, lack of self-awareness.
They're working on it. They're young, and they believe in leftist causes broadly. I want them to be part of the left, and I want them to be a part of my left.
In that case, they're putting in the work to unlearn.
And the common thread between the viewers on Twitch right now is the top of the hour ad break, which comes at you every hour at the top of the hour. Life comes at you fast. If you blink your eyes, you might miss it, right? But unfortunately, if you blink your eyes, you will not miss the top of the hour ad break. You will have to be blinking your eyes for exactly 3 minutes in order to entirely miss that top of the hour ad break. One other way, though, to miss that top of the hour ad break is by using a Prime to get yourself a sub on Twitch, which you can do for free. If you have Prime, you have a free sub, you can give it to the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, then you will no longer see that ad break at the top of every hour. You can also have a very similar effect, although it still, it would cost you a little bit more than nothing by spending $5 to buy a sub for yourself, to treat yourself to a superior viewing experience. $6 on mobile, or possibly, if neither of those two options work for you, there's still a chance that you could get a gift sub. It can happen. It does happen, but it's more likely to happen when you're active in chat. Yeah, he keeps saying "our." This is, yeah, exactly.
White supremacy and liberalism, though they're actually doing the work.
Right, but they're putting the work in my movement. Like they're in the movement, so they can do that work.
You can't be in the movement if you aren't putting in the work. That's my point.
No,
if you're not putting in the work to unlearn white supremacy and
your
liberalism,
tweet specifically said you can't. No, first of all, your tweet said that A, you can't be in the movement. Unity with black people is useless if white people are still anti-black in general. And B, you said that they can't be in the movement until they have unlearned those things. I think they need to unlearn it in the movement. And even if they never fully unlearn it and they're still like a little bit racist, what would you rather have? A slightly racist white kid who wants a proletarian revolution, or a slightly racist white kid with a back?
We know what Vaushism is about, right? It's about taking over movements, whether that is taking over the leftist movement with anarcho-Bidenists, whether that is taking over liberatory movements with edgy white boys that apparently you need if you're going to have any hope of succeeding. It's some fucking like great white hope shit here with Vaush. So damn, the Vaush's movement, yeah.
Forward focus, I know that I would rather have them on the left, and maybe they're irritating and other black people on the online left don't want to be around them. That's cool. They don't have to. It's not a social club. They can stay in some other portion of the left where people are more tolerant of that type of behavior. I just want to be inclusionary. I just want to be inclusive to people. The right makes it so easy to join the right. All you have to do is be a little bit not even racist. You just have to be irritated by feminists. And there is this like maelstrom of content that will pull you into the alt-right. But on the left, there are so many walls and barriers and so much gatekeeping, and all these prominent voices are constantly.
So what you're saying, you think there should be a path? You think there should be a path for apolitical white people to enter the left? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
And who do you think?
And what have we gotten from that?
Who do you think should be putting in that difficult work to build that path?
Well, I do it better than pretty much anyone else, I think. So I'd say me. Yeah, I think other white people can use their privilege to try to access those communities.
Which is No Name's point.
No Name's point is that we don't have a right to talk to her about unity or police until we've done more. I don't do this because I'm meeting some woke bar that I need to pass before I get to talk political issues with black people. I'm doing this because I like doing what I do and because I'm good at doing what I do. I'm not doing it because I was gatekept by other people. Because frankly, if I listened to other people's gatekeeping, I wouldn't be part of the left at all. Most online leftists hate me. They want me out of the community. If I listened to the gatekeeping, I wouldn't be able to do exactly the thing you and No Name want, which is white people using their privilege to pull politically indifferent or even reactionary people over to the left. I'm trying to, but your messaging makes it harder for me to do it. And then when I argue with it online,
messaging that white leftists should be putting into work to help people unlearn white supremacy and liberalism is somehow not what?
It's about the order. I do it because I like doing it, and I do it because I'm good at doing it. But I don't do it because I need to pass a threshold before I get to talk with black people. I could drop all of this and never do an ounce.
That's the point.
Wait, no, it's the point, which is the reason why my rhetoric pulls.
The point is that if white leftists are not putting in the work to unlearn white supremacy and liberalism, then unity is meaningless.
The reason why you went silent after I brought up the civil rights movement is because you know that point is stupid. Okay, we can't keep going back to that. Unity is meaningful even if there are still problems in the broader white community. Now, I am having trouble doing the work you claim you want me to do because of the behavior that you and other people who use your arguments engage in. And for the record, I'm going to get called racist after this conversation because I disagreed with a black person.
Because you're racist.
In your Twitter thread for disagreeing with a.
Because you're being racist.
I called you racist. But if you want to keep on framing it that way, then sure.
I think that's a fairly.
There's the ad break.
Talk about how white people organize black people in the civil rights movement.
No. The point is that they unified. There was unity there, even though there was a majority white population.
Unity was materially meaningful.
It doesn't.
The way that they're unified, the way that they worked, was in organization against white supremacy.
And what does that have to do with my point? The unity is meaningful, even though the majority of white people were still succumbing to anti-blackness and liberalism. That's my argument. Yeah, white people, their unity was meaningful because they put in the work, and black people can't do it alone because we have way the hell more social power than you do in this country. And that's unfortunate, and we can work to fix that, but it cannot be done alone. We're going to need white people.
So you're going to need to do it on our terms? Is this guy listening to himself? The right makes it easy by accepting a rightward shift. Yeah, exactly. Vaush loves deciding how much racism someone should be willing to accept.
And we're going to need to choose our words carefully to avoid compromising our movement while also including as many people as possible. That optics game is really important to me because for a long time, the online left especially was empty. There was no online left in America, in the in the English-speaking world. There was nothing. It was just all reactionaries. It was like atheists.
Including you.
It was atheists versus Christians. So
including you.
We're not careful. And the tweet thread ends with you saying,
and you want to come in here and tell
this arrogant refusal to.
No, you know what? I'm not going to let him put up with this. It was not empty before he arrived. All right. That is some bullshit right there. I mean, like the reason that bullshit slides is because of the perception of the increased interest in leftism, the increased willingness of younger generations to identify themselves openly as leftists that followed the Bernie Sanders 2016 run and the Bernie Sanders 2020 run. The way that the Overton window shifted to allow leftism as a serious political philosophy, but it has always been there. There have always been people keeping that flame alive, even when that meant being singled out, by feds, right? There were people there. There were people like doing leftism before Vaush, before Bernie, before any of that shit. And for him to come in and be like, now listen, you're all a bunch of failures. You need to shut the fuck up. I'm the one who understands how this works. I came in from the reactionary side of things, and I see your leftism. I look at it, and there's a few things that I very much admire about it, but there's a few things that I think that are holding you back, and that is essentially like that you're leftist, right? If you center more of a dominance paradigm rather than a paradigm of solidarity and unity, then you can succeed. I know, because I'm from the right, and the right was successful, so successful that I ended up wandering into leftism? None of this makes sense. None of what he's saying makes sense. Just like the top of the hour ad break doesn't make sense. It happens every hour on the hour for 3 minutes, and you don't even know what I said while you were watching that ad break.
Disgusting to me. We're obviously not part of the same movement. So I don't know how you can say you're not being exclusionary when you're explicitly saying we're not part of the same movement.
Didn't I admit earlier that I was exclusionary? Didn't I say that I would be excluding people who aren't putting in the work?
Ironically enough, Vaush, it's you who are excluding yourself from the movement by refusing to examine and unpack your goddamn privilege. That's a prerequisite to solidarity. The movement works by solidarity. It does not, in fact, work, Vaush, by dominance paradigm. That would be the right wing. And if your innovation for the left is to turn it into the right wing, then you can just shove your head up your own ass like a goddamn Ouroboros and disappear into yourself, because that is the most worthless thing I have ever fucking heard.
Just out of curiosity, would you consider what I do, putting in the work, being one of the largest leftist voices online with millions of people who watch my content? Is that putting in the work, or am I doing counterproductive?
In some cases, I think you have. I first heard about you when you had debated Hunter Afternoon or whatever. So I have seen in some cases where I have seen in some cases where you've done positive work, and I applaud you for that. But of course, there are also flaws, and there are critiques that could be made. And I think that you missed the mark in some very key ways. But I do think that you have had some positive impact.
Well,
I don't think
I've had
it's necessarily
some
counterproductive.
I know.
I think you have made some positive impact, because I know that there are people who used to watch you who have then moved on to other content and organizing efforts.
People are selling my community into organizing efforts. They don't have to leave my community.
I'm not saying your community doesn't have organizers.
Yeah, just I don't know why you said we're not part of the same movement. And I have a feeling that your language here would be a lot less charitable if you weren't talking to me, if you were on Twitter, because I know how these conversations tend to go.
Well, you don't know me as a person, but if you want,
he's got a huge chip on his shoulder.
Then we can talk about how I perceive.
It's so fucking obvious.
The term movement. In particular, how I perceive the term left.
I mean,
you see, I'm not sure if you recognize. No, okay, let me establish something, right? Of course, you're on the left. There are a lot of people on the left, and that's kind of my point. Somehow, leftism has managed to include a whole bevy of people of which I have very little in common with.
Like
vague
what?
Anti-Catholics, like tankies, like genocide deniers, like transphobes, like eugenicists, like dictator stands, like simple, like capitalist reformers. Like those are all aspects. Those are all parts of the left. That's why I see the left as a term to be very.
But I dislike all of those people, so we should all get along, shouldn't we? All right, you and I at least. I dislike every group you're referring to.
But in terms of how I see movement and why I said that you're obviously not part of my movement is because I believe that movement is a term that needs to be rooted in material reality. It has to be a term that, so when I say I'm in movement with people, it's people that I am learning from, that I am sharing with, that I am organizing with, that I am, working with.
You mean literally your movement is like the groups of people at your specific organizations, like it's your soup kitchen, like group? Or
no, it's people who I am connected with and auxiliary people that I'm connected with in terms of like further connections that are putting in that work. For example, I would consider myself to be in movement with the Zapatistas, or I would consider myself to be in movement with Rojava, because they are putting.
They don't.
Because
they
I
don't
believe
they don't know anything about you. The Kurds don't. They don't know who you are. Is it just because you share political beliefs on how to address?
I mean, I know Kurdish people in Rojava.
Sure, maybe a few, but like the movement, you're not a part. You're not in there. You're not part of their militia. So I don't know what the threshold is. I'm a supporter of Rojava. I just don't know. I know why you can't say that you and I share a movement. It's because you get canceled with your following. But I just don't understand what materially separates us. I don't know, like, because I want there to be one left. You know?
I think this debate illustrated that quite clearly, Vaush.
One big mass of left-leaning people pushing in a given direction with the bad and the good
I
elements.
feel like this debate illustrated just that.
The libertarian mindset makes it really difficult to collectively organize because the right is way more non-specific with how they do this. If you're part of the right, whatever, say you're Sargon Stefan Molyneux.
We got to be more like the right.
Who cares? Are you ethno-nationalist? Are you a conservative? Most of these people just call themselves like tradcons or whatever. It's just some broad term. They don't know what it means. They don't care. It's simple. They're like animals, the right. They just charge in a direction like a stampede, which is much more effective, by the way, than what we're doing. You know, we have a bunch of lefties. We're all big-brained philosophers. We're sitting together. You know, we're out there in the African steppe. We're pondering. We see the herd.
What?
We respect its power.
What?
And then we all separately calculate the
what?
And then on the word
did he just
50,000 separate groups of people run in separate directions off.
Chad, did he just metaphorically put us in a safari? Is that what just happened? Are we now on safari as the left? That's the metaphor. Powdered Toast Face Killer, awesome name. Nosh doesn't know, nor does he understand a lot, so he should not be the leader because of these facts. The point that is trying to be made here is that leftism is useless if you ignore that your material reality is different from the material reality of other communities. Yeah, there can be no solidarity if there is no communication, if there is no knowledge, if there is no being open. If you tell Vaush, you know, something about like, you know, like listen to black people, and he says, oh, so I should listen to Candace Owens? No, Vaush, but there's no way that you're going to understand people's lived experiences, which is kind of the knowledge you need if you want to take part in these liberatory struggles, if you are unwilling to hear what black people have to say, for instance, right? It's just, there's no fucking way. It's not going to happen.
Into the sunset. And nothing gets trampled. We don't look cool.
How did you get here?
More of us, but it doesn't
Good
matter.
question.
We don't move together as a group. You know, we have to be like the monkey.
The monkey.
I don't think monkeys do stampedes. The gazelle.
The gazelle.
The wildebeest. Are there wildebeest in Africa? I don't know.
Why do you think that androism should be the person to answer that question, Vaush? What the fuck? What did I just hear? Like, this guy is so fucking weird. Yeah, he wants us to center it around white boy socialism, white boy summer. That's where he's at. This is Chet Hanks socialism that we're dealing with here.
I don't think that there will ever be
what is
people who are going. There might be a larger trend. But
I mean, look,
always be diversity in terms of.
You can tell with where he is picking his metaphors out of, like, what's going on in Vaush's subconscious.
What direction people decide to go in, because that's kind of what makes leftism so attractive to people. I say leftism sparingly, because you're not being constrained. So, for example, there'll likely be societies in a hypothetical post-revolution world. There'll be some that operate with more democratic and federalist means. There'll be ones that organize more communally. There'll be ones that organize.
Why?
A market-based sort of system. There'll be ones that organized communistically. And I think there's space for a diversity of.
Why is that the metaphor that you pull out of your butt?
Aversion to hierarchy and that sort of thing. I think there is space for that sort of diversity. But in terms of, and that's why I would say that I'm in movement with those groups. But I wouldn't say that the left is a movement that I am a part of. I mean,
chat, we're almost done with this.
Practically not as much, because I don't see it as a practical term. And I don't think that you and I are in movements, because I think there are attitudes that you encourage that are counterproductive and ineffective. So,
I mean, people always reference these, but I feel like I can defend most of what I say and believe in. But all right, one way or another, I feel like we've run the circle, and
the circle of life.
You coming on to talk about this tweet chain, because this conversation was.
Oh my God, Vaush! Oh my God.
Conversations I have on this channel, but I would say a pretty excellent one. Standards I am typically held to. So, thank you for coming on.
No, Vaush. Thank you.
Problem.
All right. You take care, okay?
You too.
All right, peace.
Well, there we have it. There we have it. Like I said, this debate, I mean, I was going to say it was before my time, but I'm looking at it, it was like 2 years ago. I guess I just wasn't paying as close of attention as to what Vaush was doing at the time. But people have told me about this debate, and oh my god. I mean, to say it did not disappoint would require an understanding that by disappoint, I kind of mean like the opposite of what I'm saying. Yeah, it is disappointing, but it's not disappointing if what you're looking for is disappointment, and that is exactly what's on the menu today. That is exactly where we're going with this, right? That is the thread that we are on, and we will follow that thread to its logical conclusion. Speaking of which, let's really quickly see what Mudahar has to say. This is the Some Ordinary Gamer commenting on the Vaush leaks. Like I said, I think this guy is kind of, you know, he'll present himself as apolitical, but I got kind of like a right-wing vibe off of Some Ordinary Gamers. And so I'm not sure what to expect, but let's take a look at this really quickly, and then we'll move on to the tip, or the peak, not the peak, the other thing, the depth of the iceberg.
So one of the things that I can't escape from is, so you guys know political streamers. I think political streamers are great, okay? Especially so I love political streamers.
I love political streamers. Okay, let's see where this is going. So yeah, this is Mudahar, Some Ordinary Gamers, and then after this, we're going to take a look at the very bottom of the iceberg, and that is the poppy thing. That's what we got next, so stick around for that. Also, if you haven't liked the stream already, this is a good time to do that. We got a little break in between one piece of content and another. Like I said, I don't know how much I'm going to pay attention to this. This is the guy that's going after Keffels, and you know, given his tweet, I'm a little bit worried that he's going to bark up the wrong tree. Like the first thing he mentions is the Catboy Ranch thing, which, you know, to my knowledge is pretty much a nothing burger. But it's got Keffels worried, and she's left Twitter. She's gone from Twitter. She's moving on to Blue Sky, where I feel like they kind of hate Keffels on Blue Sky. I get the feeling that Keffels is not going to have much of a better time on Blue Sky, but they do have certain rules still in place as far as harassment that Twitter has sloughed off. So
I love them a lot. It's like the most fucking easy shit to do. I'm not even fucking with it. It's the easiest shit that you can do. Especially if you're like a socialist, like fucking, you know.
The nadir. Yeah.
Especially if you're a rich socialist streamer, okay? I love political streaming. So in the lefty side of political streaming, you've got like, you know, you've got Destiny, you've got Hassan, you got Vaush. So fucking Vaush, apparently, the thing that I came across, this dude was watching horse porn on his computer. This dude had horse porn on the computer, dog. Horse cock. Literally sitting in a folder to be sorted. To be sorted. You know, dude had horse porn next to the tax folder. Now I'm sitting over here like, all right, goddamn. You're telling me motherfuckers are sitting there? You're telling me you're doing 2024 tax season and you've got a little horse dick on the side?
Can't stand any of the commentary channels. Yeah, they are very samey. Like, I always want to give them a chance. And people pointed out the other night that there's other, you know, commentary channels that I don't even think of as commentary channels that are kind of left-wing. I don't feel like they get included in the, you know, when people talk about the commentary community, but you know, there definitely are. Like, what I'm doing right now is technically commentary, even though I'm no comment chick. I'm doing some commentary chick is kind of what I am. In terms of the iceberg, people are mentioning other things that I'm not showing right now, and we're limited on time. I do have to stick to. I'm trying to stick to a 6-hour kind of format for tonight, since I have not been keeping to that lately. I've been spoiling you a little bit, chat, but I gotta try to keep it to 6 hours. Otherwise, I can't make sure that I stay monetized. So that's generally my rule, is that unless, you know, I am inundated with like a bevy of you know, donations, memberships, super chats, subs, etc., I generally try to stick to 6 hours, so that we at least I can get a little bit of ad revenue for the stream, for my troubles. Are they commentary channels? Yeah, I mean, like Mudahar is known as a commentary channel, but people were, yeah, Peethan, Chad, Nick Green, yeah, is a one too, but there were even bigger ones that I was just like, oh my gosh, I like Danny Gonzalez. Technically, Danny Gonzalez is a commentary channel, right? And you know, political, left, right? That fits the bill. But yeah, we're trying to get the. Also, if you want to watch I feel like I've covered Professor Flowers a lot, right? In fact, there is a 8-hour. Yeah, that's just right. This is not my first dalliance with 8-hour VODs, apparently. Yeah, I think I spent 8 hours just going over the Vaush versus Professor Flowers interaction. So if you want to check that out, make sure you're a member. I think that one might be, I'm not sure. I don't know if that one's behind the paywall or not. I kind of think not. I think that video is there, and then Demon Mama reacting to it, and you know, I covered actually that debate in quite a few different ways. So make sure to familiarize with yourself with those if you want to see what I had to say about that. Is Jay Aubrey a Master and Commander reference? I don't know. Jay Aubrey's like a video essayist.
It's fucked up.
Chad is awesome.
Dude. It's a little fucked up. It's a little hot.
Eddie Burbank.
Okay.
Eddie Burbank. Oh, that's the guy that went to every Margaritaville across the country.
I'm gonna keep it $1.50 with you guys, okay? I think Lolicon shit is is very haram, okay? So I've been shit on by the loli anime community for this a little bit. I think cartoons of very underage looking things. I think that makes you a pedo. Okay.
When I think of commentary channels, Chris Perez says, I think of a Cheeto. Yeah, it's like that's the mold. A Cheeto, Aguiar FC, Nicholas Diorio, Turkey Tom. That is my, like, I guess, stereotype of commentary channels.
I really do believe that. Okay.
And every Rainforest Cafe. Damn.
Same camp. Okay. And if I'm wrong, then I guess I'll be wrong. Okay. So apparently there was some images like that also in the same fold. Now I'm going to say it like this, okay? That's wrong. It's haram.
Taramuni and Ro Random is like, I wish I could make videos like Ro Ramdon.
Well, let's just keep it what it is. All right. Actually, speaking of it, one of my favorite things was the H3. H3 fucking went at it, dude. H3 podcast went crazy. I had to watch it, dude. I watched.
Speaking of H3, if you're not aware, Ethan was sick today. Ethan normally streams on Monday, does a members-only show on Tuesday. I guess they're kind of going to be doing the Monday show on Tuesday, though. Looks like that's what it's set up for. So I would normally try to take a break after. Like it would be a good time to take a break. I have a feeling, though, that there is a chance that Ethan is going to react to the Vaush explanation, the context video. And if that happens, you can expect me to be streaming tomorrow as well.
Watch this shit on the drive back a little bit. Some degenerate shit.
Let me set this up. Vaush fans, please know this. We are going into this.
I think that someone has cast a level 10 Endless Winter spell.
Dog, I'm about to whip out the fucking ad block for this.
What are you suggesting?
They literally just pelt you with ads on this shit. They literally just give you ads on top of ads for this.
The most partial and best intentions to represent.
You say partial or impartial?
We are impartial. We are partial to the truth.
Okay, fair.
Oh!
We're gonna show the context of everything so that we can make the best.
So there's some
No rest for Irene. Yeah, all the more reason to keep this to a 6-hour stream.
clips in this that I have never seen before,
Let's get
and
more horses
holy
in chat
shit.
Before we start, please, everybody.
Got the horses in the chat.
Oh yeah.
Can we get horses and eggplants in the chat, please?
Wait, why are we watching? Oh, this is Mudahar's
That's their
gameplay.
sound shit.
What?
How do these guys have a sound
Let's
bot
do
that's
horse,
like ready?
eggplant, corn. Can we get that, please?
Okay.
I'm not here for the jokes. I'm here for the actual like meat and potatoes.
Me too, Mudahar. Me too.
Here's a clip of the end of his stream the other day.
YouTube chat is filtering all of the
Horse corn?
corn eggplant emoji combo.
What?
It's like getting hidden, auto hidden in the chat. I can see.
What are they running defense?
Did I see the
for
Vladimir
here?
Putin?
Maybe it's just too spammy with emojis.
No, I didn't see the Vladimir
Secret
Putin
language
shit.
that we're finding out.
Mods, if we could manually go through and show all of these.
Is it Gotham Knights?
And again,
Okay.
Vaush fans, if you want to defend him, I'm going to be receptive to everything you're saying. I'm not here with an agenda. I'm just showing something funny that happened. Okay?
Something funny
But I
that
will say
happened.
this.
Okay.
What was on the agenda?
This is what socialism does to a motherfucker.
You should get into the Arkham.
Okay.
If you haven't. It's
We
a
love
great
the
series.
socials.
He's just a political commentator, right?
So he's a political.
I'll be honest, chat. I don't think we're gonna get anything out of this whatsoever, and we have limited amount of time to be able to get through. Okay, we got 30 minutes left. We gotta move fast. We gotta move really fast here. Let me find a video that explains. I thought I had it open somewhere here. So I found a way to cover the Poppy affair without watching Destiny, but we're gonna have to watch a DGGer.
Is finished.
We're gonna have to watch a possibly sweaty DGGer in order to make that happen. This is our guy. This is our guide through the Poppy logs and more.
The fact that Vaush likes this stuff at all. It's extremely disturbing from the images that I've seen, like on the H3 podcast. In this episode, the H3 experience of Vaush, and it's not a good look by any means. This guy starts going viral over having NSFW content of young girls and horses on his PC. In depth and flesh out all of these topics, but I want to start off with something that's kind of been brushed over a bit. I have heard people, including Ethan, bring up a set of Discord logs featuring Vaush and a girl named Poppy, in which Vaush allegedly sexually harassed her. However, as of this recording, I haven't seen anyone dive super deep into these logs. Luckily for you, I live streamed myself going through them a few nights ago, and what me and my chat found was quite shocking to say the least. Poppy was a member of the DGG Discord server, which is Destiny's Discord. You see, before Vaush was a content creator, he was a well-known orbiter type person within the Destiny
We're gonna have to make this go faster.
He would frequently engage in debate both on Destiny's stream and in the Discord VCs. Poppy was one of those who would also engage in debate in the Discord. Vaush and Poppy would strike up a somewhat friendly dynamic while still engaging with each other in debate. They began speaking in private DMs on September 13th of 2017, where Vaush and Poppy would have conversations about each other's methods of debate. At first being a bit heated, but cooling down and becoming friendly. But very quickly...
Okay, so just for the start, like, how did they meet? What did they start talking about? Debate. They're in a Destiny server. Destiny's a debater. They're both interested in debate. That's what Poppy, that was Poppy's interest in Vaush. But as you're about to see, Vaush's interest in Poppy was a little bit more like than cerebral.
Into Vaush's first private conversation with Poppy, Vaush would attempt to steer the conversation into something more sexual. The first message they sent to each other was at 11:06 on September 13th of 2017. An entire hour later, Vaush would already manage to bring up his penis, something that you will see he would consistently attempt to shoehorn into all of
shoehorning is, yeah, that's about the size of it. Oh,
his conversations with Poppy. Vaush would turn this conversation in particular about dick size. Poppy would engage in
I mean, chat, I'm not trying to make jokes. This is really dark stuff, so
these conversations in the least sexual way possible. Because obviously you can talk about sex stuff in a non-sexual way. We've all done it before with platonic friends, for
You can talk about it without, you know, tension. Yeah, like platonically, right? In a way where it's not like seen as a subtext to anything, like, you know, between you and the person that you're talking to.
Example. Vaush, however, is a different story, quickly attempting to directly send Poppy pictures of his wiener. Yeah, well, dudes lie. I thought sex just sucked for a long time, until I met my current boyfriend. No wonder you're such a prude. I'm not, though. So, now that we've brought the sexual tension up to a simmering level in here, I know what you're thinking. What? I was actually thinking about how Trump just made another deal with Pelosi. Holy shit, I know you want to see it, but you're a spiteful fuck. And I know you'd share my dick pics around, even though it's in the exact upper spectrum of your preferred dick size range.
Sadly, this isn't that much of a departure of the character. I was saying before, like, is Vaush a persona? You know, does he act like this? Like, is this his personality, or is what he shows us online a persona? It's leaning on, you know, given that this is how he is in DMs. It's leaning on maybe this is actually just his personality.
Dude, what the fuck? No, do not send me your dick. Poppy makes it very clear that she doesn't want to have sexual conversations with Vaush. She has no problems talking about sex like we already established, but engaging in a conversation of a sexual nature as well as seeing his penis is off the table. Poppy would make this very clear the first day they spoke in private DMs, the 13th of September. And I just want to make it clear real quick, Poppy is not a minor. She is 18, so initially there's no problem here. If Vaush had misread some signals, shot his shot and missed, that's totally fine. He even says himself, I guess I interpreted signals. My bad. Up to this point, there's no issue. However, it becomes an issue because Vaush would not let up. Even a day later, on the 14th, he would once again attempt to make a sexual conversation out of thin air. Hell yeah. If I had known about all this, I would have trusted you with my nudes. You clearly take the issue seriously. Ah, did the convo end? I take my phone into the shower. Yeah, my dog is super hungry, so I had to go feed him. I do find your general antagonistic attitude endearing, but I should not flirt with you. Am I reading that right? Yes, you could trust me with your nudes, but I don't want to see them. But yeah, I would never leak someone's nudes. And no, not really. Please don't flirt with me. Notice how Poppy will blatantly ignore the sexual advances and try to make the conversation platonic? And Vaush already acknowledged he misread signs. Why is he trying again only a day later? I'm gonna be skipping over some of the—
You know why? Chat, I bet you know why, chat. This is a technique. He's trying to wear her down. Like,
other weird hypersexual messages for the sake of brevity, because on the 17th of September, Poppy brings up her insecurities with herself, stating she feels like people don't like her and how it's—
He can see that she's going out of her way to make him comfortable in the conversation, despite the fact that he's fucking pushing it. He's fucking pushing it, right? And she has no interest in that. But it's just his dingus gambit that if he keeps pushing, eventually she will just give in.
Setting. After Vaush gives her what is lukewarm advice at best, he says this: well, I hope we can continue to be friends, and please tell me if I'm ever not being so good. Ah, so I am a buddy. Don't worry, I will. But seriously, being abrasive doesn't make you a bad person. Also, let me know if you ever want to check out my dong. Yes.
No.
We are buddies, but no, I don't want it. He does this all the time. I swear to God, look at the logs yourself. And he's trying to make it seem like a joke, but it's not. And Poppy clearly confirms once again, no, dude, I don't want to see your fucking wiener. My abrasiveness makes you more adamant about the dong thing. What do you mean? I mean, you do bring it up because I am cold and unresponsive about it. Are you trying to find out the secret to keeping me from bringing it up? Lol, yes. Okay, I'll stop bringing it up. Sorry, I mean, it doesn't bother me. No, I don't want to harass you. Please, don't apologize. Vaush also clearly acknowledges, once again, hey, I understand you don't want to have these conversations, which wouldn't be a bad thing if he had just stopped the first time. Now, this next part is just my interpretation of the logs. You have to keep in mind that there are VC conversations in Destiny's Discord that we don't have access to, and I have to fill in the blanks. So take all of this with a grain of salt. Having said that, it seems like eventually Vaush was getting fed up with Poppy and was beginning to resent her because she wasn't reciprocating his advances. Their conversation started as like a discussion of how they engage in debates. Poppy wasn't happy with the way Vaush would talk to her during conversations in the DGG Discord, but ultimately they had a pleasant discussion about the debate and brushed it off. However, later on, we start to see that Vaush is becoming less sympathetic to Poppy. And from what I can tell, it seems like he was going a lot harder on her in debates in the DGG Discord. And this is ultimately what would dissolve their friendly dynamic. There's a lot here, and you're more than welcome to look into the logs yourself. But to give you a quick summary, Vaush and Poppy met in the DGG Discord and would debate each other. Vaush on multiple occasions would try to advance their conversations into sexual territory and would not only be told to stop, but would also pretend to comply to continue later. And after some time, Vaush became frustrated with her, started being more hard on her, and they eventually had a falling out. Poppy would eventually confide in other members of the Discord, and Destiny would become aware of this, which led to a conversation between him and Vaush, ultimately resulting in Destiny temporarily kicking Vaush out of the server. Once again, if you feel like my interpretations of these events is bad faith, that's totally fine. Go look through them yourself and come to your own conclusion. But at least consider how Vaush would handle this.
FXK, if I'm pronouncing your name right, the creator of this video. I agree with you about Vaush. I kind of wonder if you think, though, that there's anything weird about the fact that he was temporarily banned from the server by Destiny. Because if you watch that video, which is kind of like a trial, like, and you know, Destiny putting Vaush on trial over these leaks, and essentially exposing somebody who's been using his Discord to be predatory towards people. It's pretty clear that Destiny knows what's up, right? So, I mean, I almost want to give him, you know, kudos for doing the right thing here. But the weird thing is that, like, he did the right thing. He saw that Vaush's career was still viable. He saw that people still, you know, liked Vaush, and that, like, he was still, you know, somebody that, like, and he unbans him. And, like, this is not the end of the Destiny Vaush friendship here. Like, this is only like I don't know what was actually going on.
Would post an address,
but it doesn't seem like Destiny was really interested in the long term in protecting its community.
Of the logs in 2019 at the peak of all of this coming to light. He described his behavior as poor and said that his interpretation of whether or not he harassed Poppy didn't ultimately matter. He disavowed the behavior and said he intends to improve as a person, which is strange because around this time he would claim that Poppy didn't deserve an apology and seemed to revel in the idea of rhetorically destroying her and making her cry on stream.
Poppy is not worth apologizing to. She is barely worth the fucking intrinsic human rights to which all human beings are endowed, okay?
There we go. There we go. This is how he talks about the person that he sexually harassed, right? And so people will try to portray it in a lot of different ways. Like, you know, one of the common refrains is that, like, he made a mistake. He apologized for that. I've got his Reddit thread of the apology open. I mean, it's kind of like it's an apology with, like, some major asterisk, right? But there's also this level of trying to cover up what he did, having people in his community, including his current sysop, try to aid and abet him in escaping any sort of accountability, and, you know, essentially a very pro-harassment attitude towards her that you have got to believe, you know, translated to his supporters. Or you know, you like, he's got a responsibility there. You'll see what I'm talking about in a second.
She is a disgusting human being, and that doesn't mean what I did wasn't wrong. It does mean I will never apologize to her. But I would love to have her on stream sometime, because she is a nervous, anxious, neurotic liar, and it would be really, really easy to reduce her to a sobbing mess publicly. Would this make me look better in the public eye? No, it would make me look worse.
So there we have it. He wants to publicly embarrass her, publicly shame the person that he harassed. That's his attitude, right? This is not a simple issue of, like, you know, somebody that was pushing pushing boundaries, and then was made aware that he's pushing boundaries, and as a result said, "Oh my gosh, I looked at what I was saying. I looked at my logs and I said, damn, I really was pushing back. I didn't realize that. I'm sorry. I'm going to do some work. I'm going to take some time," right? That's not what we got from Vaush. That's how it's portrayed by his supporters, but that's not what's going on. The first reaction that Vaush has is to intimidate, is to bully, is to harass the person that is inconvenient to him, because she knows how he can be in a private situation like that.
But it would be very satisfying.
In my opinion, his apology was a crock of shit. Vaush seems to be completely incapable of accepting when a woman doesn't reciprocate his advances, to the point where it makes him angry and makes him fantasize about humiliating her and berating her into an emotional breakdown, which also makes sense when you consider the fact that it seems like Vaush started going a lot harder on her and insulting her more often towards the end of their, you know, friendship or whatever. This is such a huge aspect that I feel like has just been overall brushed over, so it was super important for me to talk about that. Moving on, Vaush also...
Okay, so let's really quickly look at some logs. I found these on Reddit, if anybody cares. Should I at Poppy in DGG and tell her I'm onto her shit? What the fuck? Don't. No. Stay above her. Stay above her. Oh my god, like she's going low. She's going low by, like, sharing the screenshots, right? She's going low by you know, telling her experience with Vaush. What does that do for you? And his reply is, might scare her into shutting up. right?
In general has a serious problem with just oversharing in his weird degenerate sexual fantasies, which has definitely been popping up a lot ever since Vaush's folder was leaked. As I've said multiple times at this point, the horse thing was no secret to anyone in the online political commentary sphere. There are screenshots that go as far back as 2017 that show how much Vaush has been interested in horses. He would even lean into the joke and there would be like tweets about it and stuff. I'd see him all the time. But the thing is, it was so surreal to see the folder regardless. Like it was just this thing that I knew about, but to see it on his computer just opened my eyes and I really thought about it for the first time. Vaush would explain on his stream that he likes the idea of being a horse and that he himself doesn't actually want to do anything with one, which is objectively better, but it's still fucked. Like rubbing human shit all over your body is objectively better than eating human shit, but it's like, what, do you want a fucking gold star? It's still bad. I don't know why Vaush is comfortable talking about this stuff publicly, and I refuse to blame it on his autism, because autism doesn't make you harass and push the boundaries of women in DMs, nor does it exempt you from talking about horse wiener in public Discord servers. But on top of all that, there have been a lot of clips surfacing of Vaush talking about CP. And I'm not talking about Club Penguin. I'm talking about something that's really, really bad. Vaush seems to take the stance that those who produce and create CP should be in jail, yet those who possess and consume it should not. He also explains that people are morally inconsistent, as they will be outraged over CP existing, but have no issue with consuming goods that are produced through child slave labor, like chocolate or cobalt, which is almost a decent point, but Vaush fails to recognize three crucial things. Number one, there is ambiguity with eating a piece of chocolate or using something with cobalt, where it's not directly established that children were used to harvest.
Okay, so we've kind of been over this territory before, talking about his arguments about Club Penguin. That's great. That's I didn't even think of that, but yeah, the other CSEM, right, is the correct terminology. Let me show you really quick. Like I mentioned before, a group of Vaush supporters, self-described Vaush Intelligence Agency, showing their intelligence by planning a trickery-do. We can do a trickery-do here. We can replace all of Vaush's nameplates. This is the sysadmin. This is White Nervosa, sysadmin of Whiteleaf, right? We can replace all of Vaush's nameplates in the logs to be Irish Laddie. So, oh, okay, interesting. So, per se, this does end up being a YouTube video, then it will be titled as such, and Vaush can further distance himself from it. So, you see the reason that he became Vaush, why he stopped being Irish Laddie, is literally a dingus gambit. Like, I mean, this is like, of all the dingus gambits, right? Of all the, oh my God, my soundboard doesn't work. I don't understand why Discord does this. Whatever, of all the dingus gambits is what I was trying to say. To make, I mean, like this one is wild, right? Change all his plates in the logs to be Irish Laddie. So this is, you know, this is who supports him. This is his sysadmin. This is like his, the person in charge of Whiteleaf. The thing Destiny is already exclusively referring to him as Irish Laddie. Here we go. Vaush Intelligence Agency assemble. And there you have it. There's still a ton of people coming in here not knowing they're the same person. Plus, at that point, who's really the leech? Yeah, I know, but his editors are entirely separate. He does not dictate what is uploaded to YouTube. I think we're talking about Destiny here. So they could still title it Vaush. However, I think that the logs say Irish Laddie. Destiny says Irish Laddie. The title will reflect that. Vaush Vidya. What do you say? Sneaky peepo emoji there. I thought it was a good thonk. Oh my God. It's a very good thonk form, White Nervosa. What if he changes names again? Mass confusion. Anyway, so you can see like the intent to you can see the intent on Vaush's part to scare her into shutting up. You can see the intent in his like fans' part in distancing himself from the incident, right? This is not just a simple issue of like, God, he made a horrible mistake, which he now regrets. He apologizes for that profusely. Why won't you let him live his life? Why won't you let him move on? Right? There's a little more going on here. Now, if that's not enough, as if that's not enough, right? We do have a little bit of time left. Let's hear what Vaush has to say about the situation in his own words. This is his response. This is his explanation. There's also a Reddit post as well, but I don't think we have time to go through that. Let's just go through the video really quick.
Hey there, folks. So today we're going to be taking a bit of a departure from the politics that's normally hosted on this channel, and we're going to be discussing some drama that has erupted over the past week or so. There have been a great many people who have encouraged me to make a video on this, and at first I resisted, in large part because the behavior of my detractors, the people who have been making...
Michael Corcoran says his apology using the term loosely has 1,000 words of victim blaming.
Evident their displeasure of my behavior. Their behavior led me to believe that any statement I made, no matter how passive, how conciliatory, how genuine, it would only worsen the drama, that people would only think less of me. I still don't know whether or not that's the case, but I do like to err towards honesty and transparency. So here I am with the video. Now, I hear you asking, what drama? Not all of you are aware of it, of course. Many of you are, though, I assume. To those of you who are not aware of it, I'm going to do my best to summarize it in language which is as neutral as possible. Obviously, it's impossible for me to genuinely explain anything in neutral language. We're all subject to our own biases, but nonetheless, I will try my best. So, in late 2017, I was a member of a Discord channel which belonged to Destiny, a streamer on Twitch. And in that Discord channel, I became friends with somebody named Poppy. Poppy was known for her hot takes. I had some hot takes of my own. I thought we could form a friendship. And so we did. We talked
Sassy Sassare,
for several months.
Sassy Sassare says, stop it. Get help.
And over the course of that prolonged conversation, we discussed a great many things. Often mutually. We discussed, of course, politics, our personal lives, our respective mental illnesses, sexuality, flirting, dating, all that stuff. And I thought at the time that these were perfectly normal, healthy conversations. We had a falling out around, I think, late 2017 or early 2018. I don't quite remember. It was some dumb argument about feminism or our opinions on problematic... I don't remember exactly, but it's unrelated to the drama. But after we had that falling out, Poppy started accusing me quite publicly in that Discord channel of having sexually harassed her over the course of our friendship, over the course of the few months. This was a shock to me at the time, to say the least, because I didn't feel I had engaged in any sexual harassment. But things got quite heated quite quickly. Many of the people on the Discord took sides, myself or her. We said a great many nasty things back and forth at one another. But ultimately, nothing really came of it. And after a short while, things returned more or less to normal. In fact, a little while after that, Poppy and I were able to talk with one another without any shit-throwing on either side. But we never quite overcame that mutual antagonism, which arose from her accusations.
Yeah, Zara's pointing out the irony of, like, Poppy and her interest. Like I said, Poppy's interest in Vaush was as a debate partner, not anything else. And the specific subject matter that I guess she wanted to debate was a subject called Jesus, spirituality, Christianity. That was where Poppy was coming from. That was the person that he did this to, right? That is the thing that he tried to pivot into, a sexually like a sexual interaction.
So that's that. A few months ago, I was a member of a Discord channel or server, which was called Polychads. Now that's P-O-L-I Polychads, as in politics, not P-O-L-Y, as in polyamorous. I've seen people making that mistake. And there was a person on there named Pastel. There was a debate between myself and Pastel, which is one of the earliest videos on this channel. Not that the channel's super old or anything, but still. Anyway, Pastel and I were talking to one another. We ended up debating. That's recorded. That's there for posterity. And it became evident to me a short time after I began speaking with them in the server that they were interested in me sexually. This can be corroborated by the testimony of anyone who was there at the time. They were clearly interested in me, and I'm a horny bastard. So
she was not antagonistic in any of the logs. Yeah, like instead of the way that he's framing it, which is mutual antagonism, like that somehow he thought this was just an interpersonal spat.
I reciprocated interest because why the hell not? So I engaged with them in flirtation, both publicly and privately, for a period of 1 or 2 weeks. It really wasn't that long of a time, until it became clear to me through the testimony of others and through their own behavior that Pastel was not emotionally or mentally capable of healthily engaging in any kind of flirtation with me, based on what I had seen from my interactions with them. So I decided to cut contact with them. Not full stop, block them and everything, but to distance myself from them to prevent harm from occurring, which I thought was the responsible decision to make at the time. Shortly thereafter, Poppy appeared on the server. I think they'd been a mod prior. I just hadn't seen her in the server prior. And what happened from that point forward, I can only interpret. I don't know. I can't read other people's DMs. But it seemed to me like Poppy and Pastel spoke with one another, and this encouraged Pastel to reframe the way in which they looked in our conversation and begin publicly accusing me of having engaged in misbehavior, of being sexually harassing towards Poppy. So the drama sort of came up again. I later had a conversation with Pastel over voice, and from the conversation I had, it seemed to me as though Pastel did not believe that I had engaged in impropriety with them, but it still stood to show that the drama had been engaged in once more. I was banned from the PolyChad server following that outburst of drama. A few days ago, some screenshots of the DMs that I had with Poppy, so these are about 1.5 old screenshots, were collected and brought to the attention of the aforementioned streamer Destiny. And this then became a very, very public spectacle. Destiny showed those screenshots on stream, and I had an opportunity, very briefly, to go on there and defend myself. I felt as though the screenshots did not fully contextualize the conversation that I had had with Poppy, which is why down in the comments I am linking the full, unedited, except for docs being removed. I mean, you don't want my address, right? That's why I am posting the full unedited logs down below for scrutiny, and I invite your gaze. But nonetheless, I was brought on to Destiny's stream to explain myself, and I did to put not too fine a point on it, very bad job explaining myself.
So wait.
I was nervous.
Just to put this in context, right? This apology, this, closest thing to it, because like people are saying this is kind of a non-apology. Yeah, no. And if you look on Reddit, it's even more so. It's an apology asterisk, right? Is really what it is. But it's only given after he gets crushed by Destiny. Every single attempt of him to wriggle out of what he's done gets exposed by Destiny. In other words, he has no other choice.
So, I would like to take a second shot at explaining myself here. Here's what I won't be addressing. I'm not going to be addressing some of the more outlandish extrapolations people have made about my behavior based on the logs. There are some people who are saying shit like me getting into leftism 6 or 7 years ago has all been part of a long-standing ploy to get left-leaning people to lower their guard around me so that I could one day message them and work my way into their news. Obviously, that's ridiculous. I got into leftism to smash chuds. So, that's what I won't be addressing. What I will be addressing is the conversation that I had with Poppy a 1.5 years ago. It had been a while since I had looked over those logs. I mean, I don't regularly go over old conversations that I had with people who are no longer my friends. And the last memory that I had of those logs was the one which I had when Poppy had first accused me of sexually harassing her. That is to say, one of indignation and rebuke. But since then, I have had more time to look at those logs.
You're forgetting about intimidation and harassment when you say that.
Over the past year and a half. And I feel differently about those logs now and about my behavior. When I was on Destiny's stream, I said that I had behaved cringily. I believe that I said, again,
a mighty cringe.
A little creepy. That I...
A mighty cringe.
That I had been overly facilitated towards sexual conversation. And...
Overly disposed? Is that what he's trying to say?
A sexual harasser. And... I thought, no, I'm not a sexual harasser. I just did those things I just described. I just pushed boundaries. I just talked about sex maybe too much. I just was perhaps not as cognizant of the conversational partner's discomfort as I could have been. Do those things make me a sexual harasser?
No, motherfucker, you were bypassing that person's feelings about the, like that person's objections to the sexual way you were turning that conversation. Like, you were very cognizant of that because you were evading it time after time again. Like, it's not like you didn't, like, that's clear. That's clear. You took the message, but you tried to find a way around the no. That is not somebody who's not cognizant. This guy is a weasel. This guy is a weasel and a liar.
Over the past few days. The question seems a little leading. You can probably tell where I got.
We have 4 minutes left of the stream.
It doesn't really matter what I think. The logs are public.
Unless somebody wants to come in. Oh my god, I'm getting rinsed at Vampire Survivor. Yeah. It feels kind of like the end of a stream.
For me, somebody who smashes linguistic prescriptivists, to say that I've engaged in those behaviors, but not sexual harassment. Sexual harassment is what we define it to be, and the definition seems to have been laid out. So, I'm not happy with my behavior. I said that while I was on stream. I said that in regards to this conversation, I had used that as a template to learn how to better recognize discomfort in others, how to more...
Greg Riesland says, just a goblin playing hard to get. I mean, this is just so, yeah, this is more disingenuous than I realized.
Comfortable without being one note on the conversation. That is something that I've tried to work on over the past year and a half. And again, I have. That's one of the reasons why I made the decision to distance myself from Pastel a year and a half later, when I recognized they were not, at least in my perspective, capable of engaging healthily in flirtation. I backed off. Because I think I've grown as a person since then. But that's not to say that I'm done growing as a person. So I'm going to say this. The logs of me speaking with Poppy are reflective of poor behavior on my part. Sexual harassment being a broader term, more specifically, an unwillingness to back off certain topics,
Chat, we gotta go.
In regards to the discomfort of the person with whom I was speaking.
We gotta end stream pretty soon here.
When it came to topics.
Get in the robot and go raid Adrian Vixen.
I've changed my behavior since then, and I'm going to continue.
I'm not gonna give that as much time because we got like literally 2 minutes left.
And it's important to me.
I'm reading out in Twitch.
Not just for my sake or to clear people's perspective.
We're gonna raid into Adrian Vixen.
Add any finality to this issue, but moreover, because I do care about these sort of broader social implications, which are made, evident here.
And I will see you over there. Okay. Good night, everybody.
Towards callousness and fastidiousness and ignorance and harassment. These are not mere symptoms of...
Wow, that was an interesting timing. Morbius Dragon, thank you for the membership to Adrian Vixen.
If you're watching this video...
Yeah, we're rating Adrian over on Twitch, so...
We know that male...
Feel free to go over there after stream. Thank you for hanging out with me tonight. I've got like a minute left to spend with you. I'm going to turn off Vaush.
Continue attempting to be any kind of left-leaning public.
I can.
It is essential, not only that.
If I can, I'm going to turn off Vaush. Yeah, because he is saying a whole lot of nothing. This is his apology. This is the video version. There's also a Reddit version. Both are pretty disingenuous. Pretty freaking disingenuous. So that's what we're that's where we're going to leave it. I will probably be back tomorrow. I anticipate that there's a good chance that H3 will be covering Vaush's other apology, other non-apology, other piece of bullshit, the response. So there's a very good chance that I'll be, in other words, on tomorrow as well. Otherwise, I will see you on Wednesday. But expect